Okay. I set this camera guide like that. Okay. Yeah, we are here. There is virus. We can go anywhere.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Global Final.
Best of the best in the world here with us today, John. We'll see how these teams can work under the pressure that it will push down on them.
Comes in, he's got Roy, takes the kill, and now he's in a 1 versus 2. Luxy for Biggie, he could go all the way. That was amazing, and so is this from Klotzgon as he wipes them out. Case for Jonathan, his Neo goes down. Jonathan's in the open, he's going for the spray, and he's taking blue damage. Needs to figure it out, but two of them are down. He's snaking it around, goes for the spray, takes it down.
That's when I saw a team that really led the world in terms of their skill level, and then, you know, they feel like they're untouchable. But in PUBG Mobile, everybody is constantly reminded of their mortality.
Now we're coming into a new year. There are pro leagues happening all over the world.
Clean kill!
Thousands upon thousands of teams will battle it out to go to the end of the year for the World Championships and meet and clash on that final stage.
Are you kidding me? 21 years old!
Just two knocks, looking for more runners.
Dropping out of the plane, you need to know that the three guys next to you have your back, and they are willing to go with you in any situation.
There's a team that can breach well, it's Loops. Beowulf just shuts them down. Pittsburgh Knight cutting through B4. Down they descend into the valley.
Kita siap.
Down goes George, that's a confirmation, instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. Genius for that. Oh, big shot.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. I'm Jason Kapp and I'll be your host over the next month until we can crown our champion from West. Now you're probably sitting there at home wondering, well Jason, where are you? What are you doing? Are you in the middle of space? Technically, yes, just not the space you're thinking about. I'm in virtual space, and I know Kalaris, he did the snappy thing when it came to bringing it in. I'm gonna do the clap, the nice and easy, to show you what stage will be coming up behind me. We're doing this obviously from Poland, and because of due to the global health crisis going on right now with the global pandemic, we had to change some things up, but I'm not gonna explain it for you. Luckily, Tencent has the ability to do that for us, and we'll come back with you right after this.
안녕하세요. 크래프톤 펍지 주식회사의 CEO 김창환입니다. 먼저 펍지 모바일 월드 리그 시즌 제로 PMWL의 개막을 진심으로 축하합니다. 올해 코로나 바이러스로 인해 어려움이 많았음에도 불구하고 PMWL의 최종 무대에 오르기까지 최선을 다해준 팀 선수분들, 그리고 지속적인 사랑과 지원을 보내준 팬 여러분이 있었기에 대회를 성공적으로 개최할 수 있었다고 생각합니다. 선수 여러분 모두 본인이 가진 실력을 마음껏 발휘할 수 있기를 바라며 전 세계 곳곳에서 대회를 보고 계실 팬 여러분과 함께 응원하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
And I'm so happy to see the love of the game come out of Tencent there. They could have canceled the entire thing, but they want to support the PUBG Mobile community, bringing this tournament to life here. But the thing is, I can't do this whole thing myself. I sure as hell have tried. It's not possible. So I have two lovely people to be joining me. You're going to recognize both of them from PMPL Americas. We've got 7 Worlds Gaming, and we got Glitter Explosion 7. Long time no see, man.
Hi, how's it going,
Hi.
Jason? Good to see you, man. Good to be working with you again.
Yeah, it's good to be here and good to see you another time, even though it's through the great technology of virtual reality. And Glitter, I've been hearing some amazing things. I've been seeing you do a fantastic job during PMPL Americas. How does it feel now to be on the global stage?
Oh, well, you are far too kind, but it feels great. I'm so excited to be brought back after working on PMPL with everybody, so I expect this to be even better.
I'm expecting good things, no pressure. So let's take a look at the entire format of this event. It will get a little bit confusing, but luckily for you, we have a handy dandy graphic to explain it for you. So we're starting things off with our group opening matches. There'll be 2 days of those, and over the course of these next 2 days, we'll be determining the top teams to seed them later on. Obviously, since these teams can't play against each other, since it's cross-region, they're coming from Americas, coming from PMCOs, this is our way to figure out who the top dogs will be, and then we'll seed them appropriately. And now, Seven, going into the league play, into week 1, we also need to kind of talk about how this proves into the Super Weekend.
Oh, definitely, because only 16 teams are going to qualify out of 20. So for those teams that are used to kind of starting off slow, you cannot afford to go ahead and start off slow here. Either week 1, week 2, or week 3, you need to be able to make sure you maintain yourself on those top 16. That way you can go into the Super Weekend.
And Glitter, I know you want to explain a little bit further on for everyone what exactly the Super Weekend means.
Sure, and then the Super Weekend is going to be all of the teams' opportunities to start accumulating those points that will potentially put them into our finals at the end of World League West. So, if you are, like Seven said, one of those 4 bottom teams from week 1 that does not make it into Super Weekend, you have a lot of catch-up to do going into week 2 to kind of ensure that you are in Super Weekend for week 2 and can start getting your points on the board.
See, what's curious to me is when we get into that second week of league play, right? The teams who didn't make the top 16 in the first week, they have to go all out, Seven. We're going to see some crazy things, I'm sure.
Listen, there's going to be so much drama. Whoever came up with this on PUBG Mobile Esports side, thank you.
Like,
I am looking forward to this. Man. Every match, it's going to go ahead and count.
It is. Let's take a look at the point system, the whole point system, how it's actually going to work, how you accumulate those points we've been just talking about within the league play, and of course within the Super Week. You can see here, kills still going to be 1 point, very heavily weighted towards that. And we look through the rest of the positioning, placement points will come into life here, Glitter.
100%. So not only are the placement points incredibly important, especially if you're in a situation where you maybe lose a few players on your team early on and you really want to acquire some of those points through your placement, but the kills are so important. We've seen so many teams that are very aggressive and are able to pull down a really high number of kills, and those are going to add up over time.
I remember, Seven, when we were doing the PMCO Global Finals, just like the qualifiers into the Global Finals, there was a team who made it through based off of 1 point. So everything's going to matter. And do you expect to see some snaking today?
Oh, definitely. I'm more than likely we're going to see people camping. And listen, it's absolutely fine, right? They're trying to seed, and more than likely they're also going to be filling each other up. We'll talk about that in a little bit more. But as they were mentioning, 1 point per kill, that is actually huge for anybody that's new to watching PUBG Mobile Esports. That comes into big hand. You can actually have people passing other teams, even if they ended up in first place, if they're able to go ahead and get more kills. So keep a close eye on that.
I remember seeing Zuxi and Luxi from Bigatron. They had more kills combined in the global finals than some teams had points total. That is ridiculous. But let's see what they're playing for. A lot of money on the line, 425,000 buckaroos for all the teams to play and get their lion's share portion of it. And as you can see here, it's gonna be split up in 2 different ways. Now, the 50,000, 25,000, etc., that all comes through the Super Weeks. So basically, once you play out those 3 Super Weeks, you will get money, your prize money, based off of your results, and not to mention getting through into the finals, where you can win $100,000 for first place. But there's also participation bonus. You get $1,000 just for showing up and playing, Glitter. How awesome is that?
That's fantastic. Not only do you have the participation bonus, but you have the weekly bonus as well for the top 3 teams each week that you can see there on the prize pool as well. There is a ton of money up for grabs here for World League West, and these players really need to take this opportunity, do their best, and see what they can come out with.
And Seven, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, why are we working on the show? Why are we not playing? Why didn't we make our own team and try to get this money? I'm like, oh, come on, I'm doing the wrong job. I chose the wrong thing to go into.
Listen, I'm the #1 pro noober. I always go for that zero kill challenge. Everybody that's watching knows. So I'm gonna leave it to you, Jason. You go do your thing over there.
I mean, I'm sure I can get a team together. I mean, we got right now, we got Blank, we got John Allen here, we get Mustache Dave, Hot Juice, Glitter. We're gonna bring you in as well. You're gonna be our coach to kick us in the rear hind.
Yes.
To get things
I'll
going.
be a great coach.
Well, let's take a look at the teams now. Obviously, we have 20 teams playing, separated into 5 different groups, and we need to see how things are going to lay out here. Starting off with Group A, and we can already see one team that's going to stand out to me. If you were watching the Global Finals last year, you probably have this ringing in your nightmares. Futbolist, Cloud9, SWAT 69, and Tempo Storm 7. Who are you looking at from Group A off the bat?
There's so many good teams. Football is, as you mentioned, a team that already has experience being here. And yeah, I miss their chant. I miss them going and screaming football is on the LAN event. But one of the teams I'm actually going to be looking forward here is going to be Cloud9. Cloud9 was a team that actually started slow in PMPL Americas, and they didn't pick it up until the later weeks. You cannot afford to do that here, as I was mentioning earlier. You need to go ahead and start off hot and stay hot if you want to be one of those teams going to the Super Weekend and ultimately going to the Global Finals. So I think for me, it's definitely going to go ahead and be Cloud9.
Okay, well, we'll see with their new pickup, obviously from Team Unique, if they can perform well. Let's take a look at Group B now. 4 more teams to add to the fray, to add to the battlegrounds. So we'll be kicking things off shortly. And Group B is something to behold. We got Wildcard in there. We got KHK Esports, Dream Eaters, and of course, probably someone's going to be backing quite a bit, or the team everyone's going to be backing, Loop Esports here, Glitter.
Absolutely. I mean, we have to talk about Loop's Esports. Not only were they able to take home first place in the PMPL, but they were able to do so with an almost 100-point lead over second place. They're an incredibly aggressive team. They do a very good job of getting a ton of kill points while also being very, very consistent placement point-wise. And to top it all off, the MVP for the PMPL was also Carrillo. So they're a very strong team across the board. Definitely someone that we're going to be looking out for here.
I know it's a little off topic, but I'm so jealous you can roll your R's. I've been trying to do that for years, and I just sound like a complete idiot. But also, 7, with them being the #1 team from PMPL Americas, don't laugh at me. Come on, man. I try.
I'll give you some tips after.
Okay, I appreciate it. But this is a team that everyone's going to be gunning out for now, right? It has to be.
Oh, definitely. I'm pretty sure some of the other teams from the European League, teams like Nino Power, they're probably going to try to go after them and establish some kind of dominance. Or more than likely, we could see the complete opposite. We could see Loop's Esports coming out and establish dominance. Anything can happen here in PUBG Mobile Esports. That's why I'm so excited. This is the first day, man.
Well, that was only the first 8 teams. Let's look at another 4 as we get into Group C. 4 more to add into the mix here. And I'm going to be just as excited as ever. Yala Esports, Frag Machines, Nova Esports, and Pittsburgh Knights 7.
Oh, definitely. And if you're seeing Nova Esports there, they actually used to be XQ Gaming. So for the new people that are watching who might have not been aware of that, now you are. And out of this year, Pittsburgh Knights, we had some scrims, and Pittsburgh Knights actually ended up being first on those scrims for the West League. Sixless being a new addition to that team, I think that's actually going to be huge for them. Sixless was one of those players that ended up picking it up at the end of PMPL Americas. At one point, he almost won the game going up against Loop's Esports by himself. He wasn't able to clutch it there. He kind of choked a little bit, as he mentioned it to me. But it'll be interesting to see how that performance is going to come out, what kind of team chemistry they're going to go ahead and do. So I'm looking forward to see what they do, especially on day 1.
Yeah, definitely putting their best foot forward. Let's now look at Group D. Again, 4 more teams. We still have 4 more to come after this as we get so close to kicking off our first game of the day. Team Unique, B4 Esports, Team Umbra, and of course, Headquarters, Glitter.
So one of the teams that I really want to take a look at in this group is Team Unique. They are one of the more aggressive and confident teams that are coming out of the CIS region. So, I mean, this is a team that I really want to be paying attention to. All of their players are very, very dangerous. And one thing to point out, it's not the same roster as the Team Unique that we saw in the PMCO Global Finals. However, they are a very, very strong team, and they're definitely one to look out for.
Yeah, this isn't a team who I think won the PUBG Mobile Global Stars actually over in Riyadh at the end of 2019 with Old Boy on the team. Everyone talked him up for me going into the Global Finals last year, and then he underperformed so badly. I felt so bad for the guy, but you know what? Moving on. It's new Team Unique taking the reins, and let's see if they can perform today. We're going to be moving now into Group B, our last 4 teams, last but not least in any way. And we'll get those up on your screen to talk about Alpha Legends, Team Queso Uter Killers, and Konina Power 7. I can already tell which one of those teams you're looking for.
Oh, there's definitely 2 here. Team Queso, a team that has not changed a single player since going back to, I believe, Berlin of last year for the spring split of the PMCO. And then you have Konina Power. Konina Power being the first team to qualify through the European finals. So I think that's another team, kind of like Loop's Esports, that are going to go in and try to establish some dominance. They're going to test a lot of the other teams out too from America. So they're going to be mostly seeing what's going on. So for all the viewers watching at home right now, don't be afraid if you maybe don't see that much engagement at the start of the match. You're probably going to go ahead and see a lot of people just kind of trying to see where the rotations are going to be, how teams are going to be reacting if somebody shoots at them. It's going to be a great just mind play today.
See, that's what interests me the most, is the fact that these regions haven't been able to clash against each other until now. We've obviously had some scrims, we let them get the opportunity to play against each other, but what teams will clash against each other, what teams will hot drop each other is still yet to be seen. Let's now take a look at the schedule for today. We're gonna have 5 matches coming your way. We're kicking off the first game over on Erangel to follow up with right after Vikendi, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel once again. And it's so important to be a team who's strong on Erangel, considering how many times we're going to see it throughout this entire tournament. But Glitter, there's something here you noticed, and you actually pointed out to me earlier on today. You see these letters next to every map. What do those mean?
Yeah, and this is probably one of my favorite parts about this graphic as far as information goes for you viewers. You guys will notice that there is a grayed out letter on every single map, and that is actually the group that will not be participating on that map. Every other group that is not grayed out will be playing.
And see, that's a good or a bad thing for some of these teams, the fact they don't play every game, right? You can either be on a hot streak right off the bat and you want to get into that second match, right? You want to get underway and continue to build up those points. Or you could have, I guess for the upside, had a bad first game. You get to sit out, talk some things over at 7. I think it's going to come really into an important factor for these teams to have those breaks at, appropriate times.
Not only that, and some teams might get a chance to actually play more Erangels in a certain day, so something to definitely keep an eye on. And I think just to kind of give the viewers a heads up of which teams are going to be sitting out, even though we just saw them, Alpha Legends, Team Queso, UDR Killers, and then Kinona Power. So those are the teams that are going to be sitting out on the first Erangel. And as you mentioned, if you do end up having for the teams that are playing, if you do end up having a bad game and maybe you're sitting out on the next match, you get to go back and just kind of recoup it, see what's going on. But if you are one of those teams that started off hot and you might have to go ahead and sit out, that might hurt your momentum, and I'm a huge person in momentum. I believe in that, and I think I've seen it over and over again. So just something to also keep an eye on.
Oh yeah, Bigatron last year, momentum was definitely huge for them. But again, if you guys are sitting at home watching this, I have to ask you, well, why aren't you here playing? Well, maybe you didn't qualify. However, if you haven't even played together with the team just yet, get some friends together, because we have registrations now open for PMCO coming up later on this year. It ends in a few days' time, so make sure to get your friends in there. And one thing I can tell you is that we have over 60,000 teams signed up right now, the most ever in the history of PMCO. This is going to be an insane year, not only with just the World Finals right now, but with stuff coming up later on, Glitter.
That number is blowing my mind right now. I am so stuck on that, and the fact that people still have a few more days, 2 more days here to get themselves registered into it. Take that opportunity. Get in here. People want to see some fresh faces. Maybe you can take on some big names. You never know what could happen, but definitely take the opportunity.
It's crazy to me to imagine 240,000 plus people signed up, right? Like, that's the population of a lot of big cities around the world.
We do have a lot of people playing the game on a daily basis, so I'm intrigued, man. I love seeing new talent, as Glitter was saying there. If you are new, if you think you got what it takes, if you've been watching the live stream saying, I can probably take on that team with my team, well, guess what? Put your money where your mouth is. Go ahead and sign up for the PMCO and see if we can maybe get up to 70,000 teams. And shout out to the PUBG Mobile Esports team. Every single time we do an event, it seems like that number just keeps going up and up and up. And as we're seeing Erangel here, we're going to be playing Erangel for the first match. One of the things that I'm actually going to be looking for right off the bat is seeing how teams are going to be landing, if teams are going to be challenging other teams. One that comes to mind was from PMPL America's Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm always landed Pochinki, or always went Pochinki. Are any of the other teams from other regions going to go ahead and try to challenge them? That's something that I'm going to be keeping a really close eye on.
I'm honestly a little bit scared for some teams. You kind of mentioned it before, is the fact that if you do go into that first game, you hot drop on someone, you try to contest an area, if you lose that battle, albeit it doesn't really matter that much right now because this is just seeding, but going into league play, you kind of get a downward spiral mentally. That could be a horrible way to start things off, Glitter.
Yeah, and like you said, this is seeding, but you also need to take the opportunity to use these seeding games as a way to kind of feel out those other squads and figure out the gameplay of those other teams. If you do happen to hot drop and get knocked out early, you don't even get the opportunity to play through the rest of the map. You don't get to see how teams are rotating, and you don't get to potentially take some engagements and kind of see what the decisions are on behalf of everybody else. So there's definitely going to be probably a little bit of contention here and there, depending on where some teams drop that haven't really had enough time to see each other. Like you said, there were a few scrims, but nothing too crazy. I'm excited to see how it goes and the choices that some of these teams make, because a lot of them in West right now are very aggressive.
I mean, I love to see aggressive teams. I think that makes for peak PUBG Mobile experience for viewing. But also, you see these little names under our names, these little @ signs. You got the 7 Worlds Gaming, you got a little tag under that, the 7WG. You got Glitter Explosion as well. You got, well, you don't have mine on there because mine doesn't matter, I guess. But also make sure to follow us over on Twitter, Esports PUBG Mobile. Get all the action, what's going down in the West League, over in the East League as well. And of course, any updates. And also, if you checked out the beginning of the stream, that little feature we saw about Bigatron, about Microboy, talking about this year, talking about last year and what all happened. 8-part documentary coming out, and that's going to be definitely posted there for you guys all to tune in. But as we set our eyes now to our first game, Erangel, this is going to be a tough one. I mean, Loops Esports are going to have a massive target on their back. I almost want to see, them go head-to-head against some big dogs, because for them, I think if you're one of like the best teams, seeding's really not going to matter as much to you as a team that feels maybe a little bit weaker, Seven.
Oh, definitely. And it comes out on how they start off, right? This is seeding. This is in a way just being able to go in and test out each other, seeing how teams are going to be reacting to certain plays, how they're going to adjust as well with the seeding. So we might not see all of the cards in play here during this seeding. But in the later matches, when you're trying to qualify for that super weekend, and then ultimately that final where you're able to get a good chunk of the money, we're going to see some complex tactical plays that I hope. Listen, I love being an analyst because I get to actually learn the game even more. I get to break it down and I get to try to adjust that to my own gameplay. So just looking forward overall to seeing how teams are going to be reacting here.
Hey, I will say from personal experience, watching it and trying to implement it are completely different things, as I've learned across multiple titles in esports. I might know what to do. It doesn't mean I have the mechanical skill to actually pull it off. And Glitter, like, this is going to be some tough games, obviously. Not a lot of games under the belt for a lot of these teams. I'm actually really curious about how the roles are going to play within the team, because you saw in the groups overview, there were 5-player rosters. Now the 5th player can either be an actual player, it could be a coach, it could be someone they need to sub in last second. I think coaches are going to be such a massive factor to learn those drop spots and to obviously provide the info to the team.
Absolutely, because the coach's main job is to just make sure that they are paying attention to that backside, like, analytical thought process that sometimes maybe obviously the players are going to recognize it in the moment because they are the pros and that's kind of what they need to do, but it might not be something that they're necessarily then carrying through thought process-wise through the rest of the game. So coaches are able to really kind of hone in on a lot of small details, tweak them as they go, and be a very beneficial resource for those squads. Also, I mean, talking about rosters just in general, we've seen a ton of teams that either have one person roster changes or multiple people changed from when the last time they played. So how is that going to affect their gameplay moving forward in this weekend as well?
Yeah, you have like Team Queso has been together since Berlin, as you mentioned, Seven. I talked to some teams and they said they've only been playing for like a month because they've really had recent roster changes, some just like a couple weeks because they had to bring in a new player. And the thing is, some teams have that financial support to do like a boot camp. A couple of them out there have been sitting there playing in the same house together for such a long time, really trying to grind things out. This is the pretty much time for them to put up or shut up. And again, luckily it's just gonna be seeding off the bat. But maybe maps, maybe we should kind of look into this a little bit. It's been very consistent from just last year alone for PMCO. Erangel is a heavy favorite, but we did see some teams out there. I'm trying to think of the team in India off the top of my head when we're doing the South Asia regionals, but there was like one team that whenever you went to Vikendi, they had like a 90% chance to win the map. But I feel like you can't be a team like that to focus solely on just one thing.
Oh yeah, and you'll have teams that just kind of take over a certain map and they become in a way masters at that map. We kind of saw that in PMWL Americas. I have seen it at previous events as well. I believe at one point, I think it was Bigatron actually, that one of the Luxy or Suxy, I don't remember quite well who it was, but they said Vikendi is our map. And sure enough, every single time we went to Vikendi, even if they didn't get the win, they would always back it up with kills. So I wouldn't be surprised with that, but with that, you don't want to get too comfortable with just one map because you might end up sitting it out, right? So you want to be paying close attention to every single map here. And going off of what you were saying in regards to players, new additions to teams, it worked out for some teams. Just going off the top of my head on PMWL Americas, for Grunto Esports, adding Sixless, it might have not worked out, but guess what? For Pittsburgh Knights adding Carnage, it ended up working out, and now they're adding Sixless as well. So as I mentioned, when we're breaking down the groups, that's one team that I'm just going to be looking forward to seeing how the team chemistry is going to go ahead and react. Because Sixless is a young player. He might not be able to see certain things. The maturity might not be there, but he has the skill. So I'm looking forward to see how they're going to go ahead and adjust.
I mean, same with Cloud9. Like, they've been generally the same kind of core for a long time now, but bringing in like a heavy hitter to the roster from the old Team Unique, it's interesting to see how they're going to perform here as well on more of a global stage. But we are still waiting for all the teams to get into the lobby. For now, we're going to head over to something we like to call a speed session.
What is your preferred style of playing the game? We're very passive aggressive.
My preferred style is aggressive.
We like to be passive and play safe until the end of the zones, and then we are not afraid to push anyone.
So if we were far from the zone, we start playing from the edge, and at the end of the second zone or third zone, we find a place in the center of the zone.
We like to play passive and then aggressive when we need to.
What is your favorite in-game skin?
Probably the Glacier M4 is really good.
The Glacier?
Well, of course, everyone will say the Glacier.
Dinosaur M4.
My favorite in-game skin would be the Alan Walker set that came out last year.
How many hours per day are you spending playing PUBG Mobile?
At least 4 hours, depending on the practice day. It can range from 4 to 6 hours.
Whenever we have scrims. So, I don't know, like 5.
From 4 to 6 hours.
I'm spending between 3 and 5.
Usually spending about 4 hours on PUBG Mobile a day.
Who do you think will win PMWL West?
That's an easy question. We're going to win.
I don't know.
Footballist, maybe?
I think the favorite team is going to be Footballists because they are very aggressive and they take a lot of fights against every team.
Cloud9's going to win, of course.
Who is the best player in the world at the moment?
Definitely Paraboy from China. He's always performed in every major event, and he's performing in China as well.
That would be Paraboy. That's everyone's answer, obviously.
In my opinion, it's XQF Paraboy.
I think it's Paraboy.
My whole team would probably agree the best player in the world, XQF Paraboy, of course.
What is your favorite food?
Probably pizza.
I really like ceviche.
Like something called in our country chicken mushroom.
Fries and eggs.
I just love a good bowl of cereal.
What's the most annoying thing to happen in-game?
Miscommunication, bad crashes.
You loot up, and then you die. Because you just wasted all your time.
While we're rotating and we lose one of our teammates, unfortunately.
When you disconnect because of Wi-Fi problems and you are in the middle of a match or in the middle of a fight.
The most annoying thing is when you're dropping and you need to find cars to drive to your spot and there's just nothing but trakes.
Which weapon should receive a balance update or change, and why?
Probably the M4 just so everyone can stop using it.
I think the M4, they should add more recoil, because you can just spray.
M7 they should make it more easier to recoil.
I think all of the weapons are balanced.
The M4, definitely recoil needs to be increased a little bit.
What is your favorite movie?
The Dark Knight.
I haven't really watched too many movies.
Fast and Furious, like all the series.
My favorite movie is Avatar.
My favorite movie of all time is The Martian.
What is your favorite activity outside of gaming?
Definitely playing football with friends or just hanging out.
I just play with my console if I'm not playing PUBG.
Swimming, playing football.
I like to do sports.
I definitely just love a good Netflix binge.
See, what really stands out to me in that speed session was J7 and Beowulf. When asked who's going to win the whole thing, they said, we are. The other guys, what's going on? They're like, footballists. Like, come on, guys, you got to have some confidence in yourself. What is that about?
And what threw me off, too, is they said they needed to go ahead and buff the M4. Listen, guys, you guys are pro players. Relax, okay? You got them casual players. You got that potato aim. Don't buff don't mess up the recoil for my M4. That's the only one I can actually hit some shots with. Leave it alone.
Yeah, Seven's panicking that they're going to take away the only gun he can shoot with right now.
Don't worry, Seven. You have a direct line to Tencent. You can make that be all right for you. And then also talk about like the movies, like HH24 from Temple Storm. What's going on, man? You need to watch some movies. There's some classics out there. Come on. Okay, so Seven, what's your favorite movie?
Oh, you're really gonna do this to me.
I'm really gonna do it to you.
Really gonna do this.
I'll do me first if you want.
I'll switch it to you. I'll switch it to you. Interstellar or Inception? We asked Kalaris this.
All right.
Our friendship depends on it, Jason.
Oh, you're asking me which one I like better. Interstellar,
yes,
100%.
Which one do you like better?
So the idea of space amazes me. Like the whole movie, it gave me chills. The water world, I'm definitely afraid of water, so it scared me out. Glitter, your favorite movie?
Can I pick a series?
Yep, sure.
Because I may or may not
Please don't
choose
say Twilight.
Harry Potter.
Okay, all right, that's understandable. For me, Harry Potter's good. Harry Potter was great. I remember going to the midnight releases. For me, Power Ranger, or the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Now, I might be showing my age a little bit here.
Old school ones?
Old school one, of course, with the Ooze, Mr. Ooze. Come on, guys. You got to step up on this one. So we, exactly. I was I think it was the Black Power Ranger when I was younger. I don't know why. I wanted to be the red one or the white one, but my brother took that one. But anyways, looking towards the game now, obviously try to focus back into this. We are still waiting for a couple players to get some things sorted out. I really want to know how much teams are going to keep things in reserve. Because this is just seeding. We said it many times. We have the league play coming up. And again, top 16 teams move into Super Week. And that's the only chance you can accumulate points that will get you into the actual finals. I think right now is the perfect time to hold some things back. But I also wonder, will teams do that considering having a good start in the tournament could be the motivation, the morale boost you need going into the actual league play 7?
I think for this, a lot of teams might take it as seeding doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, they're just going to be placed in a group and they're going to have to play all the groups at one point either way. So they're probably just going to take it as in a way as just find out what some of the teams are doing. That's why, as you mentioned, some of this stuff, some of the main tactics that some of the teams do might just be put in reserve. They're not going to go in and showcase all their cards there, especially for seeding. We might start seeing that more whenever they are trying to qualify for that Super Weekend.
And the thing is, I also want to look towards maybe, so we're gonna have a lot of players who don't necessarily play, professionally or don't play like scrims and stuff like that. What's some like general strategies you can give out to people, Seven, that can use in their own gameplay?
Listen, if you are brand new to PUBG Mobile, do what I do. Lay down and crawl the whole map. Nah, just kidding. Don't actually do that.
I thought you were gonna say play with someone to carry you. That's what I would do.
Survive, all right? Survive. Play the outer circle. Play that outer circle. If you're not comfortable with it, don't take on fights yet. But if you want to actually getting better at the game, I would say hot drop every single time. Get comfortable to that. Get comfortable to get into fights and getting comfortable from hearing just gunshots all around you.
All right, well, Seven and Glitter, thank you very much for your input at the start of the show. We'll check in with you guys after the first game is done and dusted. But it's also time, I want to see if I see in rehearsals, he was like, backing away, he was doing the Egyptian walk. Let's bring in our commentators though, Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. And I can tell you right now, I know you're both in the US right now. I think we got Florida, we got Texas, I'm over here in Poland, but I can feel the energy from you two. Hot Jukes, how does it feel to be here, man?
Man, I'm just honestly just so humbled and honored to be here. Just not too long ago, I feel like I just downloaded PUBG Mobile for the first time. Since then, I've been able to travel all over the world, and now I'm in a virtual world with you and my man Mustache Dave, about to find out who's gonna be the best in the West. I'm hyped up, I'm ready. Let's get into it.
I can't wait to see it when you guys get in the game. But Dave, I haven't seen you in like 7 months, man. How you been? You're looking fantastic. I love the shirt.
Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, you're the one who picked it out. You already forgot, man, that one day we went on our shopping spree. You got it for me. I'm trying to impress you here. But I'm looking forward to it, just like Hot Juke said. I mean, game number 1, it is about to go down.
All right, well, gentlemen, why don't you take us away, take us into our first game of the day of the opening weekend. Let's kick things off for the PMWL.
All right.
Let's go.
Match 1, we got about 10 games all together for the seeding. You got 5 today, 5 tomorrow. As they mentioned on the desk, one group will sit out every game for today, Hot Jukes. And starting out the day, our flight plan looking pretty decent.
Look at this, really good old-fashioned playing path right here. All these teams are going to know it from back to front. And just to kind of state for everybody that's just watching and tuning in for the first time right here, this is the map that every single one of these teams are going to know like the back of their hands. And I think that it's really important to find out, to kind of state your dominance, right here, right now. Say, hey, this is the spots where we want to be. And yeah, I think that's going to be huge going forward. But it looks like, we may have a remake going on right here. My apologies for that, as I just hear that into my ear. But we should be getting started here soon.
Remakes. It happens. It happens. It happens. So yeah, we're going to send it back, get it going. And I guess, we can get back to some movie discussions, cooking discussion. Maybe get the exact date on when you downloaded PUBG Mobile. I mean, you said the other day. Was it really the other day? I mean, I don't think so. You've been a day one. You've been downloading it since day one. So
that's true. It's kind of funny. I thought I heard the the remix, but it's the remake, unfortunately. But yeah, I've been playing this game from day one, and I'm telling you guys right now, for anybody that's actually watching, if you haven't downloaded it already, download it, get started, because anybody can play, and registration closes this Sunday for the PMCO. Just get a team together, get some friends. You never know what can happen. And not to mention, even if you don't qualify, just the experience to be able to play against this different level of players, it's like playing a totally different game. So get into it, get on it, because man, it's just too much fun to even talk about.
What are you trying to say? You're finally going to accept my invite to join the squad, or what?
Well, you see, the thing is about that, I clicked the accept button multiple times, but for some reason, it just didn't throw you in the team. I don't know why, man. I'm going to have to go ahead and talk to the back end and figure out what's going on with that right there.
Put me on the bench, coach. Put me on the bench. I mean, I could be the mustache mascot. Let's just be real over here. I can give you guys the power. So yeah, that is going to close in a couple days, and on the desk they're saying something like 60,000 teams. I mean,
Same.
My goodness, that is a large number of players, trying to get their hands on this cash money.
And I say, why not? Why not? It's a free app that you can download, a game you can play. And I mean, it's so be interesting, because like I said, when you get to play at this kind of high level, it's just like I said, a totally different game. And you're going to be able to kind of see here, as well as go check out some of these different players, Twitch streams, all these other places, because you're going to be able to kind of learn and be able to elevate your play style overall. But that's what I'm talking about.
And talking about checking out the players, we got a ton of players here coming into the matches, and the desk, talking about the seeding process just a little bit. Honestly, today I think it's going to be a kerfuffle of just, all out mayhem on, who's dropping where, the early to mid game rotations. But I do believe so tomorrow. All right, this is my opinion. Tomorrow, teams could really, strategize on which groups they might want to be in, when it comes to the seeding, because it's the snake seeding process. It's clear cut. You know what it is. I mean, it's in the rule book. So, I mean, for example, what I'm trying to get at, say, for example, Loops, they're, in first place. And when it comes to the seeding process, say you want to be in their group, you know exactly where you need to place at the end of tomorrow in order to be in the group, or for some teams to avoid being in that group. So there's definitely a lot of things that could happen with this whole seeding opening weekend, at least in my opinion, Hot Jukes. I don't know about you.
No, I think that is something to definitely mention. And more importantly, at least in my opinion, I think the biggest thing that people and all these teams right now are worried about is kind of just stating their dominance. Because right now, this is pretty much the first time that these teams get to play each other at this level. We have only seen them play a handful of games in the scrims in the past. So right here, for those of you guys that are just kind of like tuning into like professional PUBG Mobile, a lot of these different squads have certain places that they love to drop to and loot right at the beginning. Well, now that they're facing the best of the best from different regions, there's going to be some other teams kind of fighting for that location. So I think right now it's really huge for these squads to just state their dominance, say, this is where we go. Leave us alone. You go somewhere else right now. So being able to kind of get those huge kills and entry facts right off the bat, right here at the start, I think is going to set a huge pace and tone for the rest of the PMWL West.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So just an update. We're waiting on one more player to join the lobby, and we'll get this show on the road. I know the chat is just spamming right now. Start the game. Trust me.
You know what? I pressed the start the game button. Trust me, if there's a button that was right there and it started, I would be slapping on it right now. But you know what? No big deal. We'll get it. It'll get started as soon as it possibly can, guys. I mean, the back end team here at PUBG Mobile, they do everything they can possible to make sure that this is completely fair. Everything is as good as it possibly can be because there's so much money on the line right here. So, guys, this is just be a little patient. Be a little patient right here. Just let the hype set up. Get the popcorn ready. Make sure you got your drinks all set to go because I anticipate some major action coming up here soon.
Easy, son. So you brought it up. Talking about the scrims, as far as my knowledge, that's the only games, at least in recent history, where all these teams got to play in the same lobby. And, you and me, we had the opportunity to, check it out, cast it the other week. It was the Knights. I believe they had 2 chicken dinners. Football is super aggressive. They were just taking every single fight. And then Cloud9, able to get that 3rd place spot. And what, kind of stuck out to me, at least, had to have been the Knights, because that was the first time that we got to see Sixless kind of, shine with Carnage, with Raven on the team. So I don't know. I mean, it's been a week since then. Will that squad in particular be able to continue their reign of dominance, or was it just like a one-off and it was just scrims?
I think you make a great point right there, because a lot of people who haven't really heard about this kind of change, Pittsburgh Knights is a team that just kind of had 2 huge substitutions just recently, so this is a squad that's kind of playing brand new, and I think that synergy is just so huge going into a tournament like this. So for them to kind of start this off and be able to do well in the scrims, I think that's a huge statement maker. But now we're in the big leagues, baby. We're this money time right here. And honestly, I think this is one factor that a lot of teams and players don't really consider. It's that clutch factor. When you start playing on the line with the nerves of so many people watching, them hands start to shake a little bit, baby. So I'm interested to see, which teams got that ice water in their veins and able to put out some big chicken dinners here in day number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you when it comes to the clutch factor. All right, the teams, all the teams in general, they gotta have it. But on the flip end, you gotta have the communication factor. All right, I'm gonna let that one, sit in for just a moment. That's my fear. A lot of these teams making these last-minute changes. You mentioned synergy. Is that synergy going to be there? I mean, this is the West League. This is the top of the top. Like all that pressure is coming down to right now, to today, to tomorrow, and for the rest of the month. Is the communication going to be there? Because at the end of the day, it's a team game. You have to be able to talk to one another, in a civilized way. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping that a lot of these teams are prepared. They have the time, the tools, and hey, it's coming down to it here soon, baby.
Let's get to it. Let's get into it. It's so interesting that you say that, because, when you kind of step back and you really look at it from an outside kind of like looking in, you got to see these squads. The one factor that's most important, I think, of all is it's the clout factor. You gotta have that big clout. And we've seen some substitutions. We've seen some changes made here quick, and I think that's only gonna allow that clout to rise from all of these squads right here. So when you have that much clout on the line, I think that kind of like it's almost like a rush of energy into these players right here. So I think that they're going to be able to transcend their performances of all just due to that alone.
The truth is out. The truth is out. You just pretty much told me without telling me why I didn't get the invite to the squad.
You're the entry fragger. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't have enough clout.
You're the first one in, dude. That's what I tell you, dude. You got the most clout out of all of us, Dave. Come on now.
So a little update, start the game. It seems like we had about 100 people spam it, and that was the number. That is what we were waiting for. It looks like the lobby is getting set back up. All the players are in it, just currently waiting to board that plane here, Hot Jukes.
Let's go. The start the game button has been pressed. Hopefully this is going to be the one that we go ahead and get started right here. I'm excited. Game number 1, baby. And I wonder, Dave, which teams are you going to be looking at going in here, starting off?
Well, it depends. I didn't really catch which group is going to be sitting out, but as a whole, for today, Group B is sitting out. So as a whole, I got a lot of feedback, at least from the scrims. A lot of people DMing me from Europe and talking about the European regionals. Konina Power, they said to keep an eye out for that team in particular. My fear is, though, looking back at the numbers, looking back at the stats, something that really stands out to me is a lot of these teams, they qualified to get here in only 8 to 12 games. So that has me really concerned, right? I mean, not anyone, but obviously if you're skilled enough, you can have a great couple games within those 8 games, get a chicken dinner or 2. How will that play a factor here? Because now it's the long game. We have so many more games than just those 8 games, and you really got to be there at the top at the end of the day.
And speaking of at the top, these are the best teams in the West. We're talking about from the Americas, North America, South America, Middle East, North Africa, CIS, EU, all over the place right here. And I think that the main factor is at this stage, there's no easy teams. These are all the best of the best. You can't just push up on one random team thinking that, this is a squad that we can handle. Every single one of these squads are going to be playing at the top of their game. So I'm really interested to see how that factors in and how it's going to kind of disrupt disrupt all these different squads going into game number 1. But it looks like we're on the plane. The squads, the players are ready. Let's get into it. Game number 1 of the PMWL West Season 0. Let's go.
Let's go. You're talking about it. You want to see it. Well, this is game number 1. We're finally going to be able to get to see it. The plane path starting down there in the south, going to be ending all the way up there in the west in Zarki.
Well, it's kind of like the same plane path that we saw, that before the remake was done, just kind of like from the opposite end right here. So it's going to be really interesting to see which squads decide to go military base. We know before, something that we've seen them do in the past right here. And it looks like they're sticking to the plan right here. I wonder which team's going to drop Zarki. Why not? It's at the end. You gotta assume that it's free for sure.
It's open. So B4, they're going to be heading towards their tried and true location. The thing that, really catches me, at least the fear factor, and hopefully they got the clutch factor, Footballists. They are in that general area. And we mentioned very lightly, scrims, Footballists were extremely aggressive. I mean, they got the loot, they saw a team, and they insta-push that squad. So hopefully in the sake of B4 being so close to them, they'll be able to defend themselves here.
You know what? I mean, it's crazy. For those of you guys that didn't get a chance to really catch that, during the scrims, Footballists' first game got 25 kills, the most we've seen in any match from the America scrims to the Pro League. So, I mean, this is a team that I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on, and we already have the first circle, and it is in Footballists' favor right here. So that's going to be really interesting to see. But, oh, look at this, Dave. Tempo Storm, SWAT 69, going at it here in Pachinki. First knock already down. Rain being able to catch one player right off the bat.
Rain with that AKM, going to be going for that spray, the iron sight. SWAT 69 trying to stake their claim right now. BRT already going to be bleeding on out. Meanwhile, the squad mates kind of all just within their own little compounds, camping it out, waiting for the push from Tempo. But it looks like Rain and both Tensa working together as a unit. Going to be clearing out each and every single room in this area.
This is huge for Tempo Storm, getting 2 knocks like that right off the bat. And remember, Pachinki is the place that they love to be at right here. So for them to be able to kind of shut down SWAT 69 really quickly off the bat is going to be big for the squad.
Yeah, and this will definitely have not only SWAT 69, but any other team possibly thinking about dropping in Pachinki. If Tempo, if they can get the dub here and wipe them out, other teams, you got to bet they are not going to want to do the same exact thing. I mean, they can learn from the mistakes of others. And looking right on over here, looks like one of the members from SWAT 69 will be spotting out one from Tempo, taking a couple shots, going to be missing it. But Tensa on top of this roof right now. Talk about information right now, Jukes. I mean, oh my goodness.
Trying to find some angles right now. We saw BRT get knocked by that pump shotgun, but it looks like they were able to get him up. But Tensa from that roof, like you mentioned earlier, finds Buff and is able to get the thirst as well. So now here comes the 4v2. Tempo versus SWAT 69.
King looking to do a little pre-firing over there. The last remaining member, Rain with that Uzi, lock and loaded. King already going to be taking some shots, trying to get upstairs, trying to get that revive. Rain might be waiting a little bit for some backup, and here comes that backup. You got 3 members of Tempo walking up the stairs, and kaboom, right there. Tensa with the pump to the face. SWAT 69, the first team, done and dusted, sent back to lobby to think about Pachinki.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about right there. Pachinki, it's just one of those central areas. For those of you guys that have just kind of like started watching professional PUBG Mobile play or PUBG in general, those teams that land central, Pachinki being one of the most central locations in the map, it's really, really huge. Rotationally, it's a big advantage. So that's why you're going to see Tempo land there most often, but be able to kind of shut them down and say, hey, this is our spot right off the bat. It's going to be huge for that squad.
Talk about huge. Pro Lord right now from Team Umbra. Gonna be tossing out a grenade over there, going fishing. We'll be connecting it onto AZ. AZ looking to do the same exact thing, but their angles are going to be exposed. And this
not anymore.
Nova.
Not after those shots.
Signed over here, or picked up X-Quest from the Americas region. So they're looking to make some statements here in game number 1.
Oh yeah, they are. They are now on a new squad. You saw Pro Lord right there from Team Umbra using that door to get on the roof. That's going to be a really good angle for him right here. If he's able to catch one of their squad mates, I don't think they're going to really expect that. But I think Sheepman saw it.
Okay, going to be taking some damage out of Pro Lord. And That damage will allow HZL to get the wraparound, but HZL getting a little tunnel vision right now, will be connected on themselves. But Vindex trying to get the thirst onto Easy. Talking about Easy, AZ will be getting an easy flush right there, and hopefully the reset onto HZL, but Vindex trying to make the push up. One thing to note, Team Umbra, I have not noticed any armor or any helmets
Big
on
nades.
these players. So, I mean, extremely low with the utility. Huge grenade from AZ right there on the Vindex. And, man, things are falling apart right now for Umbra.
Looks like Vindex and had the same idea as AZ, but AZ able to kind of pull that nade just that quarter of a second faster. Gets a huge knock right here, and that's it.
You're done.
Done. Wow, big wipe for Nova Esports right here to start off day number 1 of the PMWL West.
Yeah. And, you know, kind of the same story. You know, a lot of these teams are going to be dropping near one another, trying to stake their claim and make sure people know not to push up on them. And this was the fight. You know, we saw it. We mentioned it right from the drop over here. B4 versus Footballless. It's starting to square off.
Here they go. I think Footballless is a kind of a really good position here in this space. B4, they're kind of stuck right now in that one particular kind of garage building, and it's not really good as far as to be able to catch angles. Oh, but Levi does have a buggy. It looks like they're going to try to just take off from this one.
Uh-oh, you got Levi driving on away. Looks like Maxon is connected on. Mixer trying to get the revive, but Solke, definitely one of the players to highlight over here from Footballless. A lot of people, a lot of fans in the chat right now are getting extremely excited. Solke gonna be pushing on up the hill with the DP. Will be getting the flush onto Maxon, hitting that prone. Mixera was able to get revived, but extremely low. Solke looking to get another one in the books for Footballless. Gonna be tossing out a molly right there. This could be good for Mixera to allow the heals to come on off. And Levi all the way back there playing that anchor position. It's gonna be connected on to Solke. Oh, that was a nice trade right there, Hot Juice.
Wow, Mixera and Levi are really working well together right now. Just kind of utilizing that kind of backup position. Lutz is going to try to get this pickup, but I wonder if Mixera is going to push this or decide to kind of get back with his team.
He's pushing.
He's holding it down.
He's thinking about it, but look at Loveson all the way back there on the high ground. Definitely going to be overlooking all this.
That's dangerous.
And I do believe that's why Mixera can't push on over this little hill right here, but definitely thinking about it. Levi all the way back in the tail end, trying to take some shots on the Loveson all the way out there in the distance. Gonna be popping up on top of their perch in this rock, exchanging some gunshots. But Mixera, extremely challenging position right now for them.
Gotta give it to Levi right there. I mean, look at that. With the M4 holographic sight and able to hit some huge shots. That just goes to show you how well these players, how good they really are when it comes to like just frag ability and gun skill. These guys can hit some major shots from downtown.
Yeah, so just a reminder, B4, they have a couple kills. They did run into a team early on. I believe it was KHK. So I saw Pedro with at least 3 kills to their name. But it does look like B4 only have 2 up. So it is going to be a 2v3 right now. Looks like Lutz going to be tossing out some smokes, trying to block the sightlines. But this could actually help out Mixera to get the push. And as I say that, Lutz saying, no, you are not getting away. You're going to be tagging not 1, but 2 with the Scar. And B4, they have been wiped on out from their Novo drop. I mean, they're gonna have some tough decisions moving forward when it comes to Erangel.
Without a doubt. Kind of a really tough one right there. Footballless is a team that we know for a fact can frag out for sure, and that's exactly what they did. It was a tough fight. B4 is a major squad. I believe they ended up in the top 3 in the PMPL right here. So yeah, for Footballless to get that kill right off the bat, it's going to be big. But look at this. We see a zone rotation. Footballless were able to get the kill onto B4, but now they going to have a big task on their hand trying to rotate into this next circle.
They got a big task, but they are going to be right there on the tip in the south. So they have a couple moments to kind of, catch their breath, recalculate exactly what the game plan might be. And, while that fight was happening, I saw in the kill feed, Yala, they actually lost 2 members to the side of Pittsburgh Knights over here. And it looks like Pittsburgh Knights, satisfied with their 2 points on the Yala, are going to be going for a rotate into a more centralized position.
Yeah, already 3 teams out here starting off game number 1, right? So, I mean, we're seeing people get into the action right off the bat. And you know, knocking out a squad this early is going to be really huge for you for the rest of the game, because not only is it going to add 4 points to your total score, but it's also going to give you a ton of loot as well. So that's going to be really, really huge. We start to see these different teams start to rotate into this next circle. You can see the round kill leaders, Tensa already holding 3 kills, Pedro Dog as well, Carnage with 2 as well. So I mean, man, these squads are getting into it.
Yeah, if you're HH24 on the squad of Tensa, you're already kind of like, slow down, my man, because they have a little rivalry going back and forth on who exactly can frag out the most. But that's going to be Tempo Storm. That was from that early Pachinki fight that we got to witness onto SWAT 69. Talking about witnessing some things, looks like Loop's going to be parking all their vehicles here at the Wizard Tower, you know, taking inventory, making sure these tires are going to be good to go on into this next zone. And they're going to be fairly centralized. There is going to be a team, wild card, just east of prison, possibly overlooking that Wizzy T.
Oh yeah, they got that prison hill right there. It's going to be tough to see that Wizard Tower from their spot right now. But one thing you really notice that these high-level squads do is look at the way they park their vehicles. They always try to protect it, especially this early on right here, because if that zone rotates, they're going to need those cars to be able to get into the next zone.
I mean, one vehicle could be, you know, saving grace. That could be the 100%. Difference between a second or first place. That hard cover, it comes into such the clutch factor, they like to put it, especially in that late game. So Loops, they're going to have a decent position. They're happy for the time being, just doing a little bit of scouting and making sure nobody gets the one up on them and pushes. Now, we do have football lists. They're going to be pushing on across that bridge. Looks like it's going to be free and clear. So we had a lot of early fights. But look at this. Looks like Nova and both Tempo clashing right now.
Yes, they are. EZ right now is kind of holding it down. Tensa as well, getting in the buggy, decided to go, you know what? All right, I got the information. I know where you guys at. I'm going to get back to my team right here and get ready for the next circle.
Yala losing 2 early on, not deciding to move a muscle. I don't know. I mean, having 2 up, you're going to definitely have to think about taking your fights here. You can't just shoot at anything, especially if it is going to be a squad of 4, squad of 3. Football is going to be currently pulling on up into this gas station area.
Big break for them.
They might be playing the edge here. I mean, they already got 4 kills. You know, they're already feeling good about themselves. Now they're looking for that chicken dinner.
Oh, yeah, this they are. But for them to be able to kind of cross that bridge and get into zone pretty much scot-free is going to be huge for them. But we could see Anasa's just kind of waiting on that squad. And look at this. Great play from Footballists as they have one of their members scouting out right now just to make sure to see if it's clear. The next zone has already popped, and all of these squads have to head north right now.
Heading north, that seems to be the game plan over here. Talk about teams heading north. You got frag machines all the way near Mansion, free and clear. They have a nice little buffer on around them. 0 from Yala, you know, contemplating on whether or not they should take some shots. Gonna be doing some scouting, getting a lot of information. They might opt to just kind of, you know, slowly creep on in behind Footballists. Kind of use Footballists as, say, a bodyguard. And talking about bodyguards, Raven out there in the fields, going to be getting dropped by one of the members from Unique. Wow,
that's going to be big... 2 out. That's going to be 2 out already. Yeah, we saw the kill feed right there. Carnage was taken out by Team Unique as well, so that's going to be really unfortunate for Pittsburgh Knights, losing 2 major players early on. And we can see in the kill feed as well, Nova getting into it with good old-fashioned. It looks like they were able to get a knock. That's going to be pretty huge for them going into this next fight right here. Man, it's pretty much anyone's game right now.
Yeah, I mean, all points matter. All points matter for sure. Frag Machines up here in the north, like we mentioned. It was on Tempo. Oh, it Tempo.
Was on Tempo. Yeah, Tempo already lost 3 members. It's just Tensa up by himself already.
Wow. Okay. Hey, hopefully Tensa has those snaking skills, those surviving skills in their pocket, because it is going to be needed. We still have 13 teams remaining, a total of 39 players in circle number 3. Frag Machines out here on the edge, just playing passive, which is, you know, totally fine. No kills so far, but they have the gear. They got the loot, and now they're looking for some information. They're probably hoping for this next circle to favor them as well. Let's be real.
Oh, I mean, honestly, survival is what it's all about. That's what this game is about in general. You know, first place gets you 20 points on the board. Third place gives you 10. So just the difference alone, you have to get 10 kills just to catch up to those amount of points. And that's not easy to do in this kind of lobby right here. Not to mention, try to get that MVP award. You know, to get that MVP award, it's your total survival time, as well as how much damage you've done and kills. They multiply that across the board. They got a little formula going for there, and that's some big money on the line as well. So you know all these different players are trying to perform their absolute best right now.
You're the formula guy. You're the guy who tallies that number, actually. You're the one who came up with the formula, if you didn't know. Hot Jukes, the mathematician out here. Talking about this real quick, let me get your take, Hot Jukes. AZ, extremely pushed from their squad, who isn't in that hard cover back there. Interesting position.
Definitely. I think he's just trying to get intel for his team right now. But anytime you hold the off angle, you got to be really, really careful. It looks like we do have a new zone, and it's going to be a prison zone. These guys are going to fight it in the jail cells right now. Loops and Wildcard are set up really pretty for this one, especially, I think, Loops and actually both these teams, I think, are going to have a really good position since they're on top of the hill. They're going to see all the rest of these teams rotating in right now, so they're going to have a huge advantage going into this next zone.
Tell us the truth. If you were the IGL in this game, do you send it on into prison?
Oh, I mean, that's going to be tough. That's going to be a tough one right there. I mean, it just depends on how good I'm feeling. If I just want to full send it right here, but speaking of full send, Tensa's in a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah, the solo player right now for Tempo on that second story, tossing these grenades back and forth. Easy, actually going to be connected on Tensa, going to be popping out, bolting out that window. Unloading a magazine, trying to connect on.
Oh my goodness!
There's AZ, and there's the triple from Tensa. 5 kills so far. Make sure to get those flushes. And this is what we were talking about just moments ago. Nova with their interesting positions when it comes to being somewhat separated. Now it's just Shifan out there.
Oh my goodness, this is what I'm talking about. This is the highest level of PUBG Mobile. You can't even push up on one single player and make a mistake. Otherwise, just like that, 3 members are gone from your team. Huge play for Tempo Storm Tensa.
Yeah, talking about their clips, talking about the clout, and talking about their clutch. That's it. That's it right there.
Oh man, I can only wish I could hear the comms.
Oh no!
The US!
Extremely risky push right there from Shifan, knowing that Tensa is going to be up here in the Wizard Tower. I guess all the odds are stacked against him.
He's sending it into prison.
About who's sending it on into prison. Looks like Shifan, the solo member, landing that bike right there. Perfect. And now just going to camp it out. I mean, look at this. This is huge. Right in the middle.
What a play right there from Shifan, and I think he kind of lucked out with, Tensa that UAS parked, blocking all those bullets for him right there. Man, these guys can really, really shoot, but Shifan sent it dead center, and just so happens that nobody is in there, so he's going to be in a really good position to kind of snake it out and get as much points as he can for his squad.
Not only that, you kind of got Wildcard on the high ground overlooking prison, so kind of, keeping you safe for the time being. And talking about teams trying to remain safe. Yala, they are having such a challenging game. Number 1. Looks like they're going to be right there on the edge in Lumbermill, trying to survive. And hey, Frag Machines, Team Unique. I mean, everybody's trying to get a piece of them.
Oh yeah, they're trying to make as many plays as they can while staying into zone. Frag Machine, we're able to get a good couple knocks with a good little rotate right here. Team Unique's in trouble.
Looks like Frag Machine looking to get ultra aggressive over here, getting one of the knocks onto Team Unique, trying to get the triple. We're going to be tossing a mini red zone right now. Only one more player alive in between the burning vehicles for Team Unique, and here comes the wraparound. Frag Machines making sure to get as many points as possible. Going to be going for that pre-fire spray through the smokes over here. I would like to see another member from Frag Machines kind of help and assist with this. I mean, look at the loot goblin right now.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they're doing right now. Hamidi has the intel. He's just to kind of sit and wait for the rest of his squad. Really smart. Doesn't want to take the risk of getting knocked early. And it looks like they are going to full send this. But man, Frag Machine living true to their name, taking out Team Unique on early.
In the smokes right now. Outplay just trying to go for the spray. I cannot believe this is a 3v1.
Oh, the nade!
The nade. Taking out themselves. Oh, hey, talk about the 9 points. Respect.
That's it. They say, if anyone's going to take myself out, it's going to be me right there. So, yeah, denying the 1 point. Really, really interesting play right there. But, man, Frag Machines really aggressive, able to get a couple of knocks, quick rotation right there, and that just shows the level of synergy and communication that this team has. Really, really big play for them, especially to start off game number 1.
Love to see it. You love to see teams being confident in themselves, and Talking about teams, you know, showing their confidence, this is one team that did extremely well when it comes to the scrims that we had just before us last week. Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters going to be out here. They got 4 vehicles. They got 4 alive. We saw them trying to third-party that fight between C9 and Loops just moments ago. Looks like Loops are still going to be alive, but very hurt. And our team, Frag Machines, I mean, they are just in the heat of the action right now. We see the Knights out there in the distance, but Acer from Wildcard has something to say for the Dream Eaters, and you know what that is? See you later, kid.
That's it. You know, Dream Eaters tried to make the rotation on right there, but Wildcard, they've been sitting there all game long waiting for someone to come up on them. Really tough break for Dream Eaters in that situation, but Wildcard, man, with a quick wipe, really huge for them.
Quick wipe. That's the name of the game. That's the name of the game. Nice and moist, you know. Look at this. Loops Becker. I believe this is the last remaining member from Loops. Yes. So Cloud9, we saw in kill feed maybe 2 minutes ago, you know, just ripped them apart. And these two teams really familiar with one another. Talking about teams being familiar, not so familiar. You got 6 from the Knights in the kill feed connecting onto one of the members from Frag Machines.
But they did get the comeback knock and finish right now. So it's only J7 left for Pittsburgh Knights. Frag Machine, a team from Iraq right here, doing really well right out the start at this game. Big nade
to Acer. Okay, chunking them down just a little bit. That's going to force Wildcard, you know, kind of pump the brakes just a little bit, reset, and heal on up.
Oh yeah, gonna have to slow it down big time right now. We got Cloud9 on top of the hill with Becker just laying down, trying to snake as much points for his team as possible. But right now, it's all Frag Machine versus Wildcard. Some big nades getting thrown out right here. This first knock's gonna be huge.
Got big grenades. Not only that, you got to kind of take into consideration J7 from the Knights back there might be able to play spoiler onto Frag Machines. They need to be aware of that, but the next zone did just pop.
Oh yeah, and it is in the favor of both Cloud9, Tempo, and Footballist right here. So tough break for J7, and he does get finished right there. So that's Pittsburgh Knights eliminated in the 12th position.
Yep, and our team going strong still. Footballist down there in the south.
Frag Machine.
4 kills, yeah, 4 kills on the Frag Machines. I mean, they saw the zone pop. They immediately got into their vehicles, repositioned, trying to get the upper hand over here. Looks like Wildcard going to be pushing on up to Private Rock. It looks like it's gonna be in this zone. Extremely good cover in my opinion.
Oh yeah, great rotation for Wildcard. You know, zone over everything. That's definitely a position that I believe in right here. So they're gonna have a whole bunch of cover going into this next zone.
Becker just surprised Bayo. Oh, that could be huge. That could be huge. Becker is going to be connected on it. You know, Wildcard, they do have 4 up. This could be their moment to push. They might be just, you know, taking their time. They have a good position, like you said. We see them popping out, taking them shots on the Footballist. This is crazy. We got 6 teams remaining here in game number 1.
We're getting into it right now. You know, that surprise from Becker kind of stifled Cloud9 there for a good quick second, but, you know, uneven, able to get that finish right there, taking out Loops in the process. So right now, Cloud9 need to get this res, need to kind of get all healed up because there's going to be some pandemonium coming up here the next few seconds.
Yeah, one thing to note, She-Fan from Nova, still alive. This solo player right there, just enjoying life, hearing these grenades, hearing these gunshots just shoot on off everywhere. So Frag Machines on the edge right now. They are also going to be looking at this engage right now between C9 and Wildcard.
Anyone's game right now. Sam trying to throw a big nade real close to put some big damage onto Adder right there. It looks like they are going to get the heal right back up, but it's just kind of a waiting game right now to see where this next gun's going to go.
Exactly, and waiting game it is for She-Fan. They're probably going to be stuck down there in prison. Hopefully they have meds. They are going to be right there on the edge of this next zone, so it all comes down to that med game for Nova. Over here, though, Frag Machines, talking about the edge, they're going to be getting lit up right now by both, not just one, but both Wildcard and Cloud9.
I think both Wildcard, Cloud9, and Frag Machine right now. So Footballists, they are in a tough spot. It seems it's all for 1 point. Oh, there he is.
It's a huge fight. Tenta, 5 kills so far this game. Solke, one of the top gunners from the Europe region that a lot of people told me about, so we'll have to pay attention. That's pretty much 3 Footballists versus Tenta. We see right there, we'll be spotting out Tenta, taking them down and out. The next zone does pop just a little further south than Beowulf with that DP.
Oh yeah, Tensa going out right there. He ended up securing 6 whole kills for his squad. Really big. Acer gets the knock on to uneven right now. But man, it's going to be tough to push this one, especially considering where the zone is and all the other teams are.
Exactly, and with that knock, it looks like Wildcard, they're trying to, push up, trying to get a little more aggressive, but as they were doing that, they were getting third party, so they need to hurry up and get on over this rock. And Slicky, the trade's going back and forth at her. Beowulf both going to be bleeding on out. It's up to Pyra. Pyra trying to slip back on into the cover, but Acer, 6 kills so far. Cloud9 eliminated. 4 teams remaining. Now Spring needs to hurry up. Acer needs to hurry up, reset, and get these revives because you got frag machines hot on the case.
What a fantastic nade coming from Acer right there to be able to open up that fight. Gets a knock and finish. And then they just full sent it onto Cloud9 and took them out. But here we go. Football is, able to get a good old-fashioned crate drop right here. That's going to be some big level 3 armor going into the end of this fight.
I'm getting a little worried. Wildcard, they have a little dip, but they look to me to be just pinned down by both Frag Machines and Footballists. Best case scenario, Frag Machines and Footballists, they get into an engagement themselves, and then maybe Wildcard make the push, but there's not a lot of cover here in this next zone. There's a bunch of little tiny skinny trees. I mean, talking about snaking it to make it, that's what Spring's doing right now.
Oh yeah, and speaking of snake it to make it, we saw a good old-fashioned Shifan able to secure 4th place for his team right there, and some big nades from Wildcard. That's Frag Machines out of this one. So right now it's Footballist versus Wildcard to see who's going to take game number 1.
9 kills onto Footballist, 10 kills onto Wildcard. 4v3. Spring are already crawling their way. The army crawl, trying to get that off angle, trying to surprise attack pretty much. And here we go. We'll be connecting onto Lutz. There goes one. That is going to open this up to a 4v3. Get the confirmed Acer. 7 kills so far. Solke in the back line, just anticipating the push from Wildcard.
Oh yeah, right now, Footballist is in a world of hurt right now. Wildcard are just dominating right now.
Another one.
That's it. One more left.
One more. Solke versus the world. So okay, getting one, but not the flush. And Wildcard, I mean, talking about getting the chicken dinner points, talking about getting the kill points, hot jukes. I mean, Acer, 8 kills alone. Actually insane.
Are you kidding me? Look at that performance coming from the squad. 13 kills in total coming from Wildcard. What a statement to make here, especially for game number 1 of the PMW West right here. This is what I'm talking about. The best in the West going at it right here. It was down to the wire, and Wildcard was able to get it done.
What I have to say on this one was ridiculous, by the way, guys, because no one of you, and I know I didn't get to get predictions in before we started things off, but none of you were going to say Wildcard, and they pulled through big. We have to talk about that off the bat, Jukes.
Oh man, I mean, what a game to be able to see them get into it right here. We saw so many squads. I think that the zone position that they had, I think they got some good circles towards them. At the end of the day, though, especially at this level, you got to hit some big shots. And Wildcard proved right now in game number 1 that they could hit those. So what a good, solid performance for Wildcard.
I mean, Dave, we saw so many people pulling off big frags, big numbers as well. Like Tensa was a player we were eyeing for the majority of the time after his initial battle. Were you expecting these kill leaders to come off the bat? I mean, he was a beast.
Yeah, I mean, Tensa, the 1v3, I think like 5 kills in game number 1 alone, that is going to be a confidence booster. But Jason, I just want you to know, I said Wildcard's taking game 1, man. I said it, man.
Okay, well,
I tweeted it out.
You might have said it. I have to go back and look at the VOD to check that out. I'll back you up for now. We're going to lose you, though. We're going to get you out of here so you guys can take a quick break before we get into game number 2. And I want to bring in some lovely people once again. Let's bring them back on the screen, Seven and Glitter, to talk about that last game. And that was honestly some ridiculous stuff. I will say for those two, I know for a fact both of them had Loops Esports to win this one, and that did not work out well, Seven.
What do you mean?
Whoa.
Footballist.
Whoa.
What are you talking about?
Hold on.
I mean, I think we're recording rehearsal. I think we can bring that back up. I'm just saying, you know, I had wildcard the entire time, and that's the lovely thing I get to say when I'm the host and I don't get my own predictions. But let's talk about that game a little bit. Wildcard, phenomenal job by them. We're going to take a look at the results actually from that game to see how many points overall were given to wildcard towards the end of this. And it's got to be pretty ridiculous. There's a couple names in there we got to mention. Football is getting second place. Wildcard, of course, getting the chicken dinner and 13 kills to boot. But Nova Esports, that's someone I want to talk about. Jifan Glitter, he carried the team.
He was actually doing an amazing job snaking after, you know, that wild 1v3 on Tensa's behalf. Jifan was able to then snake his way all the way into 4th place for Nova Esports, which was going to get them so many more placement points. That's why they ended up in 4th place overall. Like that's just, look, that was great. Because if you look at how many kills they had a decent amount, but Frag Machines was above them with 4. Those placement points really put them in a great position.
Yeah, and 7, I mean, looking across the board, Tempo Storm as well, having a pretty decent game. Cloud9, I mean, that's someone that you talked about when we had Group A as a team you look to stand out for. A solid performance considering all things, I'd say.
Definitely. Being in the top 10, that's something you want to go ahead and be part of. And then right now we're seeing B4 here, over here in the 9th spot. They had an insane play that we're actually going to go ahead and break down with Footballers in Novo. And going based on that, I know we're currently seeing some of the other players right there, is the start of the match. We had Tempo Storm going up against SWAT 69. I feel like that was just such a huge engagement, even if this is for seeding, because now SWAT 69, they did end up getting wiped by Tempo Storm, and that was huge for Tempo Storm too, because now they're able to go ahead and reclaim, in a way, still their Pochinki spot. So I'm pretty sure everybody at Tempo Storm, Monica currently watching, everybody's gonna be happy. It's great for them to go ahead and do that. And then going back to Footballers and B4, that was one of those engagements that I was honestly not expecting, and I was surprised when I saw it. I like seeing the aggressiveness that Footballers was able to go ahead and bring to the table. I didn't like seeing some of the way they were able to kind of handle the aggressiveness. It seemed like it was mostly blind aggressiveness. So we'll be able to break that down a little bit more here in a bit.
Yeah, wildcard as well. Let's actually look at them a little bit further on. 1,900 damage done, 896 healing, 10 knockouts, and 13 kills. I mean, we talk about third partying a lot. This team, as you guys already mentioned, I think it was Euclid talking about this while we were watching the match. They had center zone pretty much since zone 4.
Exactly, they did. It was them and Loops that was actually in the center of the zone from Circle 4 on. Wildcard was really able to hold a very strong position from there on out to the rest of the game, and you can see that reflected in the fact that this is the very first game, the very first map that we're on, and they're already at almost 2k damage. So it's a very, very strong showing.
I will say this, there's a person I want to point out, Tenza, because he got them into 6th place overall. He had a ridiculous game as well, because he had about 1,000 damage himself. So almost basically half of what Wildcard had just from one round. That's a player that you're going to look forward to. Him and Sixless as well actually had quite a bit of damage. And I know you mentioned Sixless before, 7. A pretty damn good start for him. Let's take a look at some do moments, some highlights from that first game. And there's sure as hell going to be a lot of them that we're going to want to look at and really kind of break down, maybe in the background or maybe just off the bat.
You know what, for everybody watching right now, go ahead and tag PUBG Mobile Esports on Twitter and do the dude. Send us your best play, your favorite moment of match 1, as we're seeing that engagement that I was talking about, and we'll actually be able to talk about this a little bit more. That Tempo Storm versus SWAT 69, as I was mentioning, it was huge. And then you had the push here from Footballers into B4, trying to go ahead and finish those spots. This one I will be breaking down later, because there was a couple things there that I feel like Footballers can go ahead and adjust in regards to just the execution of their push. But overall, they were able to go ahead and come out on top, just lose one player, and it was a great play by them, especially taking out B4. B4 was a top 3 team from PMPL America, so that is huge for them.
You know, I think one of the things that I was actually super surprised by was we had talked about the potential for a lot of these teams to maybe reserve a little bit of, kind of like keep some in the tank to not show all their cards right away, but a lot of the teams that we jumped on board with were all being very aggressive. This is actually the 1v3 that comes in from Tensa that we were talking about earlier in the game, which was just, the man was alone, and all 3 players on Nova pushed him, and he's able to take them all out, and this is what gave Jifan the opportunity to try and snake all the way into 4th place for Nova.
I think just talking about that a little bit more, sorry Jason.
Oh no,
talking about that G-Fan versus that fight. It's something that we've seen happen to Nova Esports a lot, even in scrims. I've seen them get 1v4 before. I see them get 1v3 before. So I wonder what's going on with that team. Are they going to have to adjust maybe their calls out? Because this can't continue to happen. I know if it happens on scrim, okay, you can kind of rub it off. But here, now on the PMWL West, You can't allow that to happen. So hopefully they make some changes. And Acer got 8 kills. That is just impressive. And their IGL on top of that. My boy Spring, shout out to him because he was able to go in and secure 3 kills as well. So it's always good to see IGLs being able to back up their gameplay with some kills as well.
And what I'm loving to see, you know, in this first game, we talked a lot in the beginning of the show about, well, teams play extra passive, right? It's the first game, you don't want to give away too much. But, you know, seeing, you know, Tempo just pretty much drop straight in onto SWAT 69, seeing these teams just be all out aggressive, I think that kind of shows they're trying to make a statement, right? They're trying to already push people out of the spots they want to go to and just show that they're going to be one of the top teams to contend with. I wonder how that's going to change in the next few days, though, Glitter.
I mean, and like you're saying, I think that's exactly the type of situation that we saw at the very beginning of the game with Tempo and SWAT 69. You know, they were instantly on top of each other from the beginning of the game, and Tempo was just not going to allow that to happen. That potentially can set a lot of these teams up well moving forward, because if they're able to claim their drops and kind of push people off of them and force teams into potentially irregular drops for them, or maybe areas that they're not as comfortable with, it could completely shake up everybody's gameplay.
Oh yeah, 100%. Let's take a look though at the total damage from that game as well, because this is going to be slightly interesting. I'm expecting to see Tempo Storm, well, quite far up there, to be fair, and you can already see there off the bat. Wildcard, not even doing the most damage in the game. Football is going to take the #1 spot right off. I'm sorry, you're going to get really tired of me saying that, I swear. But even like Tempo,
keep on doing it.
You want me to keep doing it? All right. I mean, I want to get Dave to do it. To be honest, he does it the best. But you see Tempo there, 1,310. I mean, they're rivaling the likes of Frag Machines, not quite up there with #1 and 2, but taking 3rd overall in damage with 1,000 of that coming from one player, that's ridiculous, Seven.
Yeah, and you want to go ahead and see teams like that do good as well. I think that was one team that during PMPL Americas, they were able to go ahead and start off hot, and they kind of slowed down. So hopefully they're able to just carry that momentum from that match. And imagine if they're able to go ahead and keep their whole team alive with what them seeing, with what we saw them being able to go ahead and do to SWAT 69. And on top of that, Tensai just having an amazing, honestly, an amazing first game of this tournament. It's a scary team. It's definitely a scary team.
I mean, you look at Nova there, you look at B4, both of them with around 800 damage. Nova in particular, you see how little damage they did, but how important it is to have those placement points we talked about before, having a healthy balance between that and kills. But Seven, I'm hearing you want to break something down for us here a little bit, and I want to see what you have for us.
Definitely, I'm going to go ahead and just wait until they switch me off camera so I just don't magically disappear here. And you know what we're actually going to go ahead and start off with, not that play, that's going to be for my girl Glitter. This one is the one we're going to be talking about. And you know what, let me go ahead and rewind it a little bit more so you can see where we're going with. So you're going to have one player here from Footballers, and then you're going to have some of the other players starting to push up from pretty much just starting to push up here. Now, something I would have preferred to have seen instead of all the players that you're going to be able to see here from Footballers kind of go towards the top. Just give it a second here, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. Is they're gonna actually group up right next to each other. I wish they would have just went for it and got different angles. As you're gonna be able to see here a little bit, it's just gonna take a little bit longer. There you go, right there. You're gonna see this man has the right idea. Now, the only problem is that he does, for some reason, decide to push up to this tree. He could have just stayed and got a different angle behind that rock, which would have been absolutely fine. And then the other player, this player right here from Footballers, decided to go just right next to his other teammate. Why do that though? Why not, you know what, just come in here from the side, give the other players just a different angle. Levi, the player over here from B4, is already going to be shooting at them. He knows exactly where you're at, so just give him a different angle. He's already aiming down right here, and you're going to be able to see Levi's able to take that to the full advantage, and he's going to end up knocking somebody from Footballers right there. So overall, I think the execution was a little bit poor from Footballers. They ended up losing a player, I believe, as well in Raum, which it wasn't necessary. Raum overextended himself right there. You're going to see him get knocked. So hopefully in the future, just the execution stuff like this, you cannot do this against teams in the future. They're going to catch up to that. They're going to see your tendencies, and it's going to end up backfiring big time. But as I mentioned, overall, they were able to go ahead and win that fight. And right here, I'm going to fast forward as you're going to be able to see Footballers just being able to go ahead and clear out B4 right there. So great win for them. And now what we're going to be talking about is going to be this amazing fight that my boy Tensa had. Look at him. He jumps down. He still has 2 people alive here. If you want to go ahead and talk about it, Glitter.
Yeah, right. He jumps down, he sees two people alive. One is already knocked inside of the building, and he's able to kind of just use the outside of the building and use those angles for cover to get shots both on the outside player and the inside player. Is able to 1v3 everybody, which is definitely not what Nova expected, because they pushed in on him thinking that 1v3 should kind of work out in their favor. And as soon as that all goes down on the outside, that's actually where you end up seeing Jifan just get in a car and absolutely dip, because he realizes that at that point, the placement points are more important than trying to take that fight with Tensa.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit scared
overall.
to play 7 because I don't need Professor 7 breaking down my mistakes when I get into matches, but I like how Glitter can maybe hype me up if I do something well. But yeah, obviously, as he said before, like, this is just the first game. Mistakes to be made over the course of time, at least some time to figure things out. They have a nice little break before we get into the league play. But if you were to, you know, maybe look at a player, maybe look at a team that really stood out to you, you know, ignoring the rankings in terms of how they played overall, is there someone that kind of stands out to you, 7?
Yeah, and just going off that, Jason, what you were saying, in a way, I'm pointing out their flaws because I feel like they can definitely go ahead and improve, right? I'm after the end of the day, I'm the biggest fan of these players. I want them to go ahead and build the biggest brand for themselves. So hopefully they can adjust to that. But teams that I'm going to be looking for, Wildcard honestly surprised me there. They had an amazing play, and same with Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm, what they were able to do in Pochinki is something that I've been questioning for a very long time, since they don't like people dropping on Pochinki with them. So it was great for them to go ahead and come out on top and kind of establish that, hey, Pochinki is still ours. It doesn't matter what we're playing here. And football is, I know Glitter was saying football is, that was one team that she was looking forward to, and guess what? They came out and showed up as well. And I know a lot of people currently on YouTube, they're spamming football is. Well, hey, keep on doing it, because they're showing up. They came here to play, baby.
Yeah, here to play indeed, and we'll be back obviously with our second game in just a few moments. We're gonna head to a quick commercial break, and we'll see you guys on the other side. Well, I told you it would be quick, and the best thing, by the way, for you guys sitting there at home, I'm sitting here in the studio. I got a fridge stacked of Mountain Dews that I'm just chugging in between games. You might see me getting really excited, you know, blowing up with energy, but obviously great stuff for them to be supporting the PUBG Mobile community and the PUBG Mobile esports scene. So now moving into our second game, we got Vikendi coming up as number 2. My question is, what's going to happen on this map? First time we're going to see it. I don't know what's going to be going on between these teams. Let's take a look at the groups that will be playing it, and unfortunately the group that will be sitting out as well. As we mentioned, it's going to be over on Vikendi, and anything can really happen here. Wildcard already off to a flying start. Again, just for seeding, I do want to give that little caveat as we move into league play next week, but it looks like Group D will be the one to sit out.
Yeah, and Wildcard having just a hot game right there. They're actually going to have to sit out. Remember, at the beginning of the broadcast, we were saying, what happens if you're one of those teams that started off super hot and you have to sit out? How are they going to be able to adjust that? We'll be able to see them again in Miramar, so we'll have to wait for that. But Vikendi, with teams like Wildcard, teams like other teams as well. Actually, I'm not sure Wildcard's going to be sitting out. I'll have to double check on that. But it's going to be interesting. I want to see how aggressive teams are going to also be in Vikendi. Vikendi is one of those maps that people usually tend to go ahead and take it a little bit slower, play a little bit more passive, play towards the circle as well. So I was surprised at how much action we actually saw at the beginning of Erangel. So I wouldn't be surprised here if we also see a lot of action at the beginning of Vikendi.
I mean, I'm hoping for it. I want to see fists out going head-to-head against each other. And obviously, for all of you watching at home, you can get in on the action. There's giveaways going on all the time, and I'm being told once we hit 2 million subscribers over on the YouTube channel, there'll be some permanent skins being given away as long as you're subscribed to them when they hit 2 million. So make sure to head over to their youtube.com/PUBG Mobile Esports and get your chance to win the set. I'm not gonna lie, I would use that because, well, first of all, I have a giant nose, and that's Pinocchio 7. Come on.
That's you.
That's
you
me.
In the game right there.
I mean, I didn't want to say it because
you made
I
a
do get
skin
a cut
for you,
of the,
Jason.
The proceeds for it. But yeah, I mean, come on, that literally is me. The nose is perfect, but obviously getting some free stuff. All you have to do is just subscribe, and you can obviously watch over there on YouTube as well. Some good stuff there. Glitter,
and
would
the best
you wear
part,
that?
permanent.
I'm not gonna lie, the helmet scares me a little bit. Like it's the locked in eyes that are kind of like staring into your soul. It freaks me out a little.
I mean, if I'm gonna fight someone head to head, I'm gonna go for something.
I would be
like
less
that.
afraid of googly eyes. Yes, I would.
I was just going everywhere.
I did like the, it's not really a traffic cone hat, but I kind of see it that way. You know, maybe just snake your way onto a road, a car's coming by, sees it, and it's like, oh crap, tries to turn away, ends up, killing off the entire team. But let's turn our eyes towards Vikendi. You know, we saw aggressive play, like you mentioned before, 7 on the first map of Erangel. I want to see it again on Vikendi. However, it seems like most of the time that I've watched it in recent times, this is definitely one of the slower paced maps. Do you think that's going to happen yet again here, Glitter?
I mean, I think it's going to depend on exactly what the players are looking to do as far as figuring each other out. Wildcard actually will be playing on this 7, so that's something that we can look forward to and see how that momentum goes. It actually will be Unique, B4, Umbra, and Headquarters that are sitting out this time around. So that will, you know, potentially give B4 a little bit of time to adjust after that first Erangel map, but I'm excited to kind of see how Wildcard can keep the momentum going, like you said, on a map that is kind of typically a little bit slower.
Any predictions? What you got?
Yeah, okay, well, let's ask you. 7, since you brought it up, what's your prediction? I'm putting you on the spot first.
No, ladies go first. Glitter.
He's letting me go first because he knows originally going into Erangel, I was going to say Footballist. And this is not because they just did well. I was going to say it, but he was going to try and steal the prediction from me just because he could.
Okay, well, give it to me quickly. We don't have much time. What's the prediction? Glitter, we'll go with you first.
What you got?
Footballist again.
Footballist, sticking with him. All right, 7, who do you got?
Cloud9.
All right, get out of here, you two. We'll come up with you, or we'll check in with you after this game. Cloud9 and Footballist, you guys remember it at home, and you hold them accountable if they're correct or probably going to be wrong. Let's bring in Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Let's hear your predictions. Hot Jukes, what do you got going? Footballist, Cloud9, we're going to hear someone else?
Man, I don't know who we're going to see. I wonder if we're going to see, we only need Tensa to clutch it for Tempo Storm Part 3. That's what I want to see right here, if that's what's going to be for. So I'm going to go with Tempo. Why not?
All right, what about you, Dave, quickly?
Let's see. Dream Eaters.
Okay, well, let's take it away. Why don't you guys drop us straight into the game for game number 2.
Thanks, Jason and the desk, for that awesome breakdown. Looking forward to it. Game number 2, it is going to be Vikendi, Hot Juke. So I got my jacket on, not really, but I need to go get my jacket on. It's getting a little chilly in here. I mean, what should we expect? I mean, personally, heal-offs. You already know. You already know, man.
We're chilling. We're big chilling right here. Right now, honestly, what I want to see is, will the first zone be halfway in the water and to the edge? You know, it's something that we constantly saw during the scrims. We saw it during the Pro League. I wonder if we're going to have another troll first zone, or if it's going to be, you know, just nice and neutral. Ready to get into it. Match number 2. Let's go.
Hey, you sure hope so. At least I do. You know, from a viewer's perspective, troll zones are my favorite zones. Of course, if you're a player, I mean, you definitely don't want that, but it is always interesting. So one thing to know, I believe Konina Power, they drop around Volnova. This is good for teams like B4 who are actually going to be sitting out because they also dropped there, and, you know, after last game's performance. So circle number 1, we got it.
Here we go, and it looks like this one's going to be, you know, nice and neutral right here. So these teams should be pretty excited about that, but we're going to get into it right now. Oh, HCL with the double barrel.
Double barrel / Uzi combo right now. Yala in the general area as well. Novo looking to get some points. Hot on the trail. They see the blood drops on the snow, and they're hunting down Xana.
Oh, yeah. Yala, Xana is like, nah, I'm out of here. I don't want to get knocked this early right here. So he's in a bunch of trouble, but HCL's on the hunt.
On the hunt, you know, possibly thinking about cooking a grenade, tossing that one up, and here comes the support. So we have at least 3 members from Yala in this general area. HCL probably hearing his footsteps. He's like,
I'm out. Never mind. It was just all a prank. It was all a prank.
Oh, no. That was 4 of them. That was 4 of them. And they got some gear. They got some ammo. They got some bumps. They got some Uzis. And the tables have quickly turned. HCL trying to run away. Xana going for that drop shot, connecting just a little bit right here. But HCL, they have quite the challenge ahead of them. Molly going out. That will, you know, put a halt to the push, at least for the time being.
And that just goes to show you how quickly the tables can turn at this high level of gameplay right there. ACL thought he had him against the ropes, but instantly, the second he saw that squad, he called the retreat. And you can see the rest of Nova right now are just trying to get in position for this next one. You can see Sheepman with the Tommy gun from downtown, trying to put some suppressive fire.
From downtown, you can kind of see, at least for me, I believe Zero is like, guys, let's get in the Zima and let's get on out of here. But Sheepman blowing that Zima up, so that Zima actually caught fire. It is no longer usable. And here we see Yala hoofing it on foot right now. They don't want to take this fight. I mean, game number 1, they took an early fight against the Knights. They lost 2. And you know, if you're down 2 members from the start, like, it is just such a challenge just to play from there on out.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I think that considering where this first zone is they don't want to waste any time in this fight. They want to get looted up and they want to get ready for their next position. So I think it's a really smart move from Yala to say, all right, we survived. You know, we got the good old save onto Naza, and we're going to go ahead, just loot up and get into zone.
Exactly. And this fight, in case you're just tuning on in, did take place or is taking place down there to the south in Winery. And Winery will not be in the zone, so that's kind of why we see these teams trying to peel on off of one another and, you know, focus on getting into the actual zone, because the zone will be a little up there to the north. And Alpha Faker! Oh, the spray down!
Where you going?
Taking down 2 right there. No, that was 3! Oh,
goodness gracious.
Man.
Just like that, you know, Alpha Legends, Faker being one of their top fraggers, just showing off his skill right there. You don't drive past me right there. 3 members gone, just like that, and 3 points on the board for Alpha Legends.
We talk about it all the time, Hot Juice. You cannot be riding dirty in a vehicle. You can't have your whole squad up in that one car, because all it takes, one player to spot you out, do the spray down, and there you go. You just lost 3 members because you couldn't, you know, take the time to find maybe one extra vehicle. Oh, man.
Dude, so crazy. You know, you look at Alpha Legends, one of the most aggressive teams coming from the Middle East, North Africa region right there. And from what I've seen, they seem to really rely on their 2 core players, Faker and good old Rahman right there. But man, and you can just see Faker with the crazy spray and support. That's it. 3 members out. Can't you gotta be careful on the rotations. You gotta have them spotters. You gotta hit that serpentine, or just like that, your almost whole team gets wiped out.
Yeah, and that was UDR Killers, who lost 3 early on from, you know, the qualifications of PMCO Europe. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, this was their first match as well. They did sit out game number 1. So, hey, on a positive note, they will be playing the remainder of the day, all right? So, you know, they got a taste through the lobby. They're like, okay, we learned our lesson. Let's not all ride together anymore. You know, I mean, this is like the top of the top when it comes to talent. Like, all these players can hit their shots. And talking about hitting the shots, football is Lutz up here on the high ground. We'll be connecting onto Raven. J7 going for that trade. Lutz is going to be by themselves for the time being, but the support is quickly coming on up. And there you go, the third party right there. Carnage will be connecting onto Lutz with that G36.
And that just kind of shuts down that thirst right there. And it looks like Pittsburgh Knights are going to be... Oh, unfortunately, yeah, they were not able to pick up Raven as he was too low in that situation. This is going to be a tough one right now for PK. Do you decide to kind of go for the push and get that revenge? But with all this time they're taking right now, that's going to give this squad enough time to kind of, get healed up and good to go. And I think that PK just realized that, and they're on the rotation out. Tough break.
Exactly. Sixless in the back, kind of holding that anchor position. Looks like they're all going to be making the call to peel on off. Now, they're going to be in somewhat of a centralized position in this actual zone, and there is a lot of real estate where they can retreat onto. And I personally doubt that Footballists are going to chase them down too far. Looks like Footballists are going to be recognizing, okay, they left, but there is going to be a loot crate right there, so might as well.
Yeah, you can see them just deciding to smoke it out, get that loot nice and early, and when it comes to these kind of fights right here, especially early on, you just do not want to get wiped out. You can't afford that kind of point loss. So, I mean, you saw Lutz with the insane shots right there. Return fire onto Raven, gets the knock, gets the thirst, 1 point on the board, and a whole bunch of loot for your squad. And this team came to play.
Yeah, Footballists came to play. I mean, second place in game number 1. I mean, after even seeing who knocked you, like, honestly, I wouldn't want to take that fight. I would be a little scared. I would be shaking in my boots just a little bit, regardless of what team you are, right? So, Loops are going to be over here. They're going to be on the edge out here on the coast. Looks like they have 2 Dacias, just going for a nice little stroll. Now, other teams that do like this particular area of the map might be, SWAT 6 or 9, might be Cloud9. So, hopefully, if you are Loops, going to be keeping your eye out for that. Then here we go. I mean, Tensa, the 1v3 in game number 1. This is Tempo Storm.
Yeah, this is Tempo right now, just kind of hanging out right beside Villa. As a squad, we saw them start swapping some loot. Konina Power and both Tempo just trying to kind of get set up for this next zone. But man, this is what I really love about this this level of play. We see teams from all over the world be able to play at such an insane level. Football is coming all the way down from Turkey. You know, a Turkish squad just getting it done and fragging out of their minds right now. Konina Power as well, just kind of getting some shots onto Tempo Storm. We're just getting started right here, and we can already see some high-level gameplay coming from all these squads.
Exactly, and you know, talking about getting started, well, we're getting started in that point of the game of Vikendi, all right? Hopefully you got your logs in the fire, nice and toasty, because a lot of these teams, they're going to have themselves a decent position, a nice little compound, and this is where you get to start to see, at least when it comes to competitive PUBG Mobile, once when your squad has a nice spot in Circle 1 and Circle 2, there's no real need to push on out and get ultra aggressive, and as I say that, Alpha Legends, they already got Faker with 3 kills. They're going to be making the push right now onto the team I predicted to get that chicken dinner, Dream Eaters.
And look at that nade right there. Almost got him, but man, Alpha Legends are just executing this perfectly as the rest of Dream Eaters try to come and support their squad, but they might be too late.
Yeah, you see Matic out there on the outskirts of this one. Was, you know, possibly attempting to provide that support, but then after 2 squad mates got wiped out clean, you know, you're definitely going to have to rethink that. Oh, here's that nice replay from earlier on. There's the nice shots from Lutz as well.
Man, you know, I'm telling you, Alpha Legends getting some major frags right off the bat right here, taking out Dream Eaters pretty well, and it looks like they're going to take out 3 members from 2 different squads already. So that's going to be a big start for Alpha Legends.
It's that Safari hat, man. That Safari hat on Vikendi. That's the key. The key to success. Next zone does going up. Hot Jukes, what do you see?
You know, it looks like a nice, good old central zone, and this seems to be pretty typical for Vikendi. This is why we've pretty much said that you normally see kind of slow gameplay off the bat, but that's not what we've been seeing so far. Here is, look at the nade on the sheep.
That explosion actually going to be pushing that Zima just a little bit, but Easy with that MP5K is going to need to defend Shifan from getting thirsted. Here comes the push, and wow, KHK, you know, they lost one in the process. One will be knocked down and out, but Nova, they are no longer.
Oh, and just like that, KHK coming all the way from Saudi Arabia here, qualified, ready to go, and taking out a huge team like Nova Esports. Off the bat, Vikendi is going to give them a lot of energy, a lot of good old-fashioned, they're going to be pumped up going in for the rest of the matches today.
Good vibes. Looks like
the confidence booster
out here trying to possibly, was thinking about maybe getting that punch out, but this is what we were talking about. I mean, these teams, we saw Lubes just moments ago out there on the west side of the coast. I mean, Cloud9, they dropped Fahar, so these teams are aware of each other. They played, 64 games in total. They definitely know who their neighbors might be. And, this circle actually getting a little hectic. Frag Machines looking to get involved once again. I mean, 2 kills to their name. They have 1 member. It is going to be thirsted. It is going to be done and dusted. But KHK, they need to defend this complex right now. They only got 2 up.
And Frag Machines have a whole bunch of angles going to this. They're going to start throwing some nades, mollies in there really soon. So KHK are going to have a big task on their hand to try and stop Frag Machines. And look at that. Just as soon as I say that, Freak gets a huge entry nade.
Yeah, and now there's only 1 more member alive, and it looks like we are going to be going for that reset, getting that revive. But Frag Machines, they know now is the time to make that push. And if they were paying attention to the kill feed, they know how many members are up. But the third party, Yala, taking some shots on into that door, is going to be connecting on to Outplay. That will actually allow the revive from KHK. So we got Yala. They're making the push for the ultimate third party right now. We got smokes everywhere.
Oh, here they come. And right now, that's a huge break for KHK, but now they got to fight 2 squads. It looks like they're going to just try and hold on right here. Now Frag Machine is the team in trouble.
This is so good for KHK. I mean, they both peeled on off. They retreated. They're going to have some cover to work with. Zero with that Uzi. Going to be going for that spray. Ham down there in the smokes, prone. Going to be going for that trade, but connected on. Was trying to get those initial shots with that G36, and my goodness, Frag Machines there getting fragged out themselves as this squad of Yala are going to be pushing on inside this first story.
Oh my goodness!
Unit. There are bodies everywhere. KHK, they're seeing the kill feed. They're like, let's get involved. It's only 2 members. No, 1 member up for Yala in the corner. KHK making that push. Oped with that Uzi. The quick switcherino. There it goes. Y'all are done.
Are you kidding me right now? KHK was the team that survived that? Frag Machine had KHK on the ropes. Yala came in, and KHK is able to keep all 2 of their members alive. Some big kills coming out of their team right there. It was like a symphony of Uzis we heard going on. I mean, shots all over the place. What a fight.
Laying them down. Yeah, I mean, KHK, they recognized Yala, making the push. They kind of, I want to say they baited it out. They baited it out just a little bit.
Play.
They retreated. They reset. They hit those boosts. They reloaded their magazines. And, when the time was right, timing right there was everything. And they came out on top. Oh, that has to feel so good to out-survive 2 other squads. That's
going to be so much loot. They're going to be so set up for the rest of the game right now. And this is still so early. This is only 3rd circle right now. So to be able to see these fights this early in Vikendi is definitely not something that we see very often, but these are the best of the best, ready to fight at any moment's notice. And like you kind of mentioned earlier, something I kind of want to dive a little bit deeper on is that fight in particular. KHK, they could have just sat back. They could have sat back and played that one passive and see how it would have fought out. But then they would have probably gotten killed right after. But they saw the fight, they heard it, decided to third party right towards the end of it. Perfect timing, able to get the finish, and now they are set up really well for the rest of the match.
Yeah, and now they can open up their own personal loot shop. Hey, I got what you need here. I got some bandages. I got some 5s. I got it all. I even got some level 2 helmets if you want.
Trading post.
Come fight us for it. But I got to give it to Yala as well, though. They recognized, they got the knock. They knew who it was. They thought, okay, let's third party this one. At least from your perspective, you have tons of experience here in this competitive level of gameplay. Like, what was the downfall of Yala there? Like, what, in your opinion, of course?
I got a little bit of experience under my belt. I would say as much as these high-level squads, but at least in my opinion there, Yala, I think they had a really good idea. They heard the shots, they heard everything going on, and they tried to third-party that fight. But, I guess they didn't really expect that reset. And they had that eagerness and just kind of full sent it rather than getting a little bit more intel. I would have loved to see them throw a couple extra grenades, mollies, try to open up the fight a little bit more. But man, they just full sent it in there, and KHK heard it, took the opportunity, and were able to take out both of their squads at the end. Man, just a great play for KHK.
Yeah, and moments like that, I can only imagine the team comps. The craziness or maybe the calm, who knows? I would love to that's another aspect. I would love to just dive deep in and really see, the chaotic sympathy, like you said, that happens in those moments. So we're going to be waiting for this next circle to pop. There it goes. Pop goes the weasel.
Look at that hard shift.
Everybody's in there.
Yeah, good old solid, slight little shift of the circle. It looks to be nice and nice and good and clean and old-fashioned. It looks like this is a good old Goroka ending here as we have so many squads just kind of held up in that central area.
Yeah, and we've seen this one time before in the 64 games, at least in the PMPL Americas, and it was an all-out bloodbath. And I'm mentioning that because Loops, Team Queso, these are a couple teams that might be a little familiar, with this general area.
Oh yeah. All these squads are going to know this spot in particular really, really well because Goroka is a high loot zone. And look, Tempo and Wildcard back at it once again.
Here we go. Looks like Spec going to be taking the shots, the initial shots on Wildcard. Ace are going to be down. Slicky also going to be down. And who would have guessed, Tensa will be fragging out once again. 1 kill into Tensa. It's a squad wipe and a half right there. Wildcard going to be done. This is going to be right there on the edge of Villa.
Wow, what a play right there for Tempo. It looks like, Wildcard just try to get that edge rotation in and fight their way in, something that they're really good at doing. But man, they ended up fighting Tempo, and Tempo was waiting for them. We saw some good, solid jump shots come from them, and that's it. Yeah, Tempo with 4 kills on the board right now. But KHK, they have 6. Alpha Legends have 6 already. Is this early on? We see in the kill feed, Federal got the AWM. Really soon here, we're going to start seeing some big, intense fights coming in.
Yeah, and not only that, one thing to note, Tempo, there's going to be a crate, right near them as well in Villa. So it's going to be that level 3 gear, much needed at this point in the game. So Alpha Legends, I mean, 6 kills so far. They got the whole squad up, and they have a really good position in this zone. I mean, they got all the cards in their hand right now. You know, it's only a matter of how will they utilize that? How can they get that chicken? And you know what, Jukes? Let's give them a crate while we're at it. There's a crate dropping right on top of their heads.
Can't beat it. Can't beat it right there. And not just the crate, but the zone as well. So they are going to be in a great position going into this one with 6 kills on the board. Faker already holding 3 by himself with that quick spray right there. If one of you using that gyroscope, I know for sure that chair was spinning right there because he was able to hit some really, really good clean shots and get 3 kills early on right here. But we can see this rotation right now. We got Pittsburgh Knights on the top edge right there. Only Sixless and Carnage still alive. This is a team, or these are 2 players that are going to have a ton of synergy from the past. They actually used to live together in a mobile gaming house in North America for quite a while. So let's see if they're able to kind of snake their way in and be able to get some points on the board for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they might have synergy. They might have one Dacia, but they do not have the zone in their favor, and they also don't have the other 2 squad mates on the squad if they do run into a team, for example, Footballists, who are going to be in the most direct path in their sight lines. And it does look like they're going to go for a ultra-wide rotate. You know, they're going to try to avoid Goroka at all cost. Will it pay off? Well, we'll have to find out, but inside actual Goroka, Footballists currently making their way on into the town, and you got Team Queso right there in their sightlines.
You got so many big teams here, Goroka. Oh my goodness, you got Loops, Cloud9, Team Queso, and Footballists. Some major squads right here. It looks like PK are going to end up getting right into the mix as well. We're looking at SWAT 69 though. Ooh,
SWAT 69, they are going to be with the third-party potential. They have 4 up, but Tempo are going to be making the push uphill onto the 2 members of KHK Esports. And now that's only going to be 1 more member from that squad. Tempo, 6 kills. KHK Esports wiped out, quick and easy, nice and fast, exactly what they need to do. I'm surprised SWAT 69 didn't attempt to take a couple more shots. And you know what? SWAT 69, they might have taken too many shots because you got Alpha Legends actually right there to the north of them, opting to possibly push on in. So information is everything here, especially at this point in the game on Vikendi.
Oh yeah, and Cloud9 taken out as well. I got to give mad respect to KHK for surviving that long, considering that they got crashed on by 2 squads right there. 2 members up against a full team. Not much you could really do in that position. But man, Cloud9 goes out. We got a circle shift going to the south, and Alpha Legends, they are sitting pretty in it as the rest of these squads are going to have to try and get into this zone. And this is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a tough one from at least in my perspective, because they're going to have to run out in the open if they want to get into this circle.
It's going to be a tough one for these teams, especially. I mean, you still got the duo from the Knights. You got 4 members from Team Queso. You got 4 members from Footballists. I mean, it's coming down to it. This is not in the zone. Looks like Team Queso recognizing the enemies are near. Looks like Marco going to be popping on up from that second story, taking down 1. Now they have the advantage. They got the numbers advantage, but Footballists now aware that there is going to be a team residing on the opposite end of the street.
Really interesting smoke from Lutz right here to kind of cover his position. But man, you know, Footballists, this is a team that we know can hit some major shots. But after that position, you know, I think they're just opting to kind of hit that rotate, play it smart, because this next zone, 7 seconds left, this zone's starting to close. They need to get in it.
Lobs in inside the Dacia, honking that horn like, get in.
Oh, there's the shark car.
Baby, talking about increasing the horsepower right there. Hold up.
Oh, they're missing a
tire.
tire.
It right on past Team Queso. Okay, they need to be extremely cautious. Not only that, I mean,
driving
you have
skills.
to know Goroka like the back of your hand. And yeah, the squad mates are like, listen, this isn't the ride I booked on my app, all right? You go, you send it. We're going to stay back and try to get some points with taking this fight.
And look, he's driving on the ice right here, which is even that more difficult. Will he be able to survive? Marco with the AK trying to get out, and Lutz, just in a lot of trouble right there. Tough rotation right there for Footballists.
Yeah, I mean, really, Team Queso able to pretty much gatekeep football is so well, but they are underestimating not only the zone, but the other teams like Loops, who are also the nearest to this next circle. So it's really, these teams, it's do or die. You need to hit your shots, you need to get the flushes, and at least get these kill points so they can feel good about getting taken out right now to the zone.
Football is in a lot of trouble right now. They're just going to have to go for the heal strat because this is zone 6 and this circle hurts. The second it touches the zone, it's going to do even more damage. He's only got 3 heals left, but we're switching the fight over to Tempo and SWAT 69.
Yeah, looks like Tempo. 6 kills so far. Spec,
big nade.
Extremely low. Rain gonna be tossing out a grenade, thinking about tossing that molly. Gonna be going for that spray and will be connected on themselves from a member from Alpha Legends. Remember, Alpha's 11. They've been third party in this fight. They've been looking on over SWAT 69 the whole time. Spec going for the drop shot, the drop down, connecting onto 1, connecting onto 2. Tempo Storm able to weather the storm here on Vikendi. Now, how will they make it on into this next zone?
What a play against SWAT 69 right there. That's what you got to just full send, you know, start hitting some big shots. And that's exactly what Tempo Storm did and needed to do as they have 50 seconds left on the clock. And unfortunate for Tempo, the zone has hard shifted to the north. But man, Loops, they are in this circle ready to go. This is a big bad boy team that we've seen frag out all throughout the Pro League. They're going to be in a good position for this fight.
Loops are the only team in the actual circle. Sixless healing on up, actually going out right there, getting major placement points for the squad of the Knights. But yeah, Loops, the only team in the zone. Alpha Legends going to be right there in the south, trying to toss out some grenades onto Tempo. And then, of course, you got out here on the distance in the east, Konina Power, trying to take some shots of their own.
Konina Power from CIS right now, just trying to do all they can in this zone. But you got to watch out for Alpha Legends as well. Alpha Legends, a team from the Middle East, going against South American Loops here in the Bay. Oh, but Tempo and Alpha getting into it.
Going to be making the push on into the compounds. Tensa will be connected on. Spec trying to run on into cover. Might opt to get that revive. Grenades in hand from Alpha Legends. They are getting ready to let these rip over here. And it's going to be a challenge. Looks like the revive onto Tensa was successful, but the teams need to keep in mind the blue zone. Now going to be making that push. Zone 7, it is going to be hurting really hard. Looks like HJ's going to be popping in the car, trying to just YOLO send it. The Dacia is going to be smoking on up. Spec, 1 health, going to be connecting on not 1, but 2 members from Alpha Legends, and that might have saved it. No, that will not save it. Looks like HH was also spotted in the process in that last-ditch effort.
Man, you know, that is a huge break for Loops right here because this Alpha Legends team were just fragging out of their mind. We saw Baker with the squad wiper M249, but just getting caught on the second third party from Tempo Spec, shutting them down. So right now, it's just Loops against Konina Power.
Yeah, at this zone, definitely catching a lot of these teams off guard. You know, this zone alone in Vikendi, took out at least 5 to 6 different individuals and, you know, just inflicting so much damage. But coming down to this one, they got 4 up. Konina Power trying to get on into that vehicle. One's going to be connected on. Kowalski going to be hopping in their own vehicle, going to be straight up, sending it with that M4.
And that's it.
And that's it. Konina Power eliminated in second place right there. Loops taking the dub, taking the chicken on our first Vikendi map here in the West League.
Got to give it to Loops right there. I mean, heck, they got to... I think that was a product of being really blessed by zone. But regardless, even if you do get the zone like that, you got to hit some major shots. And Loops, you know, with their positioning and the amount of players that they had up, able to just finish it out and get the chicken dinner.
I mean, Alpha Legends, they got favored countless times with the zones, but not only were they getting favored, they were defending it, they were taking the shots, and it really all started with Faker on that drive-by, you know, taking out 3 enemies really early on.
Oh yeah, what a play. But man, look at this. We got Jason summoned back into the field. How you doing there, Jason?
Back in. I'm doing good. You guys sound like you were doing fantastic as well, and I have to kind of ask myself, did you guys have loops? I don't remember. Did any of you guys have loops?
I mean, heck,
look, I just want to see some good PUBG Mobile, all right? That's all I want to see.
That's the most cop-out answer I've ever heard, Hot Jukes.
Hey, you know what? Hey, I'm trying to run for office here, okay? So let me get my political answers go out the way right there. But you know what? I'm always in favor of the zone, the blue zone, you know? And then Loops got the blue zone right there, able to take out the finish, the chicken dinner.
I'll give you a little trick. If you want to get the best cop-out answer, say who won? The fans. You say where the fans are going to win because they get to watch the action.
True.
Let's get you guys out of here. We'll get you guys a quick little rest before we get into the third game. And let's bring our experts back into this one. Seven and Glitter as well. We have to talk about that last game ending for Loops Esports. And now I know, Seven, you were talking to me before. He's like, I said Loops, right? Got to call you out, man. You had Cloud9 to win. What's up with that?
Oh, I did?
You mean to say
I got
Loops?
distracted by Twitch chat. Twitch chat was telling me to wear a choker tomorrow, so I was like, I wasn't sure which one I was talking about. All right. Yeah, I did choose Cloud9, but hey, man, Loops, though. On a serious note, Loops actually getting this win is huge for them because in PMPL Americas, it took them, I think, like a week to actually be able to get a win. Even though they got blessed by the zone, as Hot Jukes was saying, this was huge for them.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at the rankings from that last map, and we can have you break it down, Glitter, as Loops obviously taking the chicken dinner, but did they get the #1 points? Well, there you go. Yes, they did, but they did not get the most kills, and that's something I know we're going to have to talk about.
Yeah, look at that. You see Tempo coming in with 11 kills. This was a really, really good game for Tempo Storm. They're starting off strong today, but Loops is a team that we talked about from the very beginning of the show. Is a team we were going to be looking forward to seeing and how they were going to play, and they just kind of showed up and were a shining example of why we were going to do that.
And I know, Seven, you were talking about earlier on, Konina Power wanted to see if they'll challenge up against the likes of Loops, and they did get 4th place, so they did come out with a pretty decent ranking, but a big one that has to stand out. Number 15, Seven.
Number 15, indeed, Wildcard Gaming. They went up against Temple Storm. We'll actually be breaking that down in a little bit. They just went for a full-on crash onto Temple Storm building. I don't think they were expecting Temple Storm to be that ready, and they literally wiped them out within, like, I think it was 10 to 15 seconds. It was super fast, and I'm pretty sure they're going to go back to the next time they maybe try to go ahead and push a building in Vikendi. They're going to think twice about it.
And talking about UDR killers as well, like this team, they got blown up by Faker inside of the car trying to drive by, and he's like, nah, you're not going anywhere. I'm going to take you all out. I know they talked about on the cast, you can't have that many people pushing you at the car. You need to spread out and find some more. But Pocus survived for a hell of a long time, got them 4 placement points at the end there as well, and that's not too bad of a job for them, as we did see G-Fon earlier on today. And we can see some stats here for Loops Esports, and look at that damage. 1,700, 6 kills, 9 knockouts. I actually want to even maybe talk about this a little bit, and maybe Glitter, you can go into it, of how important it is, especially with kills being worth 1 point, to convert those knockouts into kills.
And that's something that we've actually been talking about for a while here, whether it was in PMPL or now in World League West. The conversion on those, or being able to third party, if you can't convert on your own, being able to third party on somebody else's, either scenario is so important. Those kill points, they add up over time. You see that in this specific scenario, Loops had 9 knockouts and 6 kills, so they weren't able to convert on those final 3, but every single point counts. You pointed out earlier that there was someone who won by 1 point last time. Like, what if that's it? You don't ever want to have to think about that, right?
Yep. Yeah, you never want to lose by 1 point. Let's take a look, though, at some highlights, some do-the-do moments in that last game over on Vikendi, as we're going to be talking about some of these. Let's start off with U7. I mean, this is right off the bat. Faker, no chance for UDR killers right there.
And Faker was just lasering people, and we're actually going to see Alpha on a later pretty much highlight just for them, where they were able to go ahead and push up. I believe it was on Dream Eaters. I'm not sure. Actually, this is the one right here that I was talking about. We'll be able to break that down a little bit better. And then Nova just getting absolutely crushed. And then the one thing with Loops is that even though they did get the win, I think this might be the first time they win and they don't get over 9 kills. 6 kills there. Interesting to see. It seems like they were maybe a little bit too comfortable with their positioning in the map. So not the aggressiveness from Loops that I'm used to seeing. And another team that got super unlucky, as we're seeing some of the more highlights there, it was Footballers. Footballers that were trying to go ahead and rotate out of the zone, and for some reason that man just drove straight into what it looked like a little wooden bridge, and then he was going up against Loops Esports all of a sudden. So Football is getting very unlucky there in Vikendi.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Even following. Oh, go ahead.
No, that's all you. This is your moment to shine.
Well, I was going to say, even following up on what Seven was just pointing out with Footballists, they were one of, I believe, 4 squads that were up in the north end of the zone, and it shifted really, really hard south. Every single one of those players, the teams up there, except Loops, hung out in the north end for way too long, and it ended up causing huge problems for PK, for Footballist. And Queso, I think, was one of the teams that was up there that Footballist had to run through during that rotation. It was just everyone stayed up on the north end for so long that it ended up working to their detriment.
I like that little crash at the end too for the final kills. Everyone's like, no, I want him, no, I want him. Just crashing the cars. It's basically a derby. Let's take a look though at the total damage in that last game alone and see what it breakdown was across the teams. Remember, we had some really weird results come in the last game alone. You can already see Loops, I think, deserving of that #1 position. But Konina Power, they finished again 4th place, but they are second. Or sorry, yeah, they're second, I guess, overall, but they have only 652 damage, 7. That's pretty ridiculous.
It is. And honestly, even going back to Loops, almost 1,800 damage right there and only 6 kills. It just based on that graph right there, it looks to me like they were really comfortable with their spot. They didn't want to actually go ahead and push up on any of the knocks they got. They didn't want to actually go ahead and change positions, which ultimately ended up working on their favor, as we're seeing another team right there with 0 damage. Oh man, you hate to see that. Hopefully in the next match they're able to go ahead and pick up some damage and some kills, but they weren't able to go ahead and pick up some points there in placing, and Nova being on pretty much on the back end. I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to go ahead and change that going into Miramar.
I'm liking something I'm seeing though. Tempo Storm, 1,400 damage in game #1. Yep. They were second on damage as well, even though they didn't place the highest. This team is really putting out the numbers, Glitter.
And not only are they putting out the numbers, but they're doing it across the board. If for that map specifically, HH24 was actually the top player as far as damage and kills go. And that's, you know, we saw Tensa have his plays already too. Literally, and then in one of the clips that I don't know if we have it or not, but we see Rain when they were going up against Wildcard with very, very successful jump shots over the wall. Like, they were just putting in work in this second game, and they're only, if they continue to do well for the rest of the day, like, they could be very strong.
Yeah, for me,
one thing from that team before we continue on, Jason, is that for the viewers that might be pretty new to watching Tempo Storm, you're gonna see that dynamic duo a little bit more often. You're gonna see HH24 being talked about, and you're gonna be seeing Tensa talked about as well, because they are just amazing players. And usually, if one kind of gets hot, the other one gets hot as well, and they always try to fight to see which one's gonna be the best player. As now we're seeing here the breakdown, the head-to-head between Loops Esports and Tempo Storm. Shout out to everybody in the back end doing this for us. Damage points, they're pretty much the same. Look at that. Kills though.
Yeah, that's not even close to the same.
Kills.
Double the
kills.
Definitely
not close to the same.
Well, what does that say then for us out there, you know, who are watching? What does it say that they have equal damage but kills are completely different?
Tempo Storm just being a lot more aggressive. Damage, honestly, you could be just in a building pretty much shooting at people that are just passing by. From here, it looks like Tempo Storm is definitely getting into more fights. They're finishing off people, which we've been able to see over and over again, even from the start of the first match against SWAT 69 in Pochinki back in Erangel. And here we're seeing them now take onto fights with Wildcard as well. So anything, they're just able to take more fights and finish them.
I think for me personally, it seems like Tempo shut up ready to play. Like, you know, forget the fact that they haven't gotten a chicken dinner. They haven't had necessarily the highest place scenes, but the fact that they're getting aggressive, they're looking for kills, they're getting the damage done. To me, that's a team you're going to have to really watch out for as we progress in towards the league play. But for now, 7, I'm hearing from Little Bird yet again, maybe we can get that actually in somehow on the screen, that you want to break down some of the plays we saw.
Oh, we will. Give me just a second here. There you go. I just wanted to make sure they took me off the screen. I didn't want you guys to see my balding spot at the top of my head. No, I don't have one yet.
And confirm.
But you know what? The first match that we're actually going to go ahead and start off with is going to be Alpha versus Dream Eaters. This was just such a great play by Alpha, and the way they took over this, even though they currently do have 2 players from Dream Eaters, don't worry. There's going to be another player coming in and crashing on this side, and there's another player towards the top of the hill that you're currently not going to be able to see behind the map. So I'm just gonna go ahead and let this play out a little bit longer, and then you're gonna see just the execution they get here. So first of all, they're throwing Molotovs in and out of the plays. They're throwing grenades, trying to go ahead and get people as well. They do have already 1 player inside that building towards the top, so more than likely he's going to be able to relay some message to the other players that are currently outside. They're trying to go ahead and try to push in one way or another. So here we go. Let's go ahead and play a little bit longer, and you're going to see what I'm talking about. This is just great execution from them, trying to find this spot. And I love as well that they have another player just sitting back. They're not fully committing to the fight just yet because they're playing cautious. They're trying to figure out where they're at. And here we go. We're gonna just open up that door, throw out that grenade. It's gonna force that player out, and he's gonna be kind of thrown out. As you're able to see, 1 player already down from Dream Eaters. The other player now joined up. He got finished, and then we're going to have a 1v1 there between Kato and the other player from Dream Eaters. And meanwhile, one thing that I love is that Faker is now trying to get some more of a high ground, using that moment of pretty much the disruption to go ahead and move up higher and get a better visual on everybody else. So overall here, great plays by Alpha, being able to secure everybody. All the other teams, as soon as Alpha realizes that they got more players down, everybody starts pushing in and just securing those kills and knocks, and that was great to see. And right here, something that we're going to be able to see is that push from Wildcard into Tempo. If you want to go ahead and talk about that a little bit more, Glitter.
Yeah, so this is the fight that I had kind of touched on a little bit earlier, which is the fight between Wildcard and Tempo Storm. Tempo does a really, really good job of almost pinching Wildcard between the wall here and the building itself. You see those jump shots coming out of rain. They're just able to put so much damage in on Wildcard before they can even fully process the fact that they're literally completely surrounded by the entirety of Tempo Storm, that, you know, it ends up being a super easy fight for Tempo in the end. You see Spring try to pull around on the side there on Tensa, and Tensa just isn't, he's not having any of it.
I mean, I think they might have forgot Tensa was basically like the #1 damage dealer from Erangel. You cannot go head-to-head against this guy. But I do like as well as they try to crash in, they try to get aggressive, right? But then they got punished for that. And that's something that we have to even talk about a little bit is there's a lot of teams in this region, especially from PMPL Americas, that like to be aggressive, that like to be in your face. But you have to be able to execute that well, or you're just going to pay the price like Wildcard did, Seven.
Oh, definitely. And this is some of the most aggressive Vikendi I think I've ever seen in regards to action. Everybody was just looking to knock each other off. Everybody, if they even got into a minimal fight, they didn't want to go ahead and leave that fight. They want to go ahead and just finish it, which is great to see. Honestly, as a viewer myself, I was just enjoying all the action and the great casting from Mustache Dave and my boy Hot Jukes. But some of the teams might need to go ahead and just scale off a little bit on their aggressiveness. Keep in mind, this is going to be a long tournament. You don't want to go ahead and just overextend yourself on certain positions. You might want to go ahead and think twice and make sure if you are going to crash into a building, try to see if you can maybe have your scout player figuring out where are those players going to be at. Are they currently have more players on the building that we're going to be crashing off or stuff like that? So I wouldn't be surprised right now. As we mentioned, this is seeding, so anything can happen here. We're currently just starting to see like the basic tactical plays from the teams.
Let's take a look, though, at the overall rankings. So 2 chicken dinners now picked up, 1 for Wildcard Gaming, 1 for Loops Esports. And you can see, as we were talking about before, Glitter, a 1-point difference between first and second place. That's the difference between, you know, getting 100 grand or being sad that you didn't get the 100 grand.
And you can see that the difference doesn't necessarily lie in the placement points, since they're only separated by, you know, 4 placement points, but then you've got 9 to 14 kills. And then immediately below that, you see 18 kills coming out of Tempo. Like, there is so much importance placed on making sure that your team is aggressive enough to get those kills that, you know, those teams, now that they can kind of see where things are starting to shake out a little bit, are going to have a better feel for that.
And you saw 2 teams as well on the first page, only 1 game played, and the rest of the teams had 2 matches already done. That already shows like how the power of Konina. You know, this is a team you're gonna have to look out for, the teams who are really gunning for one of these top positions. And now we look at the rest, and you got Dream Eaters there currently with 11 points total. You have KHK, I can respect that, 6 kills, only 8 points, but they have a majority of them just from kills alone. But as we said before, you need to have that nice little balance. I'm gonna say though, Seven, I'm sad to see Team Queso in currently number 18 place. I understand, only 1 game, maybe they had a rough start. This is a team that's been together for such a long time. They've been on big stages. They've been in these high pressure situations. I'm not gonna say they're out, obviously, because they're not out at all, but I want to see them bounce back.
Yeah. Listen, you might be sad, but I'm not surprised. Even if we go back towards the beginning of the broadcast, I said teams that tend to start slow. And I said Team Queso is usually one of them, and they're kind of just sticking to that. I don't know why that team, no matter what tournament it is, they usually go ahead and start off slow, but luckily for them, this is just seeding. So hopefully they can go ahead and use this kind of just as a heads up. Hey, maybe we just need to go ahead and reward this with different regions, and when it actually starts mattering the most, they go ahead and turn it up a notch.
All right, well, let's actually go to a short commercial break while we get ready for our 3rd game of the day. We'll see you guys in just a few. See, I love how when I say we'll be back in just a few, you can trust me. It's only a few seconds at a time. Typically when that happens in other games, it's like, yeah, we're on a 30-minute break, and I said just a few. My bad. Anyways, moving into Game 3, we're heading over to Miramar next. I mean, I almost want to get predictions, but I know we have a little bit of time before we get there. Let's take a look at the schedule so you can see what's coming up after Miramar, and more importantly, what teams and what groups will be playing currently in the 3rd game. As you can see, it's going to be Group A, Group B, Group D, and Group E. And I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the spot here, Glitter, but who's not playing currently from Group C?
That actually means that Yalla Esports, Frag Machines, Nova Esports, and PK Pittsburgh Knights will not be playing on Miramar with us right now. So I'm sure Seven's a little bit sad about that. He doesn't get to watch any more Sixless play right now.
Damn.
Well, you can always go back.
Actually, a lot of teams are probably going to be happy. A lot of teams are probably going to be happy because they don't have to worry about Nova Esports right now. And keep in mind, that was one of the teams that I believe, went out early in the last match. So they were probably looking to in a way, get vengeance. And that's a team that actually does that. I've seen them before do really bad in one match and then come back on the next one. So a lot of teams are going to be happy that those teams are going to be sitting out.
Well, if you guys are not actually sitting out at home, you get to actually watch and have a chance to win even more prizes with our lucky draw coming through. You guys are going to want to tune into this one. You can get some limited time outfits in-game as long as you're watching within the client in the Esports Center. Make sure you're over there and you can have a chance to win some big prizes. I know Seven's already got there with his phone out. He's already sitting there watching as well. He wants to get his extra free gear. Isn't that right, Seven?
How did you know? I was literally logging into the game right now. I was like, yo, that looks pretty good. It might not be permanent, but it's going to look good on me. It's going to probably look a lot better than the choker chat on Twitch wants me to wear.
Hey, we will by the end of the day. Now, but by the end of this event, get you and me probably in a choker on camera. Though we won't look nearly as good in it.
Fair enough. As we are going into Miramar here, you know what, predictions? You always talk about predictions. Jason, I'm going to go ahead and flip it to you. Who do you have from what you've been able to see so far today that's going to probably win Miramar?
Sorry, Seven, I think you're breaking up right now. I can't hear you. I don't know what's going on. Maybe we can get that fixed. I think you said you want to tell us your prediction for this map. Did I get that right?
I don't know what you're talking about. You know what? I'll give you my prediction.
I think tempo.
Prediction time. You think tempo?
I think tempo.
That's a safe bet. Okay.
So let's hear your prediction.
I'm actually going to go.
You can't take mine.
I'm not going to take yours.
Okay, good.
I would never do that. I was going to say tempo at first, but since you took it, I'm going to go ahead and go with a different one, you know?
See, that's not fair.
Say,
because you said that. Now if tempo
card.
do well, you're just like, oh, see, I was going to say tempo until you took it, Jason. Who did you say?
Devin IQ, baby. Wild card.
Okay, all right. Well, Glitter, what do you got?
I actually was also going to say tempo, but only because here's my reasoning.
You're killing me.
No. So here's why. We watched almost like game one. It seems like Tensa is like the one that's kind of already warm, really aggressive, does super well for himself. Yep. Map two. Then, it's like the whole team kind of picks it up across the board. Everybody's putting out damage. Everybody's getting kills. They have an incredibly strong finish and are currently in first place overall for kills as a squad. Now moving into game three, all they need to do is then just pull down that chicken dinner. They have literally only progressed from the beginning of today. And if we can get like a Los Egos ending, like give them some like buildings and stuff to work with, they've been doing well with them. So
I mean, all I'm hearing right now is you telling me why I'm right to predict tempo. I didn't hear a prediction out of you.
That's what I'm hearing too. Thank you.
I'm like, I mean, thank you. Like, I'm proud you got my back, but who do you got?
I'm telling you, if I can't have tempo,
If
I can't have tempo, then I'm going to go with Queso.
Queso, okay.
Yes.
Ooh,
yes.
Big move. I like it.
Okay.
You could have went loops. I was almost expecting you to say loops.
I thought about it, but I feel like Team Queso is in a good place to bounce back. I think they're going to be comfortable now, and I think that after that unfortunate, lack of rotation on the north end of that zone and our last map, I think they're going to fix things and come back really strong.
Okay, well, unluckily for you two, and luckily for me, we do have a little bit of an interview with Tempo Storm, and I want to see how they're going to say that Jason Kaplan, at @JKaplan on Twitter, is going to be right.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyle Aris. I'm one of your hosts of the PMWL, and I have with me HH24 from Tempo Storm. So thank you very much for joining me to start things off. And my first question is, why don't you introduce yourself to the world as well as your role within Tempo Storm?
Hello, I am from Tempo Storm. My name is HH24. I am a co-agile, fragger, scout. I can basically just do anything as a role. I like to achieve top fragging in tournaments. I try to do my best.
Awesome. Well, yeah, we saw a lot of that in PMPL Americas, and it was exciting to watch you guys throughout that. The next question I want to ask you guys is, how did you first get introduced to PUBG Mobile?
Oh, I got introduced from my friends. I was playing Knives Out as another Battle Royale for mobile. My friends wanted to make a team, so I came through. It was very entertaining, so I just stayed. And I see a lot of goals of players, so I continued and I wanted to achieve those goals.
Which team would you consider as one of your biggest rivals throughout the PMWL?
The biggest rival is all of them, because we shouldn't really be judging who's best or who's the scariest, because we can just tie from any, to be honest.
Do you feel that a lobby on a world scale can be a little bit unpredictable sometimes? You obviously you have scrims with them, but does it get a little bit more hectic in these kinds of lobbies?
We try to stay calm, so yeah, it still does. Still pressure, but we try to stay calm and concentrate.
All right. Well, that's all the questions. So thank you very much, HH24, for joining us, and best of luck in the World League.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm not gonna lie, I loved how calm he was in that interview. To me, that kind of says he's calm when it comes to being in game, especially in those high pressure situations. He's just kind of that backbone, like, yeah, guys, chill out. We're gonna do fine. It's not a big deal. You gotta love to have that, guys, right? I mean, that's so important to not have someone freaking out on you.
Oh, you do, and you can see that player's pretty much like a true Jello, like that username on Twitch. There you go, you got your shout out, buddy. HH24 is very cool, calm, and collected, and that's what you love to see, because that's also an aggressive player. So it's good to see that they're able to go in and just switch it on and switch it off, especially from players of that kind of caliber.
And of course, if you guys are watching at home, this is just the West. We obviously have East as well. You can head over to Esports PUBG Mobile and check them out over on Twitter. They're going to have not only recaps of what's happening in East, recaps of West, also that 8-part documentary, as we saw a little bit of a teaser from it earlier on. And again, if you didn't see the teaser, go tune into about 34 seconds in. You're going to see 3 handsome gentlemen, though one more handsome than the rest. It's going to be this guy here. And also in the interview there with HH24, I liked how they talked about how his friends, that's how he got into the game. You know, they're like, hey, yeah, why don't you come play? You know, see if you can make a team. They set some goals, they reached it. And that also means if you guys are at home watching, you guys got some friends, get 3 friends together, maybe just get a couple of them and try to find some new players. You have your chance to play in the PMCO and get yourself a chance to maybe come here into the World League. Maybe get myself, get Glitter, get Seven, get Mustache Dave, Hot Jukes, all talking about you. There's still signups left, currently sitting at over 60,000 teams. I could barely count that high, Seven.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try. I'm not beast to beast. But hey, talking about that trailer, talking about that trailer, I believe I also saw Harry Potter in there. Or was that John Allen? I can't tell.
Oh, it begins.
He said he wanted a shout out. There you go, John Allen. I get it.
Do you want a nice shout out though? That's gonna be the question.
That's a nice
I think I might be his biggest fan now.
There you go. See, look at that.
Do you follow him on Twitter though?
Yes.
Okay, well, you saved yourself. I mean, you could have been lying, and I'll still go with it. But anyways, kind of focus on the map. We're still waiting for a couple of players to get into the lobby so we can get this one underway. Miramar, obviously, let's talk about the map. Again, there's a lot of players out there, a lot of viewers out there who might not know too much about the game, might not know too much about the map or the strategy around it. Can you start to break this down for us, Seven?
Oh, definitely. Miramar is going to be one of those maps that you're going to have more longer to mid-range fights than any of the other maps, because there's just so much wide open area. So you're probably going to see a lot of sniper rifles. You're definitely going to see a lot of ARs. Every now and then you see a player with somewhat of an SMG, and I think they save that maybe for towards the end. And I've seen players also switch guns between the matches, just adjusting to what the actual, pretty much the final circle is going to go ahead and give them. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see a team, well, depending on the final circle, vehicle, maybe if it is between buildings or anything like that, they're gonna probably go ahead and switch to an SMG. So it's just about adjusting what you're gonna be doing in this map. And as I mentioned, it is very open. You are gonna have long sights, and you need to be careful. You can't leave yourself exposed for too long because you can always go ahead and get their party. And another thing to mention is teams that usually get into fights, they need to go ahead and make sure they finish those fights quickly, because if another team hears them rotating, this is not just for Miramar, this is for any map out there. If a team hears you fighting, they're probably gonna try to third party that, and I've seen that over and over again.
Going to be massive on this map. Glitter, I actually want to talk to you about a certain role. We talk about like support players, in-game leaders, entry fraggers. We also have a role called scouts, and I want you to maybe talk about how important that's going to be, especially like Seven's saying, on such a big map, to get you those clear areas to fight in, those clear areas to hunker down in.
So in general, in the Battle Royale genre, information is probably the most important thing that you could possibly have. And that's what your scout is going to do for you. They're going to be able to kind of go ahead, take a vehicle, and scope out areas that maybe you're looking to potentially bunker down in. They can check if there's other teams and buildings that you're potentially looking at rotating towards or into, and they can let you know which paths are safe, which areas are not, because that information will essentially keep you alive throughout all of your rotations and as the zone is closing in. It will also allow you to kind of pick and choose your fights. Say you're in a situation where you know there is a team on, you know, your east that might have high ground and one on the west that doesn't. You have to, at that point, choose the lesser of two evils, and your scout will be the one giving you the information about where some of those players are located and the advantages or disadvantages they have over your team, and that will allow you to make smart fights, smart decisions, and potentially win in the long run.
And then what about rotation, Seven? Obviously, like I said, big map. You got to rotate potentially early on. We've seen teams, you know, rotate slowly, just kind of play the edge of the zone. In your opinion, what's like the better thing to do here?
Honestly, it comes down to whatever the actual circle is. I usually tend to see teams that kind of stay back and not just push towards the center work better for them, kind of like an outer rotation. Just wait to see what the circle does, and then maybe sometimes you'll even see teams still in the play zone, in the dead zone, just trying to rotate around there, even though they're currently getting damaged. Don't be worried by that if you are new to the game. That it is a very solid strategy. You actually know that you're more than likely not going to go ahead and encounter anybody else. You get to choose which way you're going, but then by doing that, by waiting until the last minute, you do put yourself at a disadvantage, because on where you're going, somebody could have already rotated there. So honestly, it comes down to whatever the circle's giving you. If there is a compound sitting pretty in the middle of the map, I would say go for that. That's always the best play, because more than likely the circle is going to end up somewhat close to you.
It's that subtle balance, right? We talk about having a balance between placement points and kills, but also rotating early and maybe right on the edge. Also, we've seen a lot of gatekeeping as well, where you move up a little bit early on, you play towards the edge, knowing there's a lot of players behind you, and you just pick them up as they come towards you. Is that something that can definitely happen here, Glitter?
I'm actually a big fan of when teams make the choice to do that, especially on Miramar. There is the potential for an end zone, like Seven was saying, to kind of end with very limited buildings at your disposal, right? So if you're one of the teams that's able to kind of get that cover early, not only can you gatekeep because of where the zone is, but just generally you can gatekeep from cover to like a 360 degree like around you, because you have you've got those four walls of protection that the other teams don't have. And it also will give you, you know, sometimes it'll give you safer lines of sight. So it's super, super important to recognize a lot of those areas on Miramar early, and then kind of choose your time to get those hold points and move from there.
Okay, well, those are some great tips from you guys. You're at home wondering how to improve your gameplay? Well, there you go. You heard it from the best here. We're going to get rid of you for now. Not that I want to, but I have to. I have to bring the commentators in as we get ourselves underway here with our third game of the day. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave, can I summon you? Oh, I did.
Back.
That's so nice. Hot Jukes, you're looking good, man. You're looking fly. I like it. Your prediction, hit me up right now.
Oh man, I gotta go. Well, if Tempo Storm decides to go ahead and sub out Tensa for Monica, their manager, then they're gonna win this game. I'm just kidding.
Oh, come on.
I gotta go with Footballist. I think I gotta go with Footballist. You know, I think that just seeing them play the aggressive style, the way that they've been shooting today, I think they got this one.
All right, Dave, quickly hit me up. Who do you got?
The fans, man. The fans.
Let's go. I like it. I like it.
Let's go, fans.
All right. Well, thank you very much, guys. Why don't you take us into our third game of the day?
Miramar. Hot
go.
Jukes. at least when it comes to the Americas, we have not seen this map in a couple weeks. I am excited. It's back in the rotation. I mean, one of my personal favorites.
Hey, not just any Miramar. Miramar 2.0, baby. That's what I'm talking about. We got these squads already dropping here. We got also all the players have downloaded the map as well. So that's really important. I mean, it happens to the best of us. Well, we had a little bit of a delay there, but here we go. Loops dropping out the plane. And one place that I'm going to be looking at is Hacienda Del Patron. We know Team Queso is a squad that loves to drop in that area. I'm looking to see if maybe they get hot dropped by another team.
I mean, that Golden Marauder, it's a hot ticket item here. I heard word on the street that thing sells for at least 400 million UC to the right hands. But yeah, I mean, getting into this third map of the day, Miramar 2.0, you're going to have the Winchesters, my favorite gun. And look at this, circle number 1, right smack in the middle, middle.
Nice, clean, and easy for all these squads right here. So this is a good old neutral zone. But yeah, that Winchester, I am begging to see a Winchester 94 kill off the bat. Oh, that would make my entire week if that happened.
Hey, well, now you know in the chat how to make Hot Jukes happy. And talking about making people happy over here, Konina Power from the European Regionals right here. Last game, they had a duo for a good part of it, and they were able to get some solid placement points. But you got Tensa hot on the case, and talking about being hot on the case, Team Queso, Hacienda right now, Vindex are going to be bleeding on out. Yala with the pistol, looking to connect onto some heads right here, but these hot drops are just deadly early. And Umbra are finding out firsthand as Axel gonna be tossing a grenade right there. Mystic trying to get the wraparound. The pre-fire around the corner will be taken down themselves, and it's coming down to this.
That's it.
Umbra, see you later. Hopefully they brought that umbrella because tears are gonna be getting shed right now.
Team Queso saying, you know, mi casa is not your casa. Get on out of here, Team Umbra, man. Having a tough break right there going against Team Queso. Like I mentioned earlier, that is the place that they like to drop, and they have solidified it. 4 kills on the board. So good loot, but look at Tetsa with a huge nade on the Konina Power right here. Will he get the thirst? He does.
So one thing to note, though, at least when it comes to Konina Power, Gonzo is the IGL. So in my opinion, if you were to get someone taken out really early on from your squad, you kind of want it to be the IGL because they can totally still do their job throughout the game compared to, say, your entry-level fragger getting taken out really early on. So now with Tempo Storm knowing exactly who is in Picado, they're going to be looking to maybe get some more points underneath their belt.
I think I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one. I think it's really dependent on the IGL you have. You know, I think, and by the way, for all the players, for all the people that are just watching and tuning in, IGL means in-game leader. So they're the person usually making the calls and telling where the players where to go, the one that's kind of setting the tone. Now, speaking of IGLs, Beowulf, he's the IGL for Cloud9. Now, I think you're completely right. He's the type of player who's not just an IGL, he's also their scout, their entry fragger. That's a player that you do not, an IGL you do not want to lose early on. But there are some other IGLs, I think that when they die earlier, it makes it a little bit easier for them to be able to make calls, position their teams, and function better purely as an IGL. So I think it kind of varies from team to team.
Talking about Beowulf probably making some calls right here. Definitely spotting out this, I want to say solo at this point from KHK. They are going to be kind of pinned down for the time being. Their squad mates in the backside of this one just, the connect
the
uneven will be chunked down, but Adar with that molly, those shots, and this alternate angle with the Scar prone right there, able to catch them off guard. Getting the toes, yep. And there goes another point. Remember, Pyra taken down really early on, so they should be able to get the revive on to uneven. But we've seen KHK very methodical in their play. We've seen what they can do with just a duo.
Yeah, we've seen them be able to make some really good plays, especially in that last Vikendi right here. But this is what I'm talking about. When you see this kind of high level of play, you always see like a return knock instantly. So many different players getting great position. You know, you saw that great entry frag onto Cloud9, but Adder from that angle gets that intel, return knock, and just like that, the fight switches for your team. This is the best right here. The best in the West going at it right now.
Yeah, and angles are everything right there. I mean, Adder catching them off guard right there. I mean, that was just beautiful. So that's going to get a nice little trade. Talking about getting some nice angles, HH all the way up here on this roof. I mean, just overlooking the entirety of Picado. They're going to have Konina Power in their sight lines. Looks like Konina Power still going to be opting to not only burn some calories running up those stairs, but continuing their loot. And looking on back over here, Uneven was successfully picked up.
Yeah, and I love to see the patience right now from Cloud9. You know, they did get a good solid kill, but they also lost Pyro right here. Oh, you see them using the good old-fashioned vending machines. That's right. So this is a new feature inside Miramar 2.0. You can walk towards it, and you can just keep on clicking it and getting up to 8 good old-fashioned drinks right off the bat. As you go into the replay right now, Tensa with a great solid knock off the bat.
Yeah, you gotta love those vending machines. I mean, you can get the lucky 8, and oh, this was the Pyro fight. So this is how Pyro, so Open versus Pyro. Okay, they're kind of out there on their lonesome.
What a shot right there! Did you see that? Wow.
I mean,
single
shots, crazy.
Best of the best, man. I mean, this is so insane. These guys, they are just laser beams right there. You saw that 4X AK single tapping to the head twice, knocked it out of there. Great shots from these two.
All headshots, man. Nothing but a laser. So HH gonna be on this roof. Remember, this nice vantage point gonna be overlooking the entirety of the city while their other squad mates try to make the push on up. The thing is that's really risky with HH's position. If he's spotted and knocked from there, you have to bet there's not going to be a chance for a revive unless Tempo are extremely agile on wiping out Konina Power to give them that additional time. But Konina Power, they're kind of spread out right now. They're setting up what I like to think is somewhat of a trap, and yeah, Spec going to be connected on.
Yeah, and speaking of, you know, like spread out, Tempo is also spread out in this fight as well. So with that knock from Spec, Tempo's going to have to regroup into the casino to try and pick him back up. But look at that return fire from HH way over there. As soon as he heard that knock, got that intel, he just started putting down some good old pressure shots to be able to stop that push. But they're pushing anyway.
2 members from Konina Power going to be pushed on up into the truck, going to be trying to wrap around this corner. Rain going to be connecting on to Rob, and now it is just pretty much one member pinned down from Konina Power, and here comes the aggressive push from Tempo Storm, and they took him out. They definitely won the engagement here in Picado, and you have to think, like, we're going to have a lot more Miramar maps to come here within the West World League. Like, you can't keep making these drops. So that's going to be something that Konina Power will take into consideration. They have to be moving forward.
I mean, that's something that I think that's a big difference maker. Now that you're playing in World League West, every single one of these teams can frag out of their mind. We just saw earlier, you know, you go against one player and you play a little bit too loose. That could be 3 members of your squad down and out. And as you can see, Konina Power, a strong squad, just kind of pushed in there with not enough information. And, you know, Rain had a great position, just kind of saw them coming wide out in the open and just opened up that fight, hit some big shots, and, man, Tempo taking them out early.
Yeah, not only that, today, tomorrow, it's for seeding, right? Like, this is the 2 days that decides where you will get placed for the actual World League, but it's also for those spots. You know, you are going to be dropping and making sure to fight for your spot so that you can have a secure loot location within the league. So, you know, huge days for these teams that can come in here, they can drop, and they can wipe out their opponents to kind of stake their claim, you know, place their flag in the dirt for these drop locations.
That's the tone. Sets the tone. Says, this is where we're dropping. Don't come here when the money counts. And not to mention, you know, to also kind of get a feel for where these squads like to rotate, where they like to stay at, especially at this high level right here. So this is important, nonetheless. Not to mention, Dave, the clout. the clout you're gonna get. You know, the chat cheering your team on as you're able to get some big dubs. That's what's most important of all, right there. You gotta show your fans that you came to play.
Dude, I'd rather get like 2 followers over $50,000 any day. Any day.
All day long.
That's a fact, all right? That's a fact. Talking about facts out here, Loops, they're going to have some hard cover right there to the high ground. It does look like headquarters. Little split, but they are going to be near each other. SKS in hand for Maz. Going to be, popping their heads like a groundhog, taking them shots, and then popping right back down into cover. Just kind of being a annoyance, right, to Loops right now.
That's right. Loops coming from Brazil right here, and headquarters from Saudi Arabia right here. That just goes to show you the difference, right? Like where these different teams are playing from across the world, and they're still at this stage putting some great shots onto each other. I love this game, man. I love it. For those of you guys that have been playing it just a little bit, I mean, go get the squad, get it put together, and get registered for the good old-fashioned, PMCO that's coming up next. Because, I mean, I think registration ends on Sunday. And, heck, why not? Why not? Give it a shot. It's a whole bunch of fun.
Just don't get your hopes up because you need a lot of clout to join Hot Jukes' squad. I found out firsthand. So don't get your hopes up when it comes to that. But, yeah, definitely make a team and you can be here one day, living to your dreams, just being the best you can be here. And looking on over here, we saw a couple rotations with this next circle. Looks like Cloud9 is going to be moving on in out there from the west side. But Loops, they're still going to be, chilling, grilling, and just having a good time. They don't need to move a muscle right now.
Oh, yeah, they're just sitting really nice and pretty. We're still really early into this circle right here. So you can just see each team just trying to get some pop shots off, annoy each other, hopefully take away some of their damage. But you don't want to be putting out too many shots as it's going to really ruin the amount of, kit that you have going into the later fights.
I don't know, kit. You got Uneven and Beowulf. I'm not sure if they're aware of the solo player that is currently occupying right here from KHK. And now they are. Beowulf was, looked like Beowulf was actually doing some looting and had to take a double take. Like, there's a dude prone.
There's a dude.
What's going on? There's a point right there. But yeah, KHK Esports are, they're just trying to avoid getting taken out early right now. And, Cloud9 hot on the case. I don't think it's going to be an option.
Yeah, right now, DP's in really big trouble. He's got to be able to make a huge play if he's looking to survive this. But look how tight Cloud9 are pushing together right here.
There's a grenade tossed out there as well that could play a factor. Oped going to be getting some nice trades, running low on the ammo, going to be going for that switch, taking down Uneven, getting the thirst onto Uneven, and Beowulf watching Uneven just get denied the chance to get revived, but at the end of the day, they won the engagement. Cloud9 still will have 2 on up. Looking around, San Martin, you got footballers taking some shots. Hey, game 1, baby. I'm getting flashbacks. And B4, they're like, let's get out of here.
Oh, no, yeah, they definitely want to get their revenge, but they're opting to take it later on as this zone has hard shifted away to the good old-fashioned east side of Miramar right here as all these squads are hitting that rotation, trying to get into this circle. Loops versus Tempo, though.
Yep. You got Loops going to be all grouped up there on the high ground. They have a little dip to work with. Carleo going to be making the push on up, popping on up, taking down Spec. And
what a nade.
In the front line right now. Tenta looking to connect these shots onto Dadin. Pretty much a 1v1 between these two players, Dadin and both Tenta. Tenta going to be getting some nice shots onto Dadin. Dadin forced to heal on up. This could be the perfect distraction to allow Tempo to get the revive onto Spec. But Kowalski going for that wraparound, might spot out Tenta here any moment. And Federal on the high ground. We'll be seeing one of the members from Tempo. And Tempo getting all spread apart right now. And here comes the blue zone. Federal connecting onto one. There goes the Thirst. Kowalski onto HH24. And there it goes. I mean, Tempo, fighting Loops here. It's a big, heavy squad to be taking some early fights with.
Yeah, not to mention, I think they had a really tough angle on there. You saw Loops with the high ground, really well spread out, had a ton of cover, and just Tempo were stuck out in the open. I think they did some pretty good shots and return knocks to kind of, slow down the pace of Loops. But, man, at the end of the day, Loops just smothering Tempo from all kinds of angles and taking him out early.
And it's really that hard shift that you mentioned. That hard shift, just a moment ago, I think there was only one team actually in the zone. Everybody else was out there in the west, and just unfortunate for Tempo to stumble upon Loops. And talking about teams stumbling upon each other, Alpha Legends looks like they're going to be trying to gatekeep a couple members from Cloud9, but B4 also on the rotate.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a tough rotation right here, and that's the difficulty of Miramar. When you try to rotate in, there's just so much open field, and these guys are so good at shooting at vehicles. And right now, B4's got Alpha Legends on the ropes.
Yeah, on the ropes. You got Pedro Dog up here in the front lines. Definitely one of the top fraggers from the squad of B4. Going to be looking to get some shots out, but grenades are going to be ringing on out. And Pedro trying to retreat right now, sending on back to their squad mates. Kato will be spotting out Pedro with that ump. Taking down Pedro, and B4 like, sorry Pedro, but we are going to be focusing on this zone, and the revive just might not be successful out there.
Oh yeah, they said peace out, we're out. That's a really tough break for Pedro Dog right there, because he's a really strong fragger for B4, but that just goes to show you, you can't try to gatekeep a whole squad as a single player. It is really, really difficult right here, and that just pretty much opens the door for B4.
Yeah, definitely opens the door here. Pedro's still going to be bleeding on out, but, the remainder of B4, they actually focus on getting on into the zone. They have a nice open field pretty much separating them and Alpha. And Alpha will be hopping in their vehicles. It's going to be interesting to see if they can make it on in here without being shredded apart pretty much.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, these vehicle rotations are tough in Miramar. We saw Faker in the first game. How quick these teams are to be able to shoot at vehicles and knock them out quick. So you got to be really, really careful on these kind of rotations.
Headquarters right now getting gate kept themselves from SWAT 69. SWAT 69, a little 2-2 split. Two of their members all the way up there on the tippy top of that mountain, overlooking. Right there, all of them just taking as many shots as possible. Looks like Alpha, they were able to make their way on it, or at least a couple of their members, as I do see Kato is going to be bleeding on out themselves. And you gotta think like, yep, we already see Faker pushing on up, looking to get the revive. The question is, you got UDR killers right behind them, so Alpha Legends kind of a sandwich action right now, maybe.
These are the plays, I think, that really separate a lot of squads. These little kind of in-between plays, throwing out smokes, being able to get your teammates back up. That's going to be really, really crucial in these type of fights. But, man, we saw Loops actually going out early as well. So they're already down and out in 11th place. Only 10 teams remaining as we look at Dream Eaters against Team Unique.
Yep, Unique with 2 up. No, Unique with 4 up. Dream Eaters with 2 up. Looks like Dream Eaters going to be trying to take some shots, but Unique gonna be making the split. Advocate will be connected on from behind. Unique frozen, trying to heal on up, but does not have enough time. The last remaining member right now from Dream Eaters, trying to take the 1v4, will be connecting onto at least one of them. Nemesis will be knocked down and out. Frozen, trying to think, do I get the revive? Do I make sure that this solo member from Dream Eaters doesn't get ultra aggressive, doesn't get the squad wipe? Here comes some more grenades, getting tossed back and forth. Frozen trying to cook theirs up just a little bit. Unique, they have the numbers advantage. You can see how eager they are to take out this last remaining member from Dream Eaters, and
got it done.
They are able to do so.
Yeah, Team Unique right there, that just goes to show that you got to be really, really careful. I mean, yeah, you have the numbers advantage, but you still got to have that communication with your team. You can't push out in a 1v1 because that could turn the whole fight around really quick. But, man, good old-fashioned Team Unique getting some great shots and able to finish it out.
Yeah, and this is a team that a lot of people, in the chat, they have at least told me, like, watch out for this team. Team Unique, they're a good squad. Keep your eye on them. So you love to see them doing fairly well. UDR Killers still going to be back here behind this rock, taking some shots on to, looks like Loves in from Football List and okay, but they're going to find themselves in a tricky situation because Alpha Legends also right near them, definitely hearing these shots.
Oh yeah, and Team Unique coming all the way from Russia right here, making some big plays off the bat, and they're going to have to continue to make them as they go in against SWAT 69.
Yep, SWAT 69 King was going to take some shots, quickly hitting the dirt in that prone position, but will be connected on themselves. Grenades are going to be ringing on out from both sides of SWAT 69 and Unique. Lightning chunked down just a little bit, but SWAT 69, they seem to be taking multiple fights at the same exact time here. They need to be careful for Unique not to push on over the hill.
And I mean, here we're starting to get into it right now. Zone number 6 about to come up. We saw that triple screen action as Team Unique is just trying to find us position into this next zone. But look at this, Team Queso wildcard. So many teams are set up and ready for this position.
Yeah, I mean, Team Queso right in the middle. They have hard cover. They have the whole team alive out there to the northeast. You will have wildcard as well. So a lot of teams, you know, within this circle are going to be looking on the edges to make sure that none of these enemies can make their way on in here, at least without being chunked down and damaged heavily.
Yeah, we saw on the kill feed right now, you know, good old Footballist putting some big knocks onto UDR Killers right now. UDR Killers in a big world of hurt. I believe they only have one player up left right now. Alpha Legends Faker dies to the blue zone right there, and that's Alpha Legends out in 8th place.
Yeah, I mean, it all started with that hard shift, man. That hard shift that went to the east, really, you know, shaking it up Ricky Bobby style out here. So Unique, 4 kills so far. They still have 4 up. They need to be cautious. They need to make sure that from the south, SWAT 69 can't easily peek on over the hill and get the advantage over them.
That's right, shake and bake, baby, and Frozen's gonna have to bake some smoke grenades right now and hold it down as Team Unique are in a pretty solid position. They got the high ground, they see a lot of players there, but all the teams are gonna be looking directly at them, so they just gotta kind of have to play it careful and hope they get this next zone.
Yeah, and talking about hoping to get the next zone, definitely the first up from B4, you know, they have A-Bales right there to their name. So 3 up from Footballist. Gonna be taking shots out there in the distance onto UDR Killers, and there they go. So Footballist with a little 2-1 split going on right now, trying to hedge their bets for this next circle. Next circle does going up. Footballist need to make the push.
Oh yeah, they do. They try to get that last kill on that member from UDR Killers, but the blue zone happened to take it away from them right there. So that's going to be 1 point lost for them and 1 point to the blue. Team Queso dead center. The zone has locked onto them. They have the good old-fashioned cover here, but they're not going to have a lot of angles going into this one. So they got to really make some big plays if they want to hold it down, especially these buildings.
Not a lot of angles, but with wildcard up there on the hill right to the north of this wildcard, you know, they might have some good vantage points of, for example, SWAT 69 and Team Unique when they do decide to make that push down there. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly how it all unfolds out here to the east side. But Team Queso, I mean, they're in their compounds. They have to be celebrating regardless of sight lines or not.
I think they're protected, really well protected by both Team Unique and Wildcard, because none of these teams can really push onto them because they're going to get shot by each other. So right now you can just see every team just kind of playing edge, just slowly trying to get in a circle and hit some big shots on their way in.
Yeah, here comes SWAT 69. They have 3 up. They're trying to take some shots. They're attempting to toss out a smoke wall in order to make their way on into zone. Footballist, yeah, they got pinched out there in that open terrain, that open field. Looked like they were going to be spotted on. And we're talking about angles. I mean, Ayala, a sliver of a window right now. Going to be taking some shots onto both SWAT 69 and not only that, exploring some vehicles, taking out that utility from those enemies.
Oh yeah, and you can see right now, a member from SWAT 69 right next to that crate, going to utilize that level 3 armor as we see another one going down right in the center right here. But man, Flaw and Z-Bar, they have a lot of work to do if they want to hold down Team Unique.
Yeah, one thing, like you said, you know, at least SWAT 69, they have this crate not only for that gear, but for the much needed cover, right? I mean, this is the only cover right now in the south, and it just happened to land right on top of them. Oh, gonna be making the push on up, or the peek on up, that is, and Unique, they are looking right down in their direction.
Oh, and look at that right now, Zayd. Oh, what the?
Oh, huge grenade from Frozen. There's one.
That was huge right here. Only one member up left from SWAT 69.
Unique, I mean, 4 kills. they're getting knocks, but they need to try to make sure to get these thirsts and get these points, but they got their eye on the chicken dinner. They want to get the dub over here. Wildcard going to be out there. No longer favored. No longer favored. Same thing with B4. So Team Queso, they might be able to get some kills from their compound. Maybe they can see B4, maybe they can see Wildcard, but really, this is looking like a really nice game for Team Unique. And here comes Wildcard, making the push on up through the smokes. Levi is going to be just peppering some shots over there.
Wildcard in a tough spot right now. Have to hit some big shots if they want to make it, but Team Queso are hard on the gatekeeper right now. This is their game to win right now. They can just hold down their spot, hit some big shots. They can get the chicken dinner with a ton of kills, but they still have to deal with this wildcard team. Out of zone or not, these guys can hit some big shots.
Not only that, you got Levi, the 5th member for the squad, going to be out here just, taking some shots, trying to third-party wildcard as they make that push on into the compounds. I do believe one member from wildcard did breach on into the buildings that Team Queso are currently occupying. So we have wildcard versus Team Queso, and at the same exact time, SWAT 69 and Team Unique. Everybody's trying to get some points here. Everybody's going to be taking shots on anything that they see that makes a move here.
My goodness, you just saw it right there before taken out to the blue zone, and we saw Team Unique getting a big knock and thirst onto Sam right there. Wildcard were able to make it into this zone, and they're just trying to hold their position right now and kind of camp it out as they wait to try to get the best position possible, because this full team of Team Queso, they're up and ready to go right now.
They're ready to go. They're ready to go. You know who else is ready to go? Slicky with this grenade. Going to be cooking that one. Definitely hears all the footsteps. Hears all the enemies. Unique throws in on the SWAT 69 up there in the high ground. But looks like it's just going to be up to Slicky from Wildcard. Will they opt to go for that healing strategy? They're not even going to be given the opportunity because Unique Lightning up here on the high ground, spotting out Slicky through that window, taking them down and out. Now it's a 4v4, Jukes.
Here we go. Both of these squads right now. Team Unique has 8 kills. Team Queso has 7 right now. But Team Queso, they're stuck. They're all... It's the Death Valley right now.
It's the Death Valley. It's the Death Valley. They might as well be putting the final nail in their coffin. Ayala trying to make the push on up right now. Will be connected on by Memphis. And here comes the spray on into the smokes. Marco, the last remaining member. We are running down the hill with the Oozer right now. Go for that spray. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Oh, Unique, baby, getting that dub.
Man, you got to give it to Team Unique right there. On top of the hill, they had a really solid position, but they hit some big, major shots and shut down the rest of these squads to get that chicken dinner. That wasn't an easy one for them. They had to work for it.
I mean, shut it down. Shut it down. That's what they did. Team Queso, they were favored heavily with that compound, but I don't believe they ever really had like a backup plan. Like, how are they going to make it on out of there, So, I mean, second place though, regardless, huge amount of points.
Huge points, huge points. Can't wait to see what Mr. Jason's thoughts are as we go ahead and summon him back into the virtual world.
I appreciate you summoning back in. I like to, kind of reappear within the world. It's very dark wherever I get sent to in the breaks there. But what a crazy game actually coming through. That was ridiculous. You had Team Queso sitting in the compound, sitting there for so early. Unique just kind of overwatching everyone, saying, yeah, you guys fight it out. We're just going to come in at the last second and take it away. And such a big improvement as well from their last game, or the first game where they placed out 11th. Were you guys expecting Team Unique to come out with the win there? Let's be honest, Jukes.
I mean, it's a tough position right there. One thing I love seeing them, I mean, this is a squad coming all the way from Russia. Right there, any team could have just played it really quiet and held it back and wait for an opportunity to push in, but they were just aggressive, hitting shots, annoying every single team as they tried to get in, and that aggressiveness just paid off big time for them.
Dave, you're looking pretty satisfied right now. Why do you got that look on your face?
Dude, I called it, man. I said in the plane, I said, Team Unique, they're getting the chicken. I'm just on it today. I think I need to go play the lotto today or do something, get some UC, because I am predicting every game at this point. I'm 3 for 3.
Well, you know what? I feel like because you're predicting them so well, people should go follow you on Instagram. But you're not going to get a chance to shout it out because you need to get out of here. Get rid of him in production before he says it. I don't want to hear this anymore. I'm tired of it. Get out. Go away. Bring me my experts back. And I will say this, talking with Seven and Glitter, during that game, especially towards the end, they were straight up like yelling at each other, because if you remember correctly, Seven had Wildcard and Glitter had Team Queso. It was just kind of like, die, die, die. And I swear if we have that comms out, I think we might get in trouble right there with how angry some people got. But let's start things off. Seven, you came close, but not quite there for Wildcard. But you got to be proud of how things finished.
Listen, I'm super proud. My team didn't end up sitting on a compound from Circle 4 all the way until the end, all right? And when they actually had to push out, they didn't choke. Just saying. And they also had to fight other people. They had to fight B4. They had to fight Unique. Meanwhile, you got Kiss over here sitting pretty in the combo. By the way, I love Team Kiss. So I know some of the players there. So I want to make sure they don't take this the wrong way. But I'm just saying, Wildcard had everything going up against them. And to actually go ahead and secure a third place here, it was impressive for them.
Well, Glitter, you were the best out of all three of us. Tempo Storm let me down. Come on, guys. Let's talk about the rankings from that last game. Team Unique stealing away at the very end, but they also backed it up with kills. This is a massive amount of points. If I'm not mistaken, I think I'm not mistaken here, first place was like 34 points and like second was 33, and they just got 32 from one game alone, Glitter?
Yeah, so this was an incredibly strong game for Team Unique, and they were one of the teams that I had called out at the beginning of today as a team to watch for their overall level of, you know, aggression. They are a team that was not afraid to take those fights, and we saw that right at the end there when they just straight up pushed right into Queso's face for the final fight with the last two teams. And I mean, they did well. Not only that, but then Frozen was also right up at the top of the round stats for damage and kills as an individual player, and that was another person that I had called out earlier for us to pay attention to as well. So I'm just very, very happy that Team Unique was able to show up such a strong showing in this third game here.
I feel like you're a little too invested into that, because they're like, well, they're showing up and they make me look good. So looking out to the second page, Loops Esports. I'm kind of glad no one went for them because they got shut down. Tempo Storm 10th place, let's ignore that. Cloud9 in 9th though. Looking down towards the bottom, Konina Power, again, that was a team we talked about as in the overall standings. They were one of the two teams to break through into the top 8 when they only had one match played, but with this 1 point finish, 7, I'm a little bit worried for them.
Definitely, yeah, I think that's one team that I was looking forward to see how they did. They ended up in first place out of the European finals, and currently being 16 here on Miramar, just very unlucky for them. Hopefully they're able to pick it up. But let's go ahead and talk, Jason, a little bit more about what happened there with Tempo Storm. Nothing went their way. I know that was one team that you were hoping it would win, but it seems like, oh man, it didn't go out. Maybe in the next one, who knows? We'll see what happens.
Do I just have that curse? You know, there's a thing called a commentator's curse where, you know, you say something that's going to happen, kind of the opposite happens. I said Tempo Storm going to take this game away. They've had the kills, they had decent placings. I'm sorry, Tempo, don't hate me. Fans, don't come at me. It wasn't my fault, I swear. But then talking about the game a little bit more, you talked about how Wildcard had quite a few different teams around them. So did Team Queso. They got to the compound very early on. They had B4, Unique, and SWAT 69 all around them, even Wildcard coming through. That wasn't an easy battle for them to fight out of. I want to, you know, give that a little bit of an out.
It's not, but there's a difference, right? You have Wildcard having to push down the mountain. On top of that, you have Levi from B4 just waiting for him, waiting for the chance to go ahead and knock somebody. You got the people from Team Queso already on the compound waiting for you to go ahead and push down. And then on top of that, guess what? You also have the team that won. You have Unique up on on the same mountain, just a little bit higher position on them, being able to go ahead and knock them down as well. So I'm honestly pleasantly surprised that Wildcard was able to even get to third place there and even able to go ahead and rush to that compound where Team Queso was.
See, I'm really proud, besides what you're saying, Glitter, about the team, I'm proud of Team Unique for a different aspect, for a different reason, because they're kind of playing in the shoes of the former players, right, that initially were with Team Unique back last year. And these guys, I mean, they play so well in Berlin. Old Boy, that's a name I'm always going to bring up as being one of the top fraggers, and it's not easy to do that, to kind of, you know, go into organization as a fresh team and be able to perform, but they've done it. And I think that's maybe a big weight off of their shoulders now coming to the rest of this tournament.
Oh, it's got to be, because whenever you have to kind of shake things up, you never know 100% for certain if those changes are going to work out in your favor. You think they will. It's usually like an educated guess, but you never know. You can't, you know, tell the future. And so this is a shining example of how well this roster is working out in their favor. You saw there on those team stats that their damage was over 2k damage in this game with 12 kills to their name. That is a very good game, especially with what we've seen so far.
Yeah, 32 points was fantastic. In the meantime, we're going to be heading to our Do the Do moments from our match number 3 on Miramar, and we have to talk about quite a few of these as well. You know, we talked about tempo. I'm hoping they're not in there getting destroyed early on. We talking about Team Case already seen off the bat. Just, you know, within the first couple of minutes, they're taking fights. Okay, hurry, get the camera, get it off tempo. I don't want to see this.
Just like a Black Angel. Shout out to Miss Black Angel on Twitch. There you go. You got your shout out. Yeah, man. Tempo Storm, nothing went their way. Not sure what happened there on that team, but on that match. But just remember, they have performed very well on the other matches. I think they do have a match here coming up pretty soon where they're gonna have to sit out, so they'll at least be able to get have some time to think to themselves. And actually, by checking here, they'll be sitting out. Tempo Storm will be sitting out the last match of the day. And one of the earliest fights that we saw them here, Tempo at least being able to get kills, even though they were not able to get the place. And remember, every kill you get is 1 point, and that's gonna come in huge for anybody that's new to this scene. Keep an eye out, because even if they don't place high, as long as you're at least able to recover by getting some kills, that is huge to see. And as we're seeing Cloud9 as well, they're being able to secure more kills also. Overall, man, crazy match of Miramar. And once again, I'm seeing a lot of action in the early starts of this matches, something I'm honestly not used to, especially from what I was seeing in PMPL Americas. A lot of people are just pushing more and trying to get a lot more action.
So then let me ask you about that, Glitter, in particular. Is that, do you think, just because these are seedy matches and really not much is on the line other than that?
I mean, you have to kind of use these matches to your advantage in whatever way possible. If that means forcing fights that once the league hits, you won't typically be taking, only just to get a feel for, you know, the play style of the other teams, maybe their gun skill and mechanic level, you know, just kind of any little tiniest bit of information that you can acquire now while it's not directly affecting your overall performance, that could definitely be why we're seeing such early engagements, why the teams are being so aggressive with their fights. You know, that definitely can be a factor.
I mean, you can see as this wraps up 7. I mean, I'm looking towards Zagurt here on SWAT 69. I remember seeing him playing last year, Wildcard as well, playing from the high ground. You know, you talk about Wildcard having a tough time. I still feel like they have the high ground in some decent positions. You know, I can't complain, right? You guys got way better with your predictions than I did.
Definitely. Yeah, you're not even allowed to talk. I don't even want to hear.
But I have
You're going to go ahead and pick in the next match.
Listen, Seven's just trying to cover up the fact that I had a better prediction than he did. That's all he's trying to do.
Yeah, he's putting the hate on me.
Right.
You know, to be fair, with all the shout-outs he's giving, I think I'm going to make a new Twitch account and see if I can get to give me a shout-out on there. Because he still won't follow me back on Instagram. It won't happen. One day. When I pay you enough money. Let's look at the total damage, though. Let's just kind of move past that. No need to pay him for any follows. He obviously can just do it on his own on accord. Let's look, though, at the teams. You can see here. Not only did they get #1 in kills, they got #1 in damage. Not even a single match we've had today work out this way, Seven.
Definitely. And listen, Team Unique did great there. I believe before this match, they only have four points after playing the first match. And then Team Kesso, I think this is a great wake-up call. All jokes aside, I think this is great for that team to be able to maybe at least get a second place finish. And on top of that, being able to go ahead and get some kills with players like Axel being able to wake up and start being the fraggers that we know they're capable of. And another team we actually need to go ahead and speak volumes of is Footballers. Footballers being always there in like the top 5, top 6, and being able to back it up with kills as well. So I'm pretty sure a lot of the Footballers fans are going to be happy to see that.
Just want to point out, Team Queso not only beat Wildcard in kills, they also beat them in damage. Seven, you got to get up to Glitter there.
Man, this man, dude. This man.
The thing is, I'm taking the focus away from me and my pick on Tempo Storm and putting it on to you with your Wildcard pick.
I see how it is.
We got to team up, Glitter. You got my back.
Listen, I'm going to take the wins where I can get them, okay?
That's exactly how I play as well. And also, one thing I did want to point out, Cloud9. Now, I know it's been a long time since I got to watch them, you know, in action in person, but one thing they struggled with last year, and I think you're going to know a lot about the 7, was they didn't really seem to be able to last long into matches. They really couldn't get the, actually, sorry, I'll take that back. Either they wouldn't get enough kills or they wouldn't get enough placement points. They really had that problem of getting a subtle balance. Here, they got really aggressive in the beginning, and they got punished for it. I'm not sure what was missing, obviously picking up a heavy fragger from Team Unique onto the team, but this isn't the Cloud9 that I was kind of hoping for. I know you pointed them out in Group A when we started off the show.
Yeah, and this is actually something that we've seen before with Cloud9. It's something that it's kind of like a pattern that I've seen with Cloud9. Even going back to PMPL Americas not so long ago, something that happened with him is their IGL would decide he is also the scout, which leave him just too open, too exposed to take on fights with a lot more teams and being just fully outnumbered, and that completely kind of hurt them there. So I think what they need to go ahead and switch for that is they need to make sure that Beowulf, being the IGL, being such a core for that team, he needs to go ahead and stay alive, and that's always one team. If you have all your 4 players alive in a top 5 situation, and you'll hear me say this back even in PMPL Americas, that's a team to be worried about, because not only do they have their 4 players, if they're able to go ahead and frag out with players like Uneven, players like Adder, who used to play for Team Unique, they're a scary team, and they were able to go ahead and prove it on PMPL Americas, but that was in the past now. They need to go ahead and step it up here. Even though it is the first day, you know, we can give them some slack. They might be trying new things here and there.
Well, we do have an interview, not with Cloud9 though. It's someone that's going to make Glitter very happy. We have Team Queso going to be dropping in to the stage here, into this virtual world, to talk to him about that last game. We're going to see who it is in just a few seconds of time. First of all, I want you to be able to introduce yourself to everyone out there watching. You know, put a face to the name, a name to the face, so you can get an idea of who you are. Okay, well, I'll do it for him. It's Gabu coming in from Team Queso. I guess we'll just ask you the first question. Coming through second place, what was the decision made for your team to go straight in towards that compound off the bat, towards the final zones? Okay.
Gabu.
Well, I don't think he can hear us,
Gabu?
or I don't think he's responding. I'm not even sure if he's moving, to be honest. Well,
he's thinking.
Okay, Glitter, we're going to have you fill in since you're the Team Queso fan here. What was their decision to go to the compound early on?
Well, you know, like we had spoken about earlier on today, sometimes the end zones in Miramar are a little bit notorious for being relatively open and only having a few buildings here and there for one team to possibly take control of, and you have to make that decision super early on. Like we pointed out before, Queso was able to do that from zone 4 on, and they just held it down and were able to use all of those small little buildings to their advantage for protection, but they were also able to put out a ton of damage to the teams around them that know that because they rotated in a little bit later, weren't able to get the same amount of cover.
Well, we didn't get to hear from them, but we do have their stats to look at here for Team Queso, as you can see now on the screen. Ayala, 306 damage. Axel, for me, he was like the big impact player for them. He had 5 kills, 5 knockouts, even an assist. And one thing we can talk about here, now obviously, you know, you see Mystic on 257 damage. We have to talk about roles. And this is something you're gonna have to keep in mind as a viewer later on. There are support players where it's their job to relay that information and to set up their teammates to excel, and you can't knock Mystic at all. If Axel can play off like that, 7, then that's a perfect player to have on the team.
Oh, definitely. And something that you'll see with this team is that anybody in that team can actually go ahead and frag out. I've seen previous tournaments where it's completely the opposite, where Mystic is actually the one getting the most kills and actually is the one that's kind of being a little bit more passive, not getting enough damage or kills. So it don't take that graph there with the hint of salt, because anybody in that team can honestly frag out, and they got the skill for it. That's why over and over again, we end up seeing Team Queso here representing for South America.
And don't take our predictions as well, or take our predictions with a grain of salt, because you know, sometimes it goes wrong. Moving into, I believe now, our 4th. Man, I mean, come on. It's my first day back here. It's been a while since we see each other. We can be nice to each other. We can have a friendly time. Going into match number 4, though, we're heading over to Sanhok, and I want to start to talk a little bit about this map, because obviously very close quarters, a lot of fighting as well. But before we get to that, actually, I want to compare the most damage here between 2 teams. Footballist is going to be on there on the board. We're going to have to talk about, I mean, I'm going to do it every time. And of course, Tempo Storm. This is over the course of 3 matches being played. And as you guys were saying before, like, Footballist consistently placing high, and look at that damage they've been able to do. Kills a little bit low though, Glitter.
Definitely.
What? Low? No.
I mean,
no,
Tempo
no,
22,
no.
the 200 damage in favor of Footballist.
But if you look at the overall damage done, it really just means that Footballist needs to work on converting their damage into kills, because they're very, very similar across the board in damage dealt. They just are not. They're dissimilar in their kills that they were able to you know, complete. And it also is important to note how much damage they've received too, which means it's not only is it pretty similar, but the fact that Footballist is a little bit higher is speaking to the fact that they might be more willing to take those engagements and have to heal up because of it that much more.
I will give Tempo a slight cop out here, 7. They did die very early on in that game, which makes me obviously very sad to see that when I had them predicted. But they did at least keep things equal. I mean, considering they did die early on, you could have one bad game. It's not that big of a deal, and they're still able to have the chance to bounce back later on.
Yeah, and the good thing about this, right, if you do start hot, like we've seen from them, I believe they were top 2 before this match even started, is you are allowed some kind of cushion. And remember, this next 2 days are just for seeding. Most of the time, you're going to be seeing a lot of engagement, and it's just teams kind of testing each other out, seeing what's going to happen, seeing how the other player reacts. And it's okay for Tempo Storm to go ahead and do this right now. Now, if it was, for example, let's say the next couple days after this 2 days, when they're actually going to be trying to qualify for that Super Weekend, then I might be a little bit scared, especially if they don't have 2 great games at the start off with. So it all depends on how they're performing.
Well, here we go. We're going to see the overall ranking currently. Team Unique making a massive jump ahead with their first chicken dinner. I'll say first because I wouldn't doubt them to be able to pull more off later on. 36 points. So remember, they had 32 from their victory. That means they only had 4 points in their other games, and they jumped up to 5th place, Glitter.
Yeah, and this is something that you had pointed out a little bit earlier on in today as well. They've only played 2 matches, yet they're 1 point behind Footballist in 4th place, who's had an opportunity to play 3. So the game that Team Unique just had was massive for them because it put them in an amazing place overall in the rankings, and they still have more games to play.
Same for Team Queso. They got knocked out early in their first match, coming back into this one to get themselves into the top 6. Now on to our 11th through 20th place. Team Umbra, Headquarters, Yala, Udakiras, all having some bad starts off the bat, but again, not that big of a deal because it's just about seeding. Kanina Power, I mean, slowly making their way up, I guess even down in this one. This was a team we kind of looked at as being one of the big potential players, considering they came out number 1 in the region, 7.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to get, don't get me wrong, they were able to go ahead and get 2nd place there on match number 2. And this one, they just kind of, not sure what happened. It didn't go their way, so anything can happen with that team. Teams, as we were even saying for Tempo Storm, as we can give Tempo Storm some slack for having a bad match there on Miramar, we can maybe go ahead and have Konina Power as well. Just, you know what, just toss it up as a bad match. Always move on to the next one, and that's the main thing with players along this way. Everything becomes a mental game if you let it become a mental game. If you're able to go ahead and just kind of brush that off and focus on the next game and just on your previous performance, just scratch that off, just focus on what's coming up next.
I'm a little bit worried for any team that I support. I'm just going to have to end up saying for them, it was just a bad game. It was just bad. Next game, they'll be doing fine. We're going to be heading to a short commercial break. When we come back, we'll be setting things up here for Sanhok. That commercial always makes me so thirsty. Honestly, I'm gonna go get me one when we do get into the next game. But let's start to talk about Sanhok, right? So we just had Miramar, a very big map, a lot of long rotations you have to go through. Now going on to Sanhok 7, how is this gonna differ from the last map we just saw?
Oh, it's going to be just insane. Everything's going to go ahead and be super packed. There are going to be a lot of third party, and that's something that a lot of teams have to go ahead and look out for. With the map being so small, you are going to have to get into fights, and if you do get into fights, make sure you finish them off quickly, because if not, more than likely what's going to happen is some of the teams being such a small map, they're going to be able to hear that, and they're going to be able to just wait for the right moment and third party you, and that happens a lot, especially a lot in Sanhok.
And Glitter, we got to check in with you. Group B, currently going to be out for this map. What teams do we have there at the moment?
So that means now Wildcard, KHK, Dream Eaters, and Loops Esports are going to be sitting out this Sanhok.
Okay, so, well, 7, you can't back Wildcard anymore at the moment. Don't worry, I think they're coming back later on today in the final one. You have to pick up a new team here. But let's take a look, though, at still some more giveaways to come down the line. And this one's more based off of the Esports Center inside of the game. Again, if you guys have the game open and you're watching from there, you can accumulate points, and over the entire event, top 100 players in points will get exclusive rewards. Honestly, I need that helmet because I run into things way too often. I crash way too often as well. I need to get me in on this. Someone has to help me out. Glitter, please.
I don't know if I can save you, I don't know if I can do it.
Driving's hard, okay? It's been a long time since I've had to drive now that I've lived in Europe for actually 8 years, come up in a few days, a lot of years behind me. So then looking at the Sanhok, you talked about if you're going to go for kills, you got to confirm them right away. Third partying, I'm a little bit worried about for some teams here at Glitter. As we've already seen before, Team Queso getting set up nice and early in some of these compounds. It's going to be a lot more difficult to fight for compounds, and if you don't rotate early on, I'm assuming you might just be left out of luck.
And we've actually seen this happen, whether it was through the PMPL or, other various leagues. There are zones and moments where teams have been too slow in those rotations, and it's really been to their detriment. There was actually a Northwest ending once where teams didn't rotate across that water area fast enough, and that was just their undoing in those moments. So that quick decision making is going to be incredibly important on a map this small when you don't have a lot of space at your disposal, and when you know that potentially teams are going to be looking for those close quarter engagements.
And another thing to actually go ahead and mention is since Loops Esports is going to be sitting out, teams are going to have pretty much lobster building. The middle of boot camp, they're going to have that wide open. So who's going to go ahead and go for that? And I know Team Queso, one of the teams you were supporting in the last match, Glitter. Team Queso usually likes to go ahead and just kind of rat loot a little bit on the outskirts, a little bit towards the north of boot camp. So interesting to see where team's going to be landing here and how they're going to adjust.
Yeah, I think that's the name of the game, right? Obviously, with this just being seeding, it's a chance to get yourself the opportunity to see what you can maybe change up going on into next week when we get into the league play. And of course, if you guys are out there watching, you want to get some more information, you can head over to Twitter, Esports, PUBG Mobile, and get yourself some info, obviously, on the East League, the West League, also an 8-part documentary going to be released over there. Again, go to the video, check out the 34-second mark, and you're going to see a handsome man on the screen. It might be me. Who knows? It could be him. It could be Mustache. Oh, you changed shirts. I just realized this. What happened?
You just noticed?
I get lost in your eyes.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
I thought you were Mustache Dave for a second because I was about to talk about him. I look at you, I'm like, wait a minute. Well, you guys also, if you're watching, you have a chance to participate here in the World League. You have to go through the PMCO, the PUBG Mobile Club Open. Registration for fall season is open. Over 60,000 teams, and you have a few days left. So you still have some time to hit up your friends, maybe go on to some channels and figure out some people you can join in, get your team set up, and have a chance to win some big moolah. Glitter, can we maybe get a team together? We got you, we got me, we got 7. Who would you pick as a fourth between Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave?
Ooh, I might. That's a tough call.
Say Hot Jukes. He's an ex-pro player.
I'm a little bit afraid how quickly you chose that 7. All right, so we're going to get you out of here so we can hear what Hot Jukes would actually choose. If he even wants to be on this team, we'll bring in him and Mustache Dave as we're about to hop into our 4th game of Sanhok. Don't look so sad, 7. You'll be back just in about 30 minutes of time. Don't worry, we'll bring you back into this one. Hot Jukes, Mustache Dave. Dave, are you a little bit disappointed with 7? He said he would rather have Hot Jukes in the game over you.
Nah. I'm making my own squad. And it's only for people who follow me back. So that's the truth.
I like it, the follow back squad. All right, well, gentlemen, why don't you take us into Sanhok here and kick off our 4th match of the day.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Yeah, I mean, Jukes, it's okay. It's okay. You got the clout. Like I said, you got the clout. You deserve the spot. I'm just going to come over here, make my own team. I'm going to probably stream snipe your team and, you know what, take you out and show you who's boss. But let's get on into the Sanhok map of day number 1. Players are already dropping on out of the plane.
Speaking of who's boss, we're about to see who's going to be the boss of Sanhok. And you know what? I'm going to tell you my prediction right now of who it's going to be. It's going to be the Blue Zone, baby. Gotta be. Always in Sanhok. Guaranteed that MVP. The Blue Zone will get more kills in this match than any one of these teams. And I'm willing to bet every single limited time only skin I got in my inventory on it. That's how confident I am.
Circle 1. I'm going to make a team. All right, I'm going to make a team, and it's going to be called Blue Zone. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. So when you cast, it's like, Blue
MVP
Zone, took out Cloud9, Blue Zone, wiped out football list. So people are going to be like super confused, but nah, it's my squad, man. It's my squad. So looking at squads out here, SWAT 69 over here in the ruins, we did see circle number 1 will be favoring that northeast position. And Sheepman from Nova gonna be in a tricky situation.
Yeah, tricky situation, but this man got his hands on an M4. Not sure where he was able to pick that up from, but man, he is set up really well. As you can see, it looks like Drake also got an M4 on his hands too, and he is paranoid right now. He has an idea that Sheepman's got to be nearby. Oh, catches AZ.
Maybe not Sheepman, but AZ will be connected on with that M4. Like you said, Sheepman trying to get the retaliate, thirst, and point on their side of things will be connecting, but King from downtown. Man, Nova versus SWAT 69. I mean, they're just magnets here today, and finding out firsthand, you know, don't bite the bear because the bear will bite back, especially if you smell like some strawberry jam. And King trying to get extremely aggressive, forgetting that there's other teammates from Nova.
Goodness gracious right now. HCL with the M16 on the single tap, trying to get that return knock onto King. Almost had it right there, but King hit that shimmy, was able to find the rock as he's trying to push up behind Shifan and get a good angle on him.
All about that shit.
Oh, he spotted him.
It's all about
Oh, wait, no, he saw the box.
King is so thirsty right now. I mean, King is by themselves. It's pretty much 1v1s all around the runes right now. Nova versus SWAT 69. This is actually insane. Only one more member up alive right now in this Sanhok map for the squad. I mean, it's going to be a challenge. But like I said, another 1v1. Easy right here with the solo from SWAT 69.
But I'll tell you what, any 1v1 against these kind of squads is not easy. So he needs to kind of hold on right now. I think he's going to wait for the rest of his team before he opts to go for this push.
You got to. You got to show him who's boss. You got to teach some lessons. I mean, school just started here, and Nova looking to teach some lessons to SWAT 69 to have them definitely, you know, at least second guess, maybe even triple guess if they should drop here moving forward on the Sanhok maps. And let's send it to a replay. Jukes.
Look at this replay right here that we're looking at from SWAT 69, able to get the good turn onto AZ, and it looks like he had it all nice and set up, gets the thirst, but Shifan got that intel, was able to get the knock from behind. Great play right there from Nova Esports.
Now you got Nova Esports hungry.
They're looking for him.
They're looking for him. I mean, it's a 3v1. Unless you can pull a Tensa, you know, it's gonna be a challenge.
True. And right now Nova's like, we got a runner. They're looking for him. They heard the steps, so they know where he's at, and they are on the hunt right now.
On the hunt, sending it down into the trenches of the temple. You're gonna be right around this corner. Ooh, getting sprayed on, and thankfully Easy with the support from their squad mates right there. Not going to get thirsted, so that will at least give Nova a fighting chance moving forward here to have 3 of their members up and at them. So good stuff. Ayala out here, no helmet, paper bag, that's all we need.
Perfectly well played. I think in that position right there. If you are, Nova Esports, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. You know, just use your number advantage, play together, and if you execute it perfectly, there's nothing that single player can do in that situation. So well played from them. Unfortunately, ended up losing a member early on, but with 4 points and some good loot, I think that's going to help him going here into this good old-fashioned Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Sanhok, it's moist, it's sweaty, and very dense, you know, teams super close to one another right out the drop here. And we got Konina Power out here on the push, on the move, just, doing some looting, some trash looting while, trying to send it into a more centralized location. Kevin from Yala gonna be just chilling right here. Looks like they're already gonna be at a disadvantage, losing too early. And this has been the story for Yala pretty much all day long. Like, they never have 4 up.
Yeah, it's really tough right now. I mean, when you're going against all these kind of squads, these kind of rotations, I mean, no matter how good you are, I mean, you can get caught out so easily right now. So Yala just going to have to be a team that plays a little bit tighter, and hopefully they're able to make it in these next few days right here. But this is the seeding. This is the time to learn, to be able to kind of get it together and get all the intel you can, because, man, money's on the line, and it's coming up soon.
Money is on the line. And, the same can pretty much be said for the Knights. Every time we check in with them, they already lost 1 or maybe even lost 2. And, man, and a lot of teams, like you said, this is for seeding. It's also important because you get placed in your groups, and not only that, your drop spots. But it's kind of like a taste, or, a taste of reality of what is to come here in the West League for PUBG Mobile, and kind of set you up for moving forward within the next 3 weeks. So I'm looking forward to seeing how these teams can grow and learn from today and tomorrow's matches.
Well, if it's any team, it's got to be Yala. Hold on real quick as we get into this fight, as Team Queso onto Konina Power, getting some big shots. So is Headquarters. Oh, they're in a world of hurt.
Headquarters trying to third party this one right now. Team Queso will be getting the initial exchanges onto Konina Power. Here's a nice little view. Yeah, Konina Power right smack in the middle of the PB&J to the sandwich right now. And with Sanhok and the size it is, Tempo Storm down there to the south. You gotta bet they hear these gunshots. They see the kill feed popping on off. I wouldn't be surprised if Tempo coming over here for that fourth party action. And it looks like headquarters is gonna be pulling back just a little bit to safety.
Oh. Try to find some cheeky angles right here as well, as they've already lost a couple of members. And yeah, they need to run and hide and try to get the best position that they can for their squad, because 2 members, Sanhok, that is not an easy position to be in right here. Konina Power in the same kind of spot. Already lost 2 members as well. So these guys need to be really, really careful going forward.
Yeah, need to be careful. One thing to note, they do have, 4 kills already to their side. So at least they got some points just in case they were to be eliminated at this point in the game. And Alpha Legends, I mean, they have been really aggressive, pretty consistent here today so far. Looks like they're going to be setting up, trying to take some shots onto UDR Killers.
Oh!
Kato with the grenade. That's going to open it up.
Oh, it sure is. You know, what a great way to open up that fight right here. It's still early in the zone, so I'm wondering if they're really looking to press this. But like you said, you know, Alpha Legends have been aggressive all from the start of this tournament right here. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they want to press the issue right now.
Yeah, they want to press it. And Kato, though, I'm a little concerned for Kato. Yes, they're hitting their shots. Yes, they have been consistent. And, you know, they're probably feeling good. They're feeling themselves. But Kato is pretty much in the heat of it right now, kind of in between UDR Killers by themselves. So, you know, if Kato was going to be spotted and shot at and, you know, connected on, you got to bet, like, that thirst is 100% going to happen. And next zone does go on up. Looks like those 2 teams will actually be on the southern end of this in the next circle.
Yeah, that zone just keeps on hard shifting to the east, and you have some of it in the water as well. And anytime you got zone in the water, that just reduces the amount of spots that you have available. And Sanhok, being such a small map, it's so tough to be able to rotate into, because you just never know if you got a player snaking like Kato right here. And the rest of the squad, you just got to be really, really careful as you tiptoe into zone.
Yeah. I mean, Kato, just chilling, you know, just relaying this information back to their squad mates as the other 3 members are going to be making that push up and trying to support their I want to say entry fragger right here. I mean, almost every fight, Kato is the one to get that initial grenade knock or even that gun knock. And Konina Power, still, that duo, still going to be out here pinned down, taking the fight with headquarters.
Oh yeah, you know, Konina Power, a team, you know, from CIS, they're really been consistent, I've seen, at least from looking at the VODs that I've seen in the past right here. So they always find themselves kind of like in the top 6 right now, at least for the past that I've seen. But now with only 2 players up, that's going to be a tall order. They need to just kind of play really tight, consistent, and be really careful right now. Because, man, right now, if they get caught out by a separate third-party team, they're going to be in big trouble.
And headquarters, they love this corner, man. I need to check out this corner. I need to jump in game and see what's in that corner. Maybe there's some snacks over there. But talking about snacks, Tempo finding themselves a snack over here on the side of Frag Machines. Looks like Rain is going to be connecting onto one of them. Freak trying to, you know, come up with some type of game plan on how to respond. Was going to toss the grenade, but instead they're looking to make the rotate and group back up with their squad mates in that hard cover. Meanwhile, Spec just in the grass, just crawling ever so closer.
Uh-oh. And they're third-partied. Yeah, you know, Freak looks like he was trying to throw that nade just to kind of create some space to run away. But Team Queso from across the hill downtown, third parties makes it a lot more difficult for the rotation right here. Frag Machines in a world of hurt.
Yeah, and that's Sanhok. I mean, that is Sanhok. If someone was to write a book describing Sanhok, and you look on the back cover of that book, it's just going to say third party. That's the game.
Chapter
right
1.
Here. So,
that's chapter 1.
Frag Machines, they're getting shot at, trying to avoid the fight with Tempo, but spotted in the process. And now they're going to be pinned down as Tenta making that push on up, outplay right behind this boulder. But you got Tenta and HH24 trying to get the wraparound. Tenta going for that spray, outplay, attempting to go for that drop shot, but taken out right there.
A dynamic duo right here. For those of you guys that are just tuning in right now, HH24 and Tensa, these guys have a ton of experience as a duo. In my opinion, one of the best synergy duos in all of North America. These guys have played on multiple teams in the past together, and now on Tempo Storm, and man, have they made a big big difference on this entire squad. So, man, anytime you see HH and Tensa together, always, you know, keep your eyes open. Don't blink, because you can always see something big happen.
Big fight. This is a big fight. 4 members of football is going to be making the push up onto the Knights. J7 getting a nice spray onto Soke, but Soke still going to be alive over here. Beowulf, Cloud9, the third party right there. Looks like J7 will be connecting on not 1, but 2 members from football. Listen, with the help of C9, the Knights are able to stop the push from football. Listen, now football has only 1 more member alive. Loves in, trying to get ready to toss these grenades, but the Knights 100% aware on their location. 6 is going for the push. There goes 2. Can they get the third? Raven able to clutch that one out right there. Oh, Loves in taking down 2 members from the Knights right there. That was a close call.
Doing all he possibly could for his team, but what a devastating moment for footballists. You know, they did all they could. They seemed to have a really good position. But Cloud9, you know, just with the insane third party, it was just a devastating moment for them. They tried all they could to keep up alive, but yeah, not much you could really do when you got 2 major squads shooting at you at the same time.
Yeah, so back to my Sanhok book. The back of it says third party. The author, Blue Zone. Hey,
that's correct. That's correct. That's it. Yep. Blue Zone .op. You know, that is the title and author of good old fashioned Sanhok right here. And man, you can just see third parties coming out action. Everybody just trying to hold on, using that 3-peak advantage to spot out any pixel that's not supposed to be there. This is where it's starting to get intense.
Yeah. We got 14 teams remaining. We saw, a couple engagements already. Gonzo with 3 of the kills so far for Konino Power, and they actually have only 2 up, but they're still in it. They are still in it. Not only that, the solo from headquarters, they are also still in it, but they're going to be right next to Nova Esports, so we'll have to pay attention to that as Beowulf still over here, just taking these shots onto the Knights as they make that rotate on into this next circle.
Oh yeah, Cloud9 right now pretty well centralized, and this was a really kind of the perfect circle for them because they tend to really like dropping Paradise Resort, and that's exactly where the first zone went to. So since they were able to get Paradise all to themselves, they're going to have a ton of loot, and they didn't really have to move too far at all. So yeah, they're really well positioned for this zone, but it could still hard shift away from them. So they got to be really, really on their P's and on their Q's because anything can happen here in Sanhok.
Yep. On the P's, on the Q's, and hey, at least they got one of the Q's, right? They know where the Knights are, just north of them, and they know that there is the Knights, right? Because the kill feed, so they know who's there. So information is everything, especially on Sanhok, so they know exactly on who they're taking the shots on. But Maxon up here in the guard tower, talking about information, going to be seeing a couple of the members from Alpha Legends and just going for that full-on spray.
That was some interesting play right there. If you kind of look at it, you saw how him and his teammate shot at the same time. So in my opinion, I think Maxon, he had the lookout. He was able to find out where they were. And I bet you he just talked to his teammate, was like, all right, we see this guy right here. Let's shoot at him together. 1, 2, 3. And they just shot together. Unfortunately, not able to get the knock. But man, it's always interesting to see those kind of plays.
Not able to get the knock, but like you said, demonstrating great communication from the squad 100%. And communication.
We better start communicating right now, because look at the zone, right? You better start communicating and moving, because man, this zone has shifted. Far South, Tempo Storm are really well set up here, but Cloud9, PK, all the rest of these squads are going to have to start moving in, and they have to start moving quick, because there's not a lot of time on the clock when it comes to Sanhok.
Oh, the center, Bond, isn't that like a tree?
That's just true. That's true. Yeah. So, tough break. And like I said, look at the timer. 25 seconds left right here. So the rest of these teams need to make big plays right now.
Oh, talking about making big plays. You got Umbra attempting to gatekeep Cloud9. But Cloud9, they're on a steamroller right now. They're trying to third party. They're trying to get as many points as possible. Pyra is going to be connected on first, and looks like the resets are going to be able to come out on both sides of both Umbra and Cloud9. The thing is, though, Cloud9, they are not in this circle, so they have the challenge of trying to get on in without being wiped right now.
Yeah, they're trying to find the best angles they can, and they can probably get third-partied from any position. You can see Uneven trying to secure the rotation and find a spot for his squad to give them an angle in. It's not going to be easy, though, especially with Sanhok, because Sanhok, you don't really see a lot of smokes drop. So it's going to be even more difficult to get in.
One thing to note, though, there's no team near them for the time being. As I say that, don't forget, the Knights are up there to the north. So there's also not only the blue zone timer, but the timer on when the third party is going to start to happen. And that's why we see uneven, kind of looking behind them, you know, like trying to make sure everything is free and clear. And talking about being free and clear, you got Tempo tossing some grenades onto Nova Esports right now. Shifan chunked down pretty low. Shifan trying to stand their ground right now. Actually, the last remaining member for Nova Esports.
And he's in a tough position right here because Tempo is just one heck of an aggressive squad. We've seen both these teams go at it constantly during the Pro League. Shifan, previously a part of XQ Gaming, now a part of Nova Esports. Definitely the leader and the top fragger for his team. So if anybody can do it, it's him, but it's a tall order he's got.
Tall order, but you got Team Queso rolling up in a vehicle. 3 members up there right on the edge. If you are Shifan, hearing those shots from the storm, you gotta be like, oh man, I gotta like hide, I gotta go into the grass, I gotta take out all my snaking abilities right now and hope that Tempo fight against Team Queso to allow you to get some more placement points. But we'll see. That's gonna be a very interesting engagement. You got Yala, the duo as well, pretty much right on top of Spec.
And Shifan just kind of forced to kind of wait right now. Doesn't want to give away his position just yet as Rain blows up the vehicle on the Marco right here. And the zone has shifted. 28 seconds on the clock. And Tempo putting in work.
Another one. Tempo are just taking shots onto Team Queso. So, looks like Team Queso, they're making the push with their vehicle once again. They ran into Frag Machine. But the information, Tempo, they had it. They had the high ground. Yes, there's a couple trees that blocked the sight lines, but they made sure to connect those shots. And Team Queso taken down now, and Tempo are like, let's forget about that solo over there. They're going to have to fight their way on into us.
Oh yeah, go ahead and take that blue zone as it has shifted onto them. But patience is a virtue, and Tempo kind of held that position and waited for the perfect opportunity to start shooting. And they sure got it as they were able to take out Team Queso. And Konina Power also eliminated right here. But this next zone, this is a crucial one right here. Cloud9.
Out Madness.
Not going to be easy.
Madness right now. You got Cloud9, you got Umbra. They're trying to outrun the blue zone. They're trying to get on into the actual zone. But Tempo over here going to be gatekeeping. Tempo, they still have 4 up. So they're all going to be just looking down here, taking shots. Pro Lord connecting on to Adar. Adar going to be taken down. Pretty much going to get chunked down to the blue zone. And really, the winner right now, at least of this zone, has to be Tempo.
Oh yeah, they've been putting in a bunch of work, but look at that play zone just taking out a bunch of members. And the zone has shifted to the north in both Tempo and Team Unique's favor right here. This could be a big match for both of these squads. Get the chicken dinner and a ton of kills.
Defense still alive out there, still able to go underneath the radar and to continue to get placement points. I mean, that's exactly the play you want to see being the solo member from the squad. And as I say that, another one. So looking on over here, UDR Killers, looking to make some plays. They do have B4 right there on top of them.
Look at this zone shift, 4 teams just going out just like that, and they got to start making the move right now. Yala and B4 have they're in the world of hurt right now because this zone is going to be tough to get into.
World of Hurt. Not only that, you got Unique just to the north of this. So everybody trying to make their way on into the zone. And look at the terrain. Look at the terrain that Tempo are overlooking right now. They have sight lines on the entirety of the east side of this circle. Maxon in the tail line will be spotting out a couple members from Unique. Gonna be just spraying it down. Not only that, Maxon is having some help from the UDR Killers trying to get those kills as well.
Getting bullied right now by 2 squads. Team Unique just trying to hold on, but UDR switching onto B4. B4 shuts him down. Oh, here we're getting into it right now. Look at this zone. Hardly any cover.
Hardly any cover. Maxon using this smoke to their advantage over here. 3 members up from B4 right now. Looks like Pedro and both Levi using this rock for as long as possible, but Tempo overlooking this. Tempo just spraying the shots, and Frozen from Unique, the solo member. Gonna be taking the shots, getting there, retaliate. Pedro pulling that angle. Frozen going for that lean peek, trying to take those shots, but quickly connected on. Oh, look at this.
What's just the rock?
B4.
I'm out of here.
Everybody's dying. Now we're just down to 2 more teams, and it's 4 for Tempo, 1 from B4. Just like that.
Just like that, man. I'm telling you, these zones are just straight monsters right here. Just so aggressive. It's just Levi. Levi against 4 members of Tempo Storm. He does have the hill, but man, this is not going to be easy for him. Good luck.
The clutch factor. Tenta making the pull-up. They know exactly where Levi is. Levi will be connecting onto one of them. Tenta is going to be knocked down now. HH24 knocked down now as well, but the Blue Zone starting to make the push right now. 2v1. Levi so close, but no cigar. Tempo Storm getting that first place this game. But regardless, Levi standing their ground at the end. Almost Dukes, and that's what you love to see, man.
Man, I'm telling you, that is Sanhok for you in a bubble right there. Just all kinds of madness. It is anybody's game, and Tempo Storm right there, just being able to make it happen. Got that one solid, favorable zone and hitting some huge shots on the rest of those squads. What a game.
What a game, man. I got to start writing the book over here. Sanhok, third party, written by Blue Zone. But yeah, great game, great game. Honestly though, Tempo having some pretty good positions when it comes to the late game circles. I mean, they played it beautifully.
Oh man, they played that perfect. But man, I can't wait to hear what are Jason's thoughts after that crazy Sanhok match.
First thought, I'm definitely buying that book, Dave. I'm gonna pick that up as soon as it comes out. Pre-order's already in. Second thought, why did I not pick Tempo in this game? What's going on, guys? Come on! It's like I have the curse.
Come on, Jason.
I think they just wanted to make me look bad. You know what?
You're throwing.
I am throwing it. It's not my fault, I swear. But what a crazy game as well. I mean, seeing like footballists up against Pittsburgh Knights like right off the bat in such a close quarter combat fight, and then seeing like the great migration is what I'm going to call it. When we had 14 teams left and only 3 were inside zone 4, everyone's like, ah, crap, we got to run into the center on this one to get in there. But some great, some crazy games, and I'm going to give you guys a quick little breath of air, and some time to rest to get into our final game after this. We'll see you guys soon. Don't sleep just yet, Hot Cheeks. You got to stay awake. All right, let's bring in Glitter. Let's bring in Seven to talk about that last game, because that, again, was a crazy one. And that's what Sanhok's going to be, right, Seven? That's exactly the kind of matches that are going to happen.
Definitely, and we mentioned it at this before the match even got started. We said, hey, this match is one of those that people are going to get third party a lot. At one point, I think we saw a fight between Pittsburgh Knights and Footballists, and then Footballists, while they were trying to fight Pittsburgh Knights, Cloud9 out of nowhere came out and just third party them and helped out Pittsburgh Knights. So crazy match here. We're now seeing the map rankings. Tempo Storm, 9 kills, 29 points in total, and that is huge. That was one team that I was able to go ahead and pick before Sanhok started. For some reason, Jason just decided not to pick them. You might be doing what Kalaris did to Ace 1 during PMPL Americas. Every single time he thought they were gonna win, they lost. So
I'm not gonna lie,
Jason,
I actually was
following that host course.
But I didn't say it. I swear it was in my head. Cloud9 doing better though. We gotta give him credit for that. Nova as well, getting those placement points on the board. Again, Gfon just staying alive, staking his way through. And Konita Power, a little bit of a better performance this time, Glitter, but you can see Unique, who just got the chicken dinner from before, coming out in 7th place.
No, I mean, and touching on it a little bit more, you brought up Cloud9 and Konina Power. Both of them only had 1 and 3 placement points respectively, but both teams were able to get 8 kills before they went down. And look at how much higher in the overall rankings for this map it puts them. Like, that just shows how important those kills are. And then very unfortunate for Footballists all the way down at the bottom there.
And Team Queso.
Super unlucky.
They don't have your support, Glitter, and they immediately just fall down towards the bottom. Look at this power you have over these teams. And Pittsburgh Knights, you talked about them before, Seven. They finished off in 12th place, only 1 placement point, but 3 kills. Who else in there? SWAT69 having a little bit of a rough time. But again, I mean, I'm going to keep saying this because it is that important for us to realize at home and for here in the virtual reality, is that this is just seeding. This isn't necessarily going to be the teams in their optimal performance. I think things will definitely change up when we get into league play. But, you know, maybe we could talk about this. Maybe some teams that you're seeing have some great success that are surprising you, or do you think it's just kind of standard, like, yeah, we're expecting these teams to do well, and they're doing just that, Seven?
I think teams are just finally starting to go ahead and just adjust, trying to see what their role is going to be, seeing where they're going to be landing. And that's what probably more than likely, honestly, what we're going to see in the next couple of days. Just teams trying to get comfortable with each other, seeing where teams from North America are going to be landing, seeing where teams from Europe are going to be landing. And we're going to see that often and often. But Tempo Storm, honestly, that they have just been destroying, even though this is their first win. I feel like they have been destroying the whole day, being able to get over 2,000 damage. That is now the second team that wins, being able to get over 2,000 damage, securing 9 kills, getting 10 knockdowns. So there was a kill there, or what could have been a kill, just getting taken away from them. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to change that in the future. And not a lot of steal kills from some reason from them. Usually from the winners, we're used to seeing less knockdown and more kills here. So interesting plays there by Tempo Storm.
You know, I'm proud of them because, again, they've had some really good performances in their first 2 matches. Go into the third one, I guess I kind of cursed them. I'll take blame for that. But then they come back into match number 4, right? It's the mental reset is what I'm really proud of them about. The fact that they tanked so badly in the 3rd match, coming into match 4, they take the chicken dinner glitter. I think that's the sign of like a really good team when they can just kind of recover like that.
Absolutely, especially when they know that going into the final map, that's the map that they have to sit out. So this was their last opportunity to really kind of secure those final kill points and get that chicken dinner that we had talked about earlier, that they were already setting up that momentum to do. And that's just the mark of a true professional, is to not kind of carry over whatever frustrations maybe have occurred in the map before, and then just have a really solid game following it.
I mean, we can't deny they had a long break, though. I mean, obviously losing very early on. Let's take a look at our do moments, our highlights from the last game, and I'm sure as hell going to see one in there that we're going to have to talk about. Of course, it's still going to be Pittsburgh Knights up against Football is 7. I mean, obviously there's a ton of crazy plays happening throughout, but that's definitely one we're going to have to focus on.
Oh, yeah, and just going off what we're currently seeing on the screen there with Nova, I think Nova is one of those teams, once again, I think it was only C-Fan that was alive at the end for that team, so they probably need to go ahead and readjust some of the execution that they're doing here and there. And to give credit to Konina Power, I think they ended up getting knocked down on 12th place, but luckily for them, they were able to go ahead and secure 8 kills, and that is 8 points to their advantage. So they're even gonna go ahead and pass a lot of people there on the last standing for Sanhok on just points alone of how many kills they got. So something to, once again, to keep an eye on. You're gonna at least hope, if you're gonna get knocked off early, you want to at least be able to get some kills, and Konina Power being able to go ahead and do that. And this is the one that we're going to be breaking down in a little bit with Footballers and Pittsburgh Knights. They were going up against each other, but sadly Cloud9 just came up and absolutely destroyed them.
And we're seeing a lot more as well out of Tempo. It seems to just be the do moments. We should rename it the Tempo Storm do moments, because that's basically all it really is coming down to here. But again, playing well. I mean, it's still nice to see Cloud9 really bounce back. I know we kind of, I think we criticize them a lot, but I think at the same time for good reason, because we know they can do great things. We expect them to be able to do great things, and they definitely did have a better showing here when it came to Sanhok and Rain. He's getting hungry for more kills. Uneven as well, starting to push through. They're looking to pick up as much as possible. And I think it's important if you're one of those top teams, as we talked about, like Group A was like the group of Death 7, that you kind of want to avoid playing against, you don't want to be in a group against Loop Esports, because that means every time you play, you have to compete against the likes of them. So I think it's really important to be one of those top teams to really show it here in seeding.
Oh yeah, and I think it can kind of go the other way as well, right? At least, hey, maybe you're going up against Loops every single time. If you're able to kind of stay close and stay up on the leaderboard, even though they are in your group,
true.
That's a great confident booster for them. It can go either way. Some teams might crush under the pressure, other teams will go ahead and rise, and that's when we'll end up getting champions. And on the next match, we're going to be at a lot of people are going to be sitting out. Footballers, Tempo Storm, Cloud9, SWAT 69. So teams that might have not had the best performances so far in these games, guess what? You got Erangel. You got the map that you know like the back of your hand. You can go ahead and maybe try to switch it around for you and start tomorrow hot.
Well, let's take a look at our total damage as well. I mean, you guys told me in rehearsal, since I haven't seen the graph myself, it's amazing, and you're going to see exactly why now on your screens at home. We're going to see Tempo Storm, #1 in damage, #1 in kills. You know what, Tempo? Send me a little bit of money on my PayPal, and I won't predict you to win anymore if you can pull off games like this. Hopefully no one hears that, and get me fired from it. But Glitter looking across the board, B4 as well, having a standout game. Uder Killers, it's nice to see them bounce back. They've been struggling for quite a bit of time. But what makes me a little bit sad, though, is going to be towards the end. Queso and Footballers really having a bad match.
And Queso and Football specifically, they had stronger earlier games. So I think they're going to be in okay position. But B4 specifically, I do want to touch on them a little bit because this is now 2 back-to-back games where Levi has been the last man standing and has had to like really kind of pull it out for his team while they have managed to do a ton of damage. But then also looking farther down their rankings, like I had touched on a little bit earlier, both Cloud9 and Konina Power went out early, but they were able to pull down 8 kills before they went out and put almost the exact same amount of damage out. Like that is so important for them moving forward in these overall rankings.
And Cloud9 in their 7, 1,200 damage, putting up some big numbers, some big kills. Well, I think it was on 8. So they were 1 behind the leaders of Tempo Storm. That's what we're saying, right? This team can frag. They brought in even more fragging power with their latest pickup. I think, or actually, let me just ask you, do you think there's still something missing within the team at the moment that they're going to iron out? Or is it more of just a slower start for them like we did see in PMPL Americas?
I think it's just a lower start, honestly. As I mentioned, they're playing against teams that they're maybe not used to even. No matter how much gameplay you see from other teams, teams are always going to go ahead and switch it around. You have to go ahead and adjust to how they react to different teams from Americas. Every region plays differently, and I think that's what Cloud9 is doing here. But as we're able to see, they're able to get the kills. Now, if only they can maybe get into a top 5 situation where they have all their players up, that they're a scary team. We've seen it over and over again, and I think at that point, going back to PMPL Americas, that's when Cloud9 actually started performing. Whenever they had the full squad on a top 5 situation, they would end up just ragging out, and on top of that, getting the win.
Well, then let me ask you, Glitter, you were there the whole time during PMPL Americas. Did we see teams who were able to maybe not do well on one day, take that time off, go into the next day, review some VODs, obviously see what went right, see what went wrong, and then consistently just get better over the tournament? Are teams doing their homework?
Almost, you can actually say that was the case for almost every single team in PMPL, where they would just have sometimes a disastrous day or even an entire bad first week, and you watched them consistently improve from there and kind of fix a lot of those mistakes. Ideally, any of the teams that are playing here today will use this opening weekend for that exact purpose. Like we've pointed out a few times now, they don't have a whole lot of ramp up time once we actually get into league play, so they can't afford to play super safe or conservative or, you know, try things out once league play hits. This is their opportunity right here to like make all of those changes or those calls to their gameplay.
All right, well, 7. We talked about a certain play you wanted to break down, Pittsburgh Knights up against Football Lust, and I want to give you a chance to start to do it here as well. I'm sorry, I do it every time. You know, it's catchy. You got to blame Dave for it.
Hey man, it's not a bad thing. Now right here, we're going to be seeing 3 players from Football, as I'm not sure exactly where the other one was. And they do have some cover, man. They have some cover over here with this rock. They have another cover with the other rock as well. But for some reason, everything just starts falling apart. And I'm just going to go ahead and start playing it. PK moving up, J7 being able to go ahead and hit some first shots there on that player. He does get low, he backs off a little bit more, but the thing that I love here is that you have Carnage pretty much just giving him some support. He's saying, don't worry, J7, go ahead and heal up. I'm going to be able to get your flank. If that player goes ahead and tries to kind of like push you over, I got your back. And that is great to see. And something that I'm also going to go ahead and enjoy from Carnage is that he's going to be able to go ahead and rotate this way as well. You'll be able to see that in the back end now. I'm going to go ahead and let it play a little bit more. As you can see there, some knocks now start to go down. And you're going to be seeing knocks from none other than Cloud9. Cloud9 is now starting to go ahead and knock footballers. So that's something I was mentioning. Sanhok is such a small map that if you are going to get into a fight, make sure not only do you have cover against the team that you're going to be fighting, like this team right here, but you also got teams from the back, which you're not even going to be aware of. So it's just, if you get into a fight, finish it off quickly as possible, and then you're just going to see Pittsburgh Knights just taking advantage of that. They know what's going on here. They know they have the advantage. I wish J7 would have maybe try to push up a little bit more towards this rock. I think he was still scared. Let me go ahead and just point it out here. Towards this rock, he would have been safe from whatever Cloud9 was going to go ahead and shoot them from. And maybe he would have been able to get some extra kills instead of just Cloud9 stealing them. And another thing that I actually enjoy here is, look at this. Sixless, Raven, now it's starting to push up. Now Carnage being able to go ahead and switch around and get a different angle. By the way, I love this tool right here. I'm gonna have to go ahead and buy it myself, man. J7 now being able to go ahead and fully heal, and then after that, they just go over and just finish off the team. So overall, great play there by Pittsburgh Knights. They weren't able to go ahead and get the win or get higher placement, but it's good to see them starting to go ahead and win engagements like that. And they do need to be careful, because if they get a knock and they're not able to go ahead and finish those skills, guess what? Some other team like Cloud9 is going to be able to come in handy and just steal those skills. kills for you.
Well, let's take a look at some top players as well from that last game. Spec, Rain, Tixi, and Pedrog is able to pick up quite a few kills. The knockout's a little bit low though for Pedrog, was able to at least confirm them as he picked himself up for, and also the time alive. You know, we talked about Kanina and Tixi, only 18.5 minutes of time for him. And Rain and Spec, I mean, look at that. 6 kills between the two players, 7 knockouts, and over 1,100 damage. Ridiculous stuff, and I think that's maybe the power of Tempo Storm, is that once they get going, it's really hard to stop them. They've been so consistent today, and I'll still say that even though they did have a bad showing in one of the matches, but a strong team nonetheless here, Glitter.
Absolutely, and I'm also really enjoying seeing, you know, 2 other different teams that they're like seeing Konina up there with Tixi, and I think that, you know, like I'd pointed out a few times now, they did go down early, but clearly they were able to do a ton of damage before they went down. If all they have to do is figure out how to just kind of stay alive a little bit longer, they might be able to put themselves in a decent position moving forward.
Well, you know what? Moving forward is exactly what we're going to do. Take a look at the overall standings. Tempo Storm taking first place, my boys, 66 points. Taking a chicken dinner. But what's also really cool about this is look at slot number 2, slot number 3, slot number 4. 3 matches played. And currently Wildcard is going to be 16 points behind Tempo Storm 7. There's still a chance that Tempo Storm could be dethroned.
Oh, definitely. And anything can happen here. Keep in mind, we're going to be going to Erangel, and guess who won the first game in Erangel? Wildcard did. So there could be some movement there on the leaderboard. And as you mentioned, Tempo Storm is going to be sitting out. Then you got Football as being in the top 5, also going to be sitting out. B4, haven't really heard much of B4, so hopefully they can go ahead and step it up and be more consistent like I'm used to hearing from them. Team Queso, we're seeing them there get a 2nd place. Hopefully they can go ahead and continue to be. There's just so many good teams in the PMWL West that it's hard to go ahead and just focus on one team. And then you got other teams that maybe have not had the best performance so far. Konina Power, we saw them at one point getting knocked of one match, the first team to get knocked. And now, even though they got knocked early in the previous match in Sanhok, they were able to back it up with kills. So everything's starting to kind of fall into place with certain teams. We're starting to see how our team's gonna go ahead and react when they have a bad match. And I'm just hyped, man. I'm hyped to see this final game, and I cannot wait for tomorrow.
Oh yeah, especially when we go into league play. But for now, we will be heading yet again to another short commercial break. And when we come back, we'll be loading things up. It's gonna be on Erangel. You know, I think one of my favorite things in life is when you go downstairs or go to your refrigerator, you pull out a nice icy can of Mountain Dew, drinking it late at night. Is one of the best things. I have so many fond memories playing multiple games, just chugging Mountain Dew all night long.
Yep.
Let's take a look though at the schedule. Like we said, one more match to go up today. It's going to be on Erangel, and it will be a final one for the day. And we'll see which group will be sitting out from this one. It's going to be Group A. And I know you kind of touched on it a little bit early on, but I want to remind the viewers at home who's going to be sitting out here, Glitter.
That means for Group A, we are not going to be seeing Footballist, Cloud9, SWAT 69, and Tempo Storms. There are a lot of good names in that group.
Yeah, very big names. And well, we still have Wildcard, Loops, Unique, all with a chance to get themselves a 2nd chicken dinner. I'm a little bit sad to not see it happen yet today. If you're watching the East matches, Bigatron sticking to exactly what they do best, pulling home the chicken and getting those dinners sorted out. But we still have more giveaways to come. Again, we have these going on throughout the entire event. If you want to win some prizes at home, of course, the Pinocchio outfit. I love it. Once we hit 2 million subscribers on YouTube, as long as you're subscribed, you'll have a chance to win this permanent set. Now, Seven, if you won this, which I think you still have a chance to do so, I think we're all gonna have a chance to do so. I think it's not against our contract. Tell me how you would get that first chicken dinner.
How would I get that first chicken dinner? Just
how would you get
camping,
it with this?
man. Just camp, hide myself, wait until the end, and then on the last player, just pop up out of nowhere and scare him with that Jason outfit. That's what I like to call it, the Jason outfit.
You know, there's a lot of Jasons in the world. There's a lot of ones, usually horror
Jason
movies.
Kaplan, there you go.
I would actually love if they
that skin, Jason.
I would love if they added in like a feature where every time you get a kill, the nose gets bigger. But then, you know, you'd have Seven walking around the map with his nose from one side of Sanhok to the other. So maybe that'd actually give away his position.
I don't know. I don't know about that. All right, but I'll take the compliment.
Yeah, you can top frag easily. So we're loading on to Erangel. We saw Wildcard take the first one. We'll see if they can do it yet again. And I want to go into this one more time here, Seven, just for, again, the new viewers, for viewers who don't know much about how these maps work on a competitive level. Talk to us about the competitive aspects for Erangel.
Erangel, definitely a map that we all know, the map that we first got to play in PUBG Mobile as well. So anything can happen here. The thing that I want to go ahead and keep an eye on is, and the people that are watching this stream for the first time or just PUBG Mobile Esports for the first time, is keep an eye on that circle. And actually, huge shout out to PUBG Mobile Esports and ESL as well, because over on YouTube, they actually set up a stream where you can just look at the map and see how teams are rotating. So just a little brief, for anybody that's wanting to become a pro, go see how they rotate over there. It's great insights, and you get to see a lot of great stuff as well as we're seeing some of the tense stuff. But I was saying, it depends on the circle, man. It is three different islands, and sometimes we end up getting some military circles, sometimes we end up getting some mainland circles. So it comes down to who's going to be bridge camping. For example, if it is military, who's going to be bridge camping, who's going to be holding on the angle. So anything can happen here. It's actually one of my favorite maps, Erangel.
It's got to be the most frustrating thing as well. If you're the one bridge camping, not a big deal. If you're the team trying to get across, you're gonna be so frustrated. Well, we're gonna be heading straight into this next game. I have to say goodbye to you one more time as we'll bring you back in towards the end of the day. Don't worry, we gotta bring in some very handsome people as well. We're gonna shoo you out of here. There we go. We're gonna bring in Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave again. I can still feel the energy, Hot Jukes. Oh, I like that little entrance just coming in from the side. I had no idea where you were.
To time it perfect? That's what I'm talking about. That's how we do it.
I like Mustache Dave, though. He's like, yeah, I'm here again. What's up, guys? I mean, I can't get enough of Mustache Dave. So going into Erangel, do you think we'll finally see a repeat here for Wildcard? Dave, your thoughts?
Wildcard, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say Nova. They're gonna make a comeback. They're going to make a comeback, make sure not to get shredded really early on, and get a chicken dinner.
Well, you said for yourself you were 3 for 4 today. Maybe see if you're going to be 4 for 5. We're going to drop it straight into the game. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave, come on, last game of the day. Let's kick it off.
Let's get it. Let's go. I'm so pumped up, man. So far, we've seen some amazing matches from start to finish here. Ending it off with a good old-fashioned Erangel, the map that we've been mentioning multiple times. Every single one of these players knows and loves. Dave, you ready?
I'm ready. I am ready. And hey, we're going to be mentioning this map a lot more times. We got a bunch of PUBG Mobile to be had here, and I'm looking forward to it. This plane path, very similar to game number 1, starting down here in the south. We already see B4 dropping over there into Nova. One thing to note, though, footballists, they're done for the day. So B4, maybe they can have an easier time around here.
And there's a lot of big teams that are sitting out of this one right here. So it's pretty much anybody's game. I'm looking forward to see how these squads adapt here, especially now that we're going into Erangel. Like, one of the big things that I'm looking at right off the bat is Tempo Storm. They're sitting out. So Pachinki, wide open right now for the most part. Is Team Umbra going to go there once again? Who's going to really pick that out? I wonder which squad is going to have that realization. And it looks like none of them, as Pachinki will be wide open to start off this Erangel match. Man, what a play.
Yeah, and with that being said, you have to assume at least the teams from the Americas region, recognizing that Tempo are not in this game, they should know, Pachinki free and clear. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a squad like Team Queso, the Knights, maybe, push on in through the city, utilize it, maybe get some more loot to their names. And talking about people trying to get some loot, we got one of the members from KHK cruising on that sweet motorcycle, just enjoying the breeze, going through their hair and just cranking the tunes right now. You got the bunny ears going on. They're living life, Hodge.
That's the hot dog. That's the hot dog motorcycle right there. Does the drop off so we can grab that good old-fashioned dossier, and it looks like they're headed towards Milta to try to start looting.
Milta, I mean, it was also an area that was free in game number 1. Not only that, Milta Power is going to be in circle number 1. So it's a win-win. It's a win-win. So KHK on foot right now. Interesting. Yeah, what's going on? Kato is in the aqua rail.
Jet ski.
The jet ski, just having a good old time. A lot of people just having good times here. But the Dream Eaters, hot on the trail. trying to at least get 1 point, one easy point over here on this the bystander, you know, who's just out here getting some sun in the water.
Man, they're trying to chase that rabbit down, looking for him. It looks like they weren't. Oh,
man.
Look at that.
Old man on the DP, taking down Matic. Oh, look at this. Old man in the guard tower, using Kato as the bait. I mean, they sent the worm out there. They started reeling that bad boy back up. Old man's like, okay, thank you. There goes one, trying to get the thirst in. Now, Dream Eaters getting caught off guard right there.
They sure did. They were hungry for some rabbit, and unfortunately, they ran into some old man with a DP. So yeah, Dream Eaters gonna try to get this reset off. It looks like they already able to get that res. And try to get, oh yeah, she found the kill feed.
Ran over Pro Lord.
What is going on with this Erangel match here? All kinds of shenanigans right off the bat.
It is actually nuts out here. I mean, it's the last game of the evening, you know, things get a little hectic. Clown Fiesta, as some would put it. It's party time, and over here in Yesnaya, Alpha Legends are just cruising around the place. And, you know, I thought Dream Eaters, they had the upper hand, but now they're out here in the wheat fields, nowhere to really go.
Can't be too hungry, can't be too hungry, too thirsty, because just like that, it can turn around on you right now, and they're pretty stuck. As Alpha Legends got an angle on the Matic, just single tapping, trying to catch him.
That's all they need
by
to
those
do,
hay
too.
bales. They are stuck out there.
Yeah, exactly. And it's only a matter of time before one of the members from Alpha Legends get the wraparound. Yeah, look at it. Baker all the way out there trying to get the wraparound, trying to get those alternate angles. Oh, and this was my team that I was predicting to get that chicken dinner. Nova Esports, 8-0, making the pull-up right there. Oh, and crashing on into that shed. Umbra down one member at least, might even be two.
Yeah, looks like PRZ's knocked, and he does not look like he's going to get picked up in this position. So it's just Vindex all on his lonesome right now. Does have an M4. Is he going to be able to catch this buggy?
Ooh,
the tracking, reload.
Oh, the reload.
Saving. Oh, he got him! Oh, headshot! Vindex! Last bullet. Huge shot right there for Vindex. Catching Gonzo on the drive, and it looks like he's headed over for the thirst.
I mean, hey, being the solo member on the squad for Umbra, you need to get these. You need to get these points. There you go. Vindex with that classic run over. Does he even care for the loot? Just gonna get that point and continue driving on along. I mean, it's a smart play because think about it. You're a solo player. You don't want to spend too much time where you got a kill because you have to assume that the enemies are going to be on the hunt. So you got to get out of there as quick as possible.
Yeah, Vindex with a quick drive-by right there. You know, just running him over and taking off, getting that extra point for his squad. But, man, that man is going to have to snake his way if he's want to get any more placement points for his team. And we're looking over here at the overview of Yasnaya with Alpha Legends and Dream Eaters, both on the opposite sides. Just try to get some loot and get ready for this next zone.
Yeah, I want to say Alpha Legends, they kind of, you know, they said, okay, you can chill out there in the wheat fields. Yeah, they kind of pulled off this one, but, you know, Dream Eaters, they're a little scared looking right now, and they're missing helmets, they're missing vests, and not only that, I see Wildcard up there to the north of Yasnaya as well, so Yasnaya is starting to be somewhat of a hotbed right here for squads.
You know, I really like that play from Alpha Legends, even though they pretty much had Dream Eaters against the ropes, knowing that they were stuck out in those fields. They said, you know what, let's just leave them, get some loot, and get ready for the next zones, because ending placement is what matters the most, and because of that pressure, they were stuck out in the middle of nowhere right now. But look at this replay as we go on over to HCL, getting a huge knock right here off the start.
Yep, on to Pro Lord, and that's pretty much what opened it up. You know, that opened up, getting that initial knock will allow them to just come in for the swoop. The Eagles in the sky. Oh, yeah, got to get that Vindex run over right there. So best of luck to Vindex, the solo member for Team Umbra. They're going to have one challenging game ahead of them if they want to get some really good placement points. Still, 16 teams alive here. I mean, we have only just begun, just over 7 minutes into the map.
It's anybody's game right now, and I'm looking forward to seeing how these players rotate into this circle. They're all going to know this circle pretty well as you start seeing, you know, PK, Loops, Alpha Legends, all going to opt to rotate a little bit late, but you're going to already see so many squads. They're already dead central here in this prison area. Wildcard, they saw them this in the first match, taking the same spot. It worked before, right? Might as well try it again.
Same strat, same exact strat. All they need to do is hope that these circles favor them, once again. Exactly. So let's see what they can do here. The only difference is Cloud9. They're not going to be on the opposite end of the prison. So yeah, we'll see what they can do here. The long drawn out battle, Alpha Legends right now versus Dream Eaters. You gotta assume that Alpha Legends are in the better position because they've been looting this whole time. All 4 members compared to Dream Eaters, where they only had 2 members looting this time, while the other 2 were pinned down.
Look at that return knock. That was so close right there. As one member from Dream Eaters had a really good angle onto Alpha Legends, but man, they had a quick turn to be able to stop that push. But Dream Eaters seems like they have been able to relocate to the other side of He's gonna in the corner. Okay. Oh, it survived. So close.
It did a little damage. But at least you weren't completely taken out. That would have been just unlucky. So it seems like a lot of these grenades are hit or miss right now, not going where they're intended to go.
And it looks like he decided to just retreat after that one. He's like, you know what? I don't want to be here anymore. Let's just go ahead and get out of here and get ready for this next circle as we see it pop, pretty much dead center right here. So it's pretty even for all of these teams.
All right, hey, I just learned something new because I'm not going to lie. I've done that before. And, I get, caught in the moment. I'm like, running around the place. And then next thing you know, it actually blows up on me. So next time I'm in that situation, just face a corner, hope that it does not take you out. So, hey, you learn from your mistakes, keep moving forward. So Loops out here on Potato Hill. Yeah, what?
That was panic, to be honest. You can tell he was like, do I jump out the window or do I go into the stairs? And he knew it was too late. So he was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna go as far and hope to survive as long as I can. And fortunate for him, he was able to. So yeah, after that, they both all decided to peel off and get into the next one. But Nova and PK taking out J7.
Yeah, it looks like, I want to say, we came on the tail end of this, but it looks like J7 was doing some scouting and, got up close to this farm location where Nova, this is their terrain. They go farm every single Erangel game if the plane favors it, of course. So this is their home turf right now. And now with only 3 members up from the Knights, they're going to have a challenge.
Yeah, they are. And, that's a really unfortunate losing J7, which is a really strong fragger for the Pittsburgh Knights. Yeah, just trying to separate, get some more real estate. And Nova pushed up on this full squad. And there's, nothing you can do 4v1, especially against a team like this.
HCL taking some pot shots over there. And looks like one of the squad mates might have tossed a smoke. And HZL is probably like, hey, you just blocked my sight lines there, buddy. I'm taking some shots over there. AZ on the outskirts of this as well. So this is something that Nova, they do quite often. They always have at least one member, split, kind of scouting, trying to get that next position.
Yeah, they're just trying to get all the intel they can, especially because this next zone, it can go anywhere right now. So, this is really, really smart, I think, from this squad to kind of try to get that prediction, find out what real estate's available, because if that zone hard shifts in this direction, AZ with that intel is going to be crucial for that team.
Exactly. They just need to make sure pretty much not to get spotted or possibly even, third party out there while they're doing that scouting. So B4, 4 up, looking pretty good. Sixless connecting onto HZL with that DP. We got frag machines over here by the bridge, also looking to make some moves.
Yeah, we saw them pretty spread apart right now, so I wonder if that's just going to be an annoying knock, or if they decide to push up on it. It's really too risky, I think, to start pressing, especially with the zone as big as it is right now. I think you're just trying to hold your position and play keep away. Make sure that no team presses up on you.
Keep away, exactly. And but describe that real quick for maybe newer players.
Sure. So basically what I mean by keep away is you have to basically do the do, and if you're not doing the do, then you're done. But in all seriously, what you're trying to do is when you have a central position in your location, you want to make sure that no team drives up and crashes on you. So you're just shooting at everything that moves to make sure no team comes even near your location. That's exactly what Yala is doing right now in this spot against Frag Machine.
Hashtag keep away. Hashtag keep away. And that's what the circle said. That's what the circle said. The circle said hashtag keep away. I'm going to hard shift down here to the east, the south, and it's going to be on top of Milta, Jukes.
Oh, man. Yeah, what a difficult rotation, especially for Dream Eaters, Alpha Legends, and Loops right here, as all these squads are pretty much already kind of set up into this military area, and we have a lot of that zone is in the water, so this is a tough position. A lot of open land, a really difficult one to hold if you're any of these teams.
Not only that, there's 2 crates in the water, so the only squads that really might have had sight lines onto that might have been frag machines over there on the bridge. But look at this, the great migration, as Jason would like to put it. You got Team Queso in their vehicles, you got Headquarters in their vehicles, you got Konina Power in their vehicles, pretty much everybody in some type of vehicle on the move right now, trying to get into a more centralized position. And Team Queso gonna be getting sprayed on right now. Vehicle explosion from Sam. Oh man, we're gonna lose a couple teams here, aren't we?
What a risky pull-up right there from TK. So just from the end, just sending it dead center, and it did end up working out for them, but will this last member be able to make it, Axel? It looks like he is, but at the same time, TK are looking to sacrifice all their vehicles for this location.
Yeah, sacrificing their vehicles, but at what cost? And talking about getting a little tunnel vision, looked like Headquarters were trying to make sure to get these knocks, get these connects onto Team Queso, but from behind, Nova Esports like, hello, what's going on? This is our yellow compound, and in the kill feed, you see Raven starting to pop off as well onto Yala.
Big solid break for Team Queso right there. You know, a good old-fashioned Nova AZ just kind of third-partying them from the back, and that basically stopped that entire tunnel vision for that team. But yeah, look at this zone right now. It is pretty solid central. Every single team has seemed to find their way into the edge. But man, I wonder where this next one's going to go, because it's pretty much anybody's game if it hard shifts onto them.
Solid gold, man. Solid gold. All right, so looking around, Unique, I got to say, I mean, they went to Milta Power very early on. There's no team near them for the time being. They have a nice buffer. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them get that crate out there in the water. Checking on in with Wildcard. Okay, so they definitely see the movement out there in the distance from Alpha Legends. Faker up there on that second story of the Wizard Tower. Just, you know, just chilling. I mean, this is in the zone. Actually not going to be chilling because Sam's taking the shot, so Faker might not appreciate that.
Oh no, you know, but man, I'll tell you what, this Alpha Legends team, they've sure been fragging out today. I'd really like to see their gameplay. You know, Faker and Ramon, one of their top players, they're able to really put in some good, solid work. But this zone, oh my goodness, look at this hard shift all the way to the east. Every single one of these teams, and look at Frag Machine already in their vehicles and on the way to this next circle. What a hard shift.
This is the second hard shift in a row.
Oh, toxic.
Just to note, just to note. So, yeah, Frag Machine's going to be utilizing the beach. It looks like the Knights were trying to make the pull-up, trying to take some shots, but quickly deciding, let's follow suit over there. Frag Machine's going to be going for some nice jumps over here. They might be able to make it into the southern part of this. Yep, going to be quick and making a quick U-turn right there. Go checking on into the dead forest out here. Very difficult to drive through. You got to be like a Class A driver to make it on through there. Alpha Legends currently still alive over here. Dream Eaters making it on in from their early Yesnaya conflicts. I mean, there are teams just crashing on top of each other right now.
They're just trying to find a spot right now. There's so many teams already there, so you can see squads pull up, hit the U-turn, and just try to find any kind of little empty real estate. As you can see right there, Team Unique have held down those red buildings really well. Team Queso taking these reds, but oh, they're in a fight with Alpha.
Woo, Alpha currently trying to get the reset over here in the kill feed. I mean, it is just all out mayhem right here. Kato trying to get some nice sight lines. Looks like they're going to be safe for the time being, but Team Queso making the push on up. They're going to be losing Marco. Marco's going to be getting thirsted. Dream Eaters on the outskirts of this one, trying to get the third party going on right now. Going to be having some nice angles on into those little windows. Looks like Team Queso able to snuff out that solo member and should be able to reset off of that one.
Yeah, UDR killers, you know, just trying to find any kind of position they can, and one of them ended up running against an entire squad of Team Queso. Able to get a thirst, though, at a point on the board, but now that's only 2 members left for TQ.
Yeah, and we have a lot of solos, a lot of duos in this map. I mean, 16 teams. Don't let that fool you, though. Yes, we have all the teams, but some of them are chunked down pretty low. I mean, we saw earlier on Vindex from Umbra. And talking about solos, Dream Eaters making sure to make some solos on the side of Team Queso. Now it's just up to Axel.
Oh my gosh, shots going all over the place. Oh, here we go.
Loops versus Unique. Unique, they had the zone, and just as quick as the fight started, Loops taking down Unique, making sure to deny a chicken dinner from that squad.
How insane is that? 18 minutes already into the game, and that's the first team out right here. These squads are doing everything they can to stay alive as Axel trying to hold the second route, but they're having to go against Dream Eaters. Oh, tough nade right there. Pre-fires onto his own teammate, just in case, just in case. They are gonna have to press up here. Bounce nade, will it hit?
Uh-oh. Is that good? Axel so low. I mean, he got chunked down so many times. Matic just spraying on into that smoke, and Team Queso, the cheese, not able to melt here in this final match of the day. Dream Eaters, 3 kills so far, still with the full squad up. You love to see it.
Oh yeah, Dream Eaters being able to notice that Team Queso was hurt, and just like that, they were able to go ahead and get a crash. But here goes the next circle, and another solid ship.
That could be
big
good. Able to get on out of harm's way right there, but going for that pre-fire as the duo from Yala are just rotating on in, just trying to, get the upper hand on this next circle.
Oh, and got caught. Anas is in a big trouble right here, and he is going to be thirsted. So 1 member up for Yala. Got to make a big play if he wants to get any extra points for his team. Oh, that's going to be tough.
Zero connecting on to 1, but like you said, 1v4. I mean, talk about challenges. And Frag Machine, they are not going to be in this next circle, but they have some cover to work with. They're able to get the resets. Talking about teams that are in this circle, Alpha Legends, they're going to be in there. Dream Eaters going to be in there. Everybody else just fighting for something to call their own. And that solo member from headquarters still out there trying to take shots on people.
Oh, just trying to get into this circle and make it happen. We saw Frag Machine putting in some great work. They're definitely known as the most consistent team in the Middle East and North Africa region.
Ooh, Maxon popping out that buggy, spotting out Sixless, trying to go for the shots, but Sixless able to connect onto not 1, but 2 right there from B4, and B4 biting the bullet this game. And you know what? That's going to allow wildcard. Okay, they know who's down there. They know there's a solo member down there, and they know it's Sixless.
Oh yeah, they are all set up, good to go. Sixless, the last member alive for PK. And honestly, if you're gonna have 1 member up, it's gotta be him. That man has been able to snake his way and gain so many points for so many teams. So he's gonna have still a lot of work if he wants to be able to get high on this board. But Wildcard holding down Mini Power right now pretty well. It's pretty much anybody's game, especially considering where this next zone's about to shift.
I mean, clocking in, man, clocking in. Talking about players trying to clock in right now. This one player from KHK Esports just pre-firing on into the smokes, trying to make these bullets connect, trying to connect onto Frag Machines. And Frag Machines, they're in the smokes. They're running all types of directions. They cannot catch a break. There goes 1 knockdown out. And to make matters worse, this solo from headquarters tossing grenades back on top of Frag Machines. And Frag Machines, they are just pinned down right now. Hot Jukes, oh no.
Oh, worst case scenario right now if you're Frag Machines, but big nades coming out. Will they be able to get him? He survives!
1 HP!
1 HP!
Oh!
All it takes is 1 more nade and he is out. Was that it? No, he survives. Oh my goodness. Headquarters. Jama's trying to survive, doing everything he can. He's got that rock. Will that nade do it?
Over.
He survives!
Able to
not go down. Get to the buggy.
Ooh,
what?
Okay. Oh man, I liked it. I liked it though. Dropping in that buggy to get that information, but just not paying off there at the end. And talking about paying off, Loops trying to make the breach, trying to make the push onto KHK Esports. They're going to be on the outskirts. Kowalski going to be connected on, chunked down and out. 1 more member on the second story of this. This is not going to be in the zone. They need to clear out that second story. There goes the grenade, trying to get the thirst. More points going on over to KHK Esports. Can they get the pre-fire on into the windows? Going back and forth. 1 HP as well. Can they do it? This is a 1v1.
Becker all is lonesome right now, hitting the shimmies right now, trying to get some angles. Oh no, we got third party from
third party, and that's it. KHK surviving.
What a crazy play right there. Flag Machine seemed to be down and out, but able to survive, and they have a really good solid position as the zone has rotated onto them right now, hitting some major shots. Sixless in the corner, laying down, doing what he does best with the hardcore snake. But KHK, they have to get into this next zone, and there's everybody looking right at him.
Yeah, Sixless, I believe tweeting out like 2 days ago, he wants to be known as Snake God in at least DNA. So this is Sixless's time to claim that title. The solo member, Game 5 over here. Look at them, all the way down there in the south, crawling. They need to avoid being spotted by Wildcard. Need to avoid being spotted by Frag Machines. And as I say that, Snake God!
That's it. Out of there. Unfortunate there for Sixless, doing all he can to be able to get position for his team. But yeah, getting spotted out in that position right there. But Frag Machine, man, these guys are putting in work right now.
Yeah, and they're getting a little help from Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters will be tossing a grenade on top of Wildcard as well. That's going to connect, and Dream Eaters, hey, they got 4 up. They got 3 kills so far, and they are right smack in the middle, Hot Jukes. This could be their game.
Oh, it sure can be, and this is the kind of game that you hope for when you get these kind of positions. You want to get the chicken dinner and a bunch of kills to hopefully offset those games where you don't really get zone. You see Spring, the wild card off-angle specialist with the DP, locked and loaded with the nade, throwing it downtown, trying to connect. Oh,
trying
real
to
close.
connect, will be connecting, inflicting some damage, forcing that Dream Eaters player to go back on into the Witch Tower, into their cover. And Wildcard, they're trying to inflict as much damage as possible because the next zone does go on up. The 2-2 split from the Dream Eaters. They're going to have all of the zone to themselves. Acer connecting a huge grenade onto that Frag Machines player. You got Freak right there in the circle, in the zone, utilizing that concrete wall for cover right now. Acer trying to make the push on up, trying to get the flushes. Molly will be separating Acer from his squad mates. Acer in the front line, going for that spray. Acer connecting onto outplay. There we go, getting that flush.
So much aggression coming from Wildcard right here as they are playing together as a unit, and that's exactly what they need to do if they're looking to get into this next zone, but only 7 seconds left on the clock. They need to heal up and get moving right now. Smokes need to start going out, find any position they can, because there's so many players right now and not a lot of real estate left.
Not a lot of real estate. Alpha Legends,
here they go,
popping up in their vehicles, in their buggies, trying to make the crash on the Dream Eater. The double trade right there. Matic on the second story of the Harry Potter, trying to get the cover fire. Old Man taken down and out. And from downtown, Wildcard with the third party action right there. Dream Eaters versus Wildcard.
Speaking of dream, that was a dream scenario right there for a Wildcard, able to catch that third party at a perfect time and take out the monster that is Alpha Legends. That team was fragging out right there, but with that solid third party, they are taken out in a good solid third place. But it's all Dream Eaters right now. Wildcard, who is going to win this one? Dream Eaters are pretty split up. Wildcard are playing pretty well together. I think it's anyone's game right now.
Anyone's game, but look at this. Dream Eaters, extremely low. There's a crate landing on one half of the duos. Much needed crate. I mean, I don't even think they have meds at this point. Just look at their health. They have not healed up. So that crate, that level 3 gear, could win them the game. Maybe even an M249, maybe. Matic up here on the second story. Nice sightlines, but needs to be really careful. The thing is, though, Matic could get the information on the snakes from this angle. Matic doesn't necessarily need to pop on over there. Information is everything, and he can relay that back to squad mates. And maybe they can toss some maulers, maybe some grenades.
Oh, yeah, but they do have this blue zone to their favor, and Matic catches out Acer and is able to get the thirst. He's got a great angle on this Wildcard team.
Damn, trying to crawl themselves, get that off angle. But look at that. Matic, I mean, that root position might just win them the game. Matic connecting onto 2 members from Wildcard. Sam, near the push, watching his squad mates get ripped apart. Spring connecting onto one of the Dream Eaters, trying to get the thirst in. Look at this, Sam redirecting their attention right now. Matic on top of this roof. Such a big position for Matic. I mean, this could be the game-winning position from the Dream Eaters, and now both Sam and Spring honed in, tunneling their vision on top of that roof.
This is what I'm talking about right here. This is where you find out who is the best of the best. It's Spring and Sam versus 2 members of Dream Eaters. I think Matic definitely has a huge advantage when it comes to position right here, but all it takes is a couple big shots from Wildcard to turn this fight around. But oh, Advocate, he's getting the revive right now. So now it's a 3v2.
Are they going for another one?
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
no way.
this is huge. Wildcard playing so passive right
move.
now. Yeah, they're allowing the double revive. Dream Eaters are going to have 4 up here. It's going to be a 4v2. Sam cooking this grenade. Gonna be tossing the grenade. Choking down Matic quite low right there, but Spring catching some bullets of their own, trying to heal on up, and it looks like 3 members from Dream Eaters going to be pushing on top of Spring. Now it's up to Sam, the newly acquired member of the wild card.
And that's
it's
it.
just too much to handle. Sam taken out in 2nd place right there.
Man, gotta give it to Dream Eaters in that scenario right there. What a great angle from Matic, able to secure 6 kills for his team alone right there. Well played, well executed. They played it patient, got everybody back up, and were able to just use that numbers advantage to press onto Wildcard and get the big chicken dinner.
Huge day, man. Huge day. I mean, Wildcard 2nd place. I mean, they had to fight tooth and nail for their positioning there as well. But yeah, Matic up there on the roof. I mean, talk about sight lines for days onto snakes as well. So definitely winning that chicken dinner, much needed here for the seedings.
Oh, they knew exactly where they were at, but I know who's at now is Jason. What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm back. I'm not gonna lie. I got chills towards the end there. That cooked grenade straight in Matic's face. I was freaking out, not even playing the game. I'm just sitting there watching.
And I was looking at that too, and I was like, that could have been the one nade to change it all, but just missed the mark by a little bit right there. I mean, they had all the information. They knew exactly where each member of Wildcard was, used it to their advantage, and was able to clutch out a big chicken dinner with 10 kills as well. Great play for Dream Eaters.
I'm sad and happy at the same time. I was talking about before we got into the game. I wanted to see, Wes's Bigatron. I want to see a team get 2 chicken dinners in the day. Wildcard came so close, but maybe they weren't hungry enough in the end. And Dave, Hot Jukes, I think we're gonna have to get rid of you for the final time today. But you know what? I'm lucky because I get to see you guys later tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Looking forward to it.
See you guys later. Have a good rest. Phenomenal job by you two as well. And we need to start to bring in our not our commentators. You guys are getting out of here. We need to bring in our experts. Let's bring back in Seven. Let's bring back in Glitter to talk about that last and final game of the day. How are you two doing? That was a crazy match, Seven.
That was indeed a crazy match, man. Overall, the ending, a lot of teams just kind of fighting each other and Wildcard just holding back. I thought that was amazing. And then on top of that, the player from Dream Eaters being able to go in and smoke out the area, the patio area, and then climbing the roof. I thought that move right there, is pretty much what went ahead and won them the game.
I think the funniest thing watching that when I was in, comms with you guys was Glitter saying basically, okay, let's use that clip. No, let's use this clip. No, let's use that clip because there was so much stuff happening at the very end as well. But you guys had wildcard. If I'm not mistaken, Seven, you had wildcards to win this one?
I did. Once I saw Wildcard, I don't remember who they ended up wiping pretty much on the back end whenever they were fighting somebody. But once I saw them actually get that, and then I saw the other teams fighting, I was like, okay, this is gonna be a Wildcard. But as soon as I saw Dream Eaters, as I was mentioning, as soon as I saw them smoke it out and actually get on top of that roof to be able to go ahead and give them some overview and advantage just over Wildcard, I knew it was over.
Well, you can see here, Dream Eaters do take home the chicken dinner and the 10 kills, 30 points put on the board for them, and a much needed points as well, as we're going to see later on. Wildcard Gaming getting themselves 14 placements with 5 kills. That's 19 points to pretty much guarantee themselves, I believe, a top 3 finish. But we got, again, Pittsburgh Knights, Loop Esports, Nova Esports. We're seeing some names consistently reach the top 8, Glitter.
We definitely are seeing some names consistent in the top 8, but what I do like on this first page as well is that we're seeing names that we haven't seen throughout the rest of the day so far. Good games for Alpha Legends, Frag Machines, KHK, all of them were struggling a little bit earlier on, and then this game they were able to step it up and really, get themselves some decent placements.
We can see here now 9th through 16th, and unfortunately Unique again having a rough time after they did take home a chicken dinner earlier on today. Currently in 16th off that game. Team Queso as well, Konina Power, Urdu Killers, B4, a team we talked about as having a really good performance in the last match as well, falling down. But I do want to say yet again, just to reiterate, and I'll do it again tomorrow, these are just seeding games. This does not affect you going into league play. However, you obviously want to avoid the likes of the big dogs if you possibly can. But again, things can change. Tomorrow's another day here, 7. I still think we can see some big dogs really step up and shine some light.
Oh yeah, anything can happen. Keep in mind, those teams are here for a reason. They have gone through the gauntlet. They have beaten everybody from their regions, and they're here because they are some of the best from their regions. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe some of those teams that just have not had the good performances, they're gonna go ahead and come out on top. Dream Eaters being one of them. They actually did not have some of the good performances before this match, and look at that. They were able to back it up with 2,300 damage, 10 kills, 11 knocks, and on top of that, chicken dinner. So anything can happen here.
And I think, Glitter, for me, the most important thing about this team is what happened towards the very end. Before they actually fought against Wildcard, it's when Alpha Legends actually crashed in on top of them, and they're being forced to fight a fight they didn't really expect, and they're able to pick up a massive win there.
Yeah, and I think that was something we were talking about too when we were watching the game together, and Seven had pointed it out. Part of the reason that went so well for Dream Eaters was because they were actually functioning in a 2-2 split. So Alpha Legends kind of drove in and crashed on them, potentially assuming, I don't know, that maybe they thought the entire squad was right there, but because of that separation, Dream Eaters was really capable to have some nice angles on Alpha Legends. They did not stand a chance at all.
Well, let's take a look at total damage now so we can see who the big damage dealers were in that game and see if maybe Dream Eaters were currently in that #1 slot. And you can see here on your screen, they did it. I think this is probably some of the most damage we've seen. I think 2,400 is maybe in the #1 spot. They get 10 kills on this as well. Again, Wildcard, not as much damage as Alpha Legends behind them, but again, securing those placement points to get themselves through to second 7.
Yeah, and you want to be able to get that. I know we mentioned it over and over again. This is just for seeding. Some of these teams might just using this kind of games for testing it out in a way, kind of like scrims, just to see how teams are going to react. But this is good for them, man. This is good to see teams like that. And also another team that comes to mind, I believe, was Team Umbra. They're currently in 20th place, but that was maybe their best performances so far. With being, I know they only got 1 kill, but placing wise, it was their best performances. And then you got teams like Unique. Team Unique won a match, I believe it was in Miramar, if I remember right. And then in this one, they ended up getting knocked off super early as well. So anything can happen here. Teams are just adjusting. Give them some time, and then we're going to be seeing even more amazing gameplay. So far, I feel like we saw some entertaining games, a lot of action in comparison to what I'm used to seeing before, especially towards the start of matches.
I like how we're seeing as well in that damage graph. You see Loops Esports and you see Nova as well, but over towards the middle section, right? Because they've had a massive amount of damage, even though they didn't place this highly, they were still putting in the work. Now let's take a look at our do moments from that last game and talk through some of these, because honestly, I think there was more than we could even fit into this little segment. 7 off the bat, what are you going to see here? Nova, well, we got to talk about them a bit.
Yeah, we do have to talk about Nova. I feel like Nova, they have been that team that just kind of, it's only one player from Nova that survives in GFAN, so it's good for them to see them kind of like working together as a team. And then just a couple of other teams here. And guess what? That player exactly was actually shooting at that team. I couldn't see the name right there. I think it might have been PK. And then he ended up getting third party. Lucky for him, they parked the car right alongside that house and he was able to find cover. So it's good to see that even players are now starting to be aware of, hey, where we can actually get third party from now that we're playing with just different teams that we're not used to and just covering all their bases. And right here, I believe this engagement was pretty interesting. We saw a player almost went ahead and just kind of grenade himself. Luckily for him, it didn't happen. And this towards the end here, we were saying a lot of teams just kind of fighting each other, giving Wildcard a chance to go ahead and push up for second place. Sixless, we saw Sixless going at 1v2 right here and being able to win it. I know Mustache Dave was saying that Sixless wants to be known as the Snake God. I think ever since Berlin, everybody has known him as the Snake God. I think he just wants to reaffirm that position from him. And then another fight that I wanted to go ahead and break down later, but I think we're going to go ahead and be skipping that, is that KHK and that Loops with Carrillo. Carrillo, for some reason, I feel like he should go ahead and push up here even more, but he got not exactly what happened, but he got a little bit distracted. He got on top of the buggy and then he went inside the house, and by that time it was just too late.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, he even got third party in there as well, so wasn't able to capitalize off of that play. And of course, Wildcard, the team we were just talking about, and Matic, the spot as well that we're mentioning, Glitter, on top of the house, really providing a lot of damage and a lot of sight lines here to use for themselves.
Yeah, and this was the perfect play coming out of Matic on Dream Eaters there, because the entire time when we were watching that end zone, I was pretty positive that Wildcard had it. As soon as we saw Matic get up on the roof and have that height advantage over Wildcard, who was kind of stuck snaking towards Dream Eaters and their position, like, we knew that was when Dream Eaters was going to take the win.
Yeah, some
And
phenomenal
something that I
stuff
actually
right there.
enjoy watching from Dream Eaters there is that once they got a couple knocks, remember, they were actually working on a 2-2 split. They got together and they push up as a team, as you were able to see there towards the end. They were just being very careful, but still making sure that if somebody had to reload, guess what? Push back, and we got your back with another player going to go ahead and start shooting back. So great teamwork right there from Dream Eaters.
And well, speaking of team, we're going to take a look at the top players from that last game, and you're going to see Matic, 1,200 damage. Let's just talk about that really quickly. No one even coming close to this man, Glitter.
And that's really, really good for Dream Eaters. I think that they needed this not just for the literal placement purpose for the seeding, but just for their own overall morale. Like, this is just illustrating that they can easily hang with the teams that are in this group. That's why they're here. And like you could see, he has the most kills. He has by far the most damage, and was just alive long enough to be able to put in that work. Like, that's very, very impressive from Matic.
I mean, he seemed to be doing everything right, Seven. Even, like a nade coming directly at his face from Wildcard, but he was able to survive, keep that composure, and keep that pressure on.
Yeah, and something to keep in mind is he only had 2 knockouts. So he was very aware of his surroundings, and he was able to go in and pick up 4 kills. He was able to steal kills, and that's something you want to go in and see from players like that. And as also, as I believe Glitter was mentioning, you want to be able to just take advantage of whatever the game gives you, especially with teams like that. If it's going to be a mental thing, take advantage of it. You never know what the game's going to go ahead and do in the next time you're playing.
Yeah, and honestly, this is just the first day, so we're going to take a look at the overall rankings from the 5 matches we've had now, and I wonder who's going to be number 1. I'm going to assume it's going to be Wildcard. I think I'm also looking towards Dream Eaters to see if they move their way into the top 10, and I can tell you, well, I can see it right there. Wildcard Gaming currently in first place with 69 points. Tempo Storm holding on to number 2 at least with 66, and Loops as well jumping up a little bit after being out for one of those games. But Dream Eaters, I mean, they shot up in the rankings just from that last game alone, Glitter.
Dream Eaters shot up. I mean, we see Alpha Legends shooting up into the top 5 with that game. And even, the team football didn't have the best last couple games, and they're still able to hold on to a top 8 position. This is like, this is a really, really good first day of games. And it's also important to note that there's a pretty decent disparity between second and third points-wise.
Oh yeah, and I think it might even continue to grow at the rate we've seen from these games. And now looking at 11th through 20th, we're going to see Team Umber there, a team we did talk about having a better placing in that game than previously. But then looking at Pittsburgh Knights currently in 11th, Cloud9 in 12th, Konita Power in 13th, even Team Queso in 14th. There's a lot of room for these teams to shoot up. All it really takes is that one strong game, and you can easily see yourself into the top 8.
Listen, I know I've been talking about it all day, but this really, for some reason, this gives me flashbacks of PMPL America. Seeing Pittsburgh Knights there on like 10th spot, and then you got Cloud9 on 12. It's kind of how the actual PMPL America started as well. So interesting places from there. I hope they pick it up. As I mentioned, as we've been mentioning this whole time, it is seeding. Anything can happen here. It's the next couple of days when it's going to start mattering the most.
Well, I want to take a look at 2 teams in particular. One of them I might have cursed earlier on today. We got Wildcard up against Tempo Storm to compare the 2 teams and see how the results have gone, as we did see Tempo Storm hold on to second place with 66 points. Let's get them up on your screen and see exactly how things broke down. And again, that damage done. Honestly, I wonder how that split was across both teams as well. Who had the big damage numbers for both sides, Glitter?
Well, we've seen, I believe it was the second map where we saw pretty much the kills were evenly spread across all 4 of the teams. We saw Tensa do very well in game 1. We saw Rain doing well in game 4, I believe, or was it game 3 or 4? So they've all kind of contributed today so far to that very high overall damage number. But Wildcard is right there, and Wildcard is clearly, taking potentially more engagements only due to the amount of damage they receive, but these are some impressive stats for the very first day of matches.
I want to point something out here for you, Seven, really quickly. You can see damage received. It's about 1,000 difference, but the damage done is about 900 in advantage to Tempo Storm. So what does that say to you, the fact that they're taking less damage and doing more than their counterparts?
Yeah, and it was actually interesting for me to see that, because from some of the maps that I was watching, it seemed like Wildcard was the one that was being a little bit more passive. So it's surprising to me that they were able to take more damage. Overall, though, from what I'm able to see here, is those teams came to play, man. Those teams are ready. It doesn't matter if it's for seeding or not. They want to let the other teams know, hey, we're here for a reason, and we want to make sure you know that. So make sure if you guys see us coming by, maybe now don't take that fight if it's too early. Maybe back off from it. And it is going to become mental. mental game. You've seen it before. You've seen teams before backing up from fights. Maybe all I can think of is from Malaysia. Somebody would knock down somebody from Bigatron who's doing work right now on the east side, and they would just back up. They would say, you know what, let's not do that. Let's worry about what's going to happen here towards the end of the match.
Well, you know what? Speaking of the end of the match, we're at the end of the day, the first day of the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. I got to say goodbye to you two. It's been a pleasure working with you guys today, and I'll see you tomorrow as well. I have to obviously give a big shout out as well here to Hot Jukes and to Mustache Dave for killing it, absolutely slaying it today. And of course, the crew here in Poland doing fantastic work, making this become a reality, not just a virtual one. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 11 a.m. PDT, the exact same moment, and for day 2 here of the opening weekend.